Chapter 692. Female Literature. He managed to block it. In the end, Su Yan managed to block the attack, but it was extremely difficult. The strength of this enemy was far beyond his expectations. However, at this time, he also keenly discovered that Rosen's aura had changed even more violently. It seemed that soon, his own aura would completely disappear. However, sometimes, his own aura was very exuberant. This must be a very strange thing. However, Su Yan couldn't tell what was strange about it. Soon, Rosen's next attack came again. The terrifying thing about Rosen was that he seemed to be pressuring himself all the time. There was no way to predict which direction he would attack from next. At this time, the reason why Su Yan could still deal with him to this extent was only because of his fighting intuition. The moment Lawson launched an attack at him, he would be able to detect it and respond to it. Rosen was the attacker, and he was the defender. However, Su Yan also knew that blindly defending was definitely not a long-term solution. Because defending meant being passive. Su Yan had never been a person who was good at defending. Rosen had completely taken the initiative at this time. Now, he could only wait for Rosen to make a move, and then he could resolve it. However, gradually, Su Yan's heart began to calm down. Since he couldn't take the initiative at this time, he could only look for opportunities in the passive. Battles had always been unpredictable. At this time, since he had fallen into a disadvantage, he naturally wanted to be stable. And such a battle was just what he wanted. Because he could constantly sharpen his swordsmanship in such a battle. Rosen was becoming more and more crazy, while Su Yan was becoming more and more calm. Regal Sword Scripture, Buddha's Boundless Technique, Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Scripture, the inheritance of the Great Demonic Dragon, the inheritance of the Great Demonic Heaven Lord, and even the inheritance of the 4 Great Demonic Beasts. Su Yan had mastered too many things. And each of them was extremely powerful and terrifying. Of course, this was a good thing. No matter which one Su Yan used, he was already powerful enough. But there were always 2 sides to everything. He had mastered so many cultivation techniques. This allowed Su Yan to possess unlimited power. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Yan had a huge flaw, and that was his inability to master it. Unless he chose one of them and abandoned everything else, it would be very difficult for him to master all of them. However, at this time, Su Yan already had an idea. Since it already existed, it was someone else's Tao. Even if these things could make him extremely powerful, could he really surpass the people who created these inheritances? Maybe, but it was too difficult. Because the path you walk is someone else's path, there's no meaning to me at all. Su Yan didn't want to be like this, and he didn't want himself to be like this. What Su Yan needed was a path that belonged to him. He could only use other people's things as a reference, but he could never copy them. How could he, Su Yan, not understand this logic? Therefore, at this time, when he was defending, he began to integrate these powerful cultivation techniques with his own strength. In other words, Rosen at this time was indeed terrifying. However, he was still just Su Yan's whetstone. Right now, Su Yan was trying to figure out his own path through this battle. Vaguely, Su Yan's aura had begun to change. Of course, such a change naturally couldn't happen like Rosen's, where it was a crazy change. It was just that his aura had become even more mellow, becoming even more integrated. If there were to be 4 words to describe Su Yan at this time, it would be, Tao follows nature. That was exactly what he was feeling right now. It was a supreme state, a supreme thought in the world where Su Yan's previous life belonged to. Almost everyone knew these words, but there were only a few who could really do it. At this time, Su Yan was moving towards this state. Of course, he was just at the beginning stage, but even so, Su Yan was already very happy. After all, he had already begun to touch this state. Ghost Killer Roar. At this time, purple demonic flame surrounded Rosen. The terrifying aura directly suppressed at this time. After this move, his aura increased again. Under such a state, he still has such a fighting instinct. Su Yan knew that the reason why Rosen suddenly used such a huge power was because he realized that Su Yan seemed to be using the battle to nurture the battle. Therefore, he did this. He wanted to end Su Yan directly with a single move. He didn't want Su Yan to continue like this. Go to hell. At this time, circles of purple flames appeared directly around Su Yan. The terrifying aura of power gave Su Yan extremely heavy pressure. This terrifying aura made Su Yan's surroundings extremely heavy. Under such an attack, it seemed that the gravitational field around Su Yan was directly changed. Amazing power. It's really amazing. Although Su Yan was his enemy, he still gave this move a very high evaluation. Such a move was truly terrifying. Moreover, if the battlefield at this time was not in the void but in the 9 regions, then such a power would be even more terrifying. However, even so, it didn't mean that Su Yan had admitted defeat. At this time, his aura had completely calmed down. It wasn't because he wanted to give up, but because he wanted to better display his power. A moment after Su Yan's aura completely disappeared, a terrifying power once again awakened. It was as if a volcano that had been dormant for countless years suddenly erupted directly. Such a terrifying power directly appeared at this time. It was as if the whole world was shrouded in it at this time. This power was really terrifying to the extreme. Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. He knew that Rosen's attack was extremely terrifying, so at this time, he had to use his strongest power to meet the attack. This was using offense as a form of defense. Under such circumstances, it was already impossible for him to continue defending. Therefore, he could only use offense as a form of defense at this time. Your attack is indeed powerful, so I'll use an even more powerful force to fight against you. One was a demonic purple radiance, while the other was a blazing golden radiance. When these two forces collided, the surrounding stars seemed to have dimmed. Island Master, these two people are both moldable talents. On Divine Demon Island, a beautiful woman beside the Island Master said. The Island Master said softly, they are indeed not bad, but let's continue watching and see if they are qualified to inherit it. Su Yan and Rosen didn't know that every scene of their battle had already been seen by others. Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash had already turned into a terrifying sun sword, and the terrifying purple radiance had turned into a strange evil eye at this time. Before today, the strangest eye that Su Yan had ever seen was that of the evil eye tyrant. That terrifying and powerful creature had left a deep impression on Su Yan. There was no doubt about the strength of this fellow. However, the strange eye that had formed at this time was even more terrifying than it. Su Yan even saw an extremely mysterious and different power in this eyeball. It was as if this power didn't belong to this world at all. This is the Eye of 9 Nether. Master, why does such a thing exist in this world? The beautiful woman's tone wasn't normal. It was obvious that she was very afraid of this thing called the Eye of 9 Nether. However, at this time, the Island Master said, no need to be nervous. It's just an Eye of 9 Nether. After all, there were too many things left behind in that era. Those people who thought that they were chess players would leave behind some backup plans. However, look, what kind of inheritance does Su Yan have? After the Island Master said that, the two beautiful women looked at each other. That's Fu too. No, there's also the power of the great demonic dragon and the demon master. This fellow. If the Island Master hadn't reminded them of this, they would have directly ignored this point. Fu too, great demonic dragon, demon master. These three names were all very impressive. Back then, they were the men who truly stood at the peak of this world. At this time, their inheritances had actually hit a person's body. How inconceivable was this? This fellow called Su Yan, where did he come from? Why did he have such power? At this time, the two women couldn't help but fall into contemplation. However, at this time, the island master smiled gently, then sighed and said, "You two can't see far enough." These two women couldn't see clearly, but he could see very clearly. It was true that the inheritances of these three great powers were very powerful. However, this little guy named Su Yan was obviously hiding something. Those three powerful forces weren't his origin at all. His true origin was another kind of power, and this kind of power was something that even the island master hadn't seen before. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that there would be such an existence among the people who were summoned this time. Hee, such a powerful strength. It seems that he's above many experts. Then, Futu, Great Devil Dragon, and Devil Lord, are you also attracted by such a strength? Is that why you've started to make arrangements? You guys really aren't simple. It seems that this chess game really hasn't decided the winner, but I'm very curious. What kind of surprise will this chess piece give me? Chapter 693. Female Literature. This mysterious and unfathomable island master was high and mighty, overlooking everything. It was as if he was the will of heaven and earth. "My lord, the great demon lord should be here soon," a woman said. The great demon lord. Yes, he should be here. But if he wants to come, then let him come. After such a long time, these things have to come to an end. Now, let's see which of these two interesting guys will be the final winner. He was so playful and disdainful. The battle between Su Yan and Rosen was just a show to liven things up for him. The battle between the two finally came to an end. Both Su Yan and Rosen were not in good condition. After one round of battle, Rosen's demon god armor was broken again. One of his palms was drooping. It was obvious that his arm was broken. He had the protection of the demon god armor, but he was still severely injured. It was obvious how terrifying the battle was. As for Su Yan, he wasn't much better off either. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood. In terms of injuries, he was more powerful than Rosen. After all, Rosen's demon god armor was no joke. Although Su Yan was protected by the power of the invincible golden body, the invincible golden body was built on his own strength after all. At this moment, his strength had been pushed to the limit. However, even though he was injured to such an extent, Su Yan did not have any intention of admitting defeat. At that moment, he stood up. He raised the sword in his hand again. The long sword was filled with power again. Such a sword principle was already flickering with light. It was an extremely terrifying power. But now, he actually wanted to fight again. He didn't want to make any adjustments. He wanted to continue fighting. One must know that at this time, he must have suffered extremely heavy injuries. "Rosen, do you still have the ability to continue the battle?" he asked with a smile. After hearing Su Yan's words, Rosen's face, which was hidden behind the demon god armor, burst out a ferocious radiance. "Su Yan, kill, Su Yan, I want to defeat you." At this moment, his voice was like that of a wild beast. And it was under such circumstances that his aura became stronger and stronger. At this moment, his aura was even stronger than before. How terrifying was that? This guy was really a terrifying person. His eyes were constantly flickering with red light, which was not a color that a human should have. "Sure enough, Rosen, you can't control yourself anymore. Are you going to become a wild beast? You are no match for me." Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood at the corner of his mouth. His power spread out once again. Kill. At this moment, Su Yan activated the Taishang sword shield and rushed toward Rosen. Rosen roared angrily and then shook his broken arm. At this moment, his broken arm was directly reconnected. What a terrifying and abnormal regenerative ability. His two claws danced, and a terrifying cross-shaped radiance immediately appeared. The terrifying black and purple lion set off a frenzied wave. Su Yan's power hit the terrifying cross head-on. Almost at this moment, his body was directly sent flying. His power was indeed strong, but this terrifying cross seemed to be even more terrifying. Su Yan's body was directly sent flying. Humph, Su Yan, you are still far from it. The battle between the two began again. Last time, Luo Sen was constantly on the offense while Su Yan was constantly on the defense. At that time, although Rosen's power had the upper hand, he was still unable to defeat Su Yan directly. However, at this moment, Su Yan actually started to attack. There was indeed an advantage in attacking, but there were also relative conditions to it. That was the strength of both sides. When both sides were equal in strength, the attacking side would naturally have the advantage. However, at this moment, Su Yan's fighting power seemed to be inferior to Rosen's. Rosen's strength was originally strong. In terms of realm, he was in the same realm as Su Yan. Moreover, he had entered the Five Dragons realm earlier than Su Yan. Moreover, at this moment, the terror of the Devil God armament was directly reflected. As the battle continued, the fusion between the Devil God armament and Rosen became more and more intimate. As a result, his strength naturally became extremely terrifying. In such a state, there was no need to say anything more. After the collision of the Supreme Sun-shattering slash and the Ghost Killer's roar, both of them suffered extremely serious injuries. However, with the help of the Devil God armament, Rosen's recovery ability was better than Su Yan's. In other words, at this moment, Rosen's state was better than Su Yan's state. Because of this, Su Yan's state was greatly inferior to Rosen's. However, at this moment, Su Yan was still so reckless and started to attack directly. This was extremely illogical. However, since Su Yan did this, he must have his reasons. One sword to decide the universe. Another sword attack was launched. Unlike Su Yan's previous defense, Rosen did not think of blocking at all. When Su Yan's attack arrived, he directly counterattacked with an even more terrifying power. He was so overbearing and crazy. He wanted to let Su Yan know that in front of him, Su Yan was nothing at all. Supreme Ascension Swordsmanship. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly used a sword attack. He had never used such a sword move before. However, he directly used it at this moment. Moreover, this move seemed to be a little different from the previous one. This move seemed to have integrated the terrifying aura of the deity vanquishing sword and the mighty majesty of the Buddha's infinite skill. Oh. It seems to be completely different from the previous swordsmanship. What an interesting guy. It seems that he is going to create his own sword principle. Amazing. At this moment, the island master who was watching the battle suddenly said. Hearing the island master's calmness, the two maids next to him were stunned. Others did not know the island master, but they did. They did not even dare to imagine how terrifying the island master's strength was. The two of them followed the island master for such a long time and experienced so many times when the divine demon island chose experts to fight against the demons in the void. When had they ever heard the island master praise a person like that? Amazing. Even the island master said that he's amazing. This person called Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's sword attack had been blocked by Rosen. Su Yan frowned. Of course, he was not frowning because the sword attack was blocked because it was a matter of course. After all, the sword attack just now was a sudden thought that he had. He did not dare to feel surprised that it was blocked at all. The reason he frowned was because the sword attack was still very different from what he had imagined. The speed is indeed enough, but the changes in the sword are not enough. However, it was still a prototype. Since there was a direction, it was a good thing. After all, as long as he did not die today, there would be a chance to slowly get back at him in the future. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had begun to increase. Su Yan dared to do so because the aura in his body was truly enormous. At this moment, streaks of lightning began to appear around his body. Another new power. That seems to be the heavenly tribulation thunderbolts. Hee, how interesting. Has he attracted the heavenly tribulation? He's only a venerable one, but he can already attract the heavenly tribulation. Ha ha ha. The Divine Demon Island's master began to laugh again. Rosen, let's go again. Su Yan raised his longsword again. At this moment, the scarlet longsword was surrounded by thunderbolts. No matter how one looked at it, Su Yan was at an absolute disadvantage at this moment. His aura had begun to weaken. On the other hand, Rosen's aura was much more powerful than before. In such a battle, Rosen was constantly becoming stronger while he was gradually weakening. However, Su Yan was still attacking Rosen again and again. Rosen was able to repel Su Yan every time. However, unknowingly, Su Yan's aura had already suppressed him. At this moment, a voice appeared in Rosen's heart, I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose. As soon as this voice appeared, it caused his mind to be in a mess. No, I won't lose, I won't lose. As he roared, his power became even more terrifying. At this moment, his aura was almost on par with a person in the 8 Dragons realm. Monster. He was really a monster. The power of the demon god armament was indeed terrifying. The huge meteorite that the two of them were standing on was already full of holes. Have you increased your power again? Rosen, it seems that you can't control this demon god armament after all. You're going to be devoured by it. Su Yan said directly. Since the first evolution of the demon god armament, Su Yan had already realized that the demon god armament was not a good thing. At least, it was too evil. As time passed, the aura on Rosen's body was almost indistinguishable from that of a human or a demon. Moreover, his aura was becoming crazier and crazier. Su Yan believed that this was definitely related to the demon god armament and the ghost killer's beginning. However, Rosen was not his friend. Naturally, he did not need to care about this. All he wanted was to fight and defeat. Now, his battle with Rosen had lasted for 2 days. There was not much time left before the 15 days set by the Divine Demon Island's Tao Master. To others, this might be a land of demons, with groups of demons touching it. However, to the real experts, this was a paradise and a holy place for fighting. Chapter 694. Female literature, regardless of whether he was fighting with others or himself, it was an extremely interesting thing. This was because true experts were never afraid of battles. Only through continuous battles could their strength grow. Only then could they become even more powerful. The best among them were Su Yan. He naturally knew that he did not have much time left. Therefore, at this time, he had to speed up. Only in this way could he obtain more power. Rosen was indeed powerful. However, he, Su Yan, would not lose. He wanted to defeat Rosen. Was he tired? Of course. After so many days of battle, he was physically and mentally exhausted. But so what? Exhaustion was not a reason to retreat. Absolutely not. He had already experienced too much pain and had endured too much fatigue. From the very beginning when he first learned the sword, Su Yan had understood a principle. Either persevere or give up. In this place, giving up meant death. My sword Tao, my protection. No matter what, I will not retreat. I will not fail. I will eventually walk to the dawn. Since that is the case, I will create a sword Tao that truly belongs to me. My first sword will be the dawn. This is my will and my belief. No matter what happens in this world, I will eventually walk to the dawn. Therefore, This sword will be the Dawn sword. At this time, Su Yan's aura flowed out again. Facing Rosen, who was constantly growing stronger, Su Yan did not retreat at all. Instead, he prepared for battle with an even stronger will. His first sword, the Dawn sword. Dawn was dark because he had just walked out of the night. Dawn had yet to arrive and light had yet to rise. At this time, the power of the great demonic dragon and the great demonic heaven master directly increased. Dawn was also full of light and hope. Therefore, the light of Buddha appeared. With the will of darkness and light, with hope and an eternal oath, his first sword was born, the Dawn sword. At this time, Su Yan's surroundings changed. Darkness and light began to revolve around him. At this moment, the darkness and light had reached an extremely strange balance. Then, everything moved towards Su Yan's body. This Su Yan, what's going on? His power, why did his power become so strange? Darkness and light are clearly two kinds of power that don't fuse together. Why is his power like this? At this time, the two women were also baffled by what was going on. They were also experts. To be able to follow this mysterious and unfathomable island master, they were naturally not ordinary people. Their strength was much stronger than Su Yan's. However, at this moment, they were astonished by the situation that was happening to Su Yan. At this time, they didn't seem to understand why Su Yan could be in such a strange situation. At this moment, the island master of the Divine Devil Island said, "You two, stop acting cute in front of me. I don't believe that with your realm, you can't see Su Yan's current situation. It seems that this kid has already created his own path. Furthermore, it is a very impressive path. The coexistence of darkness and light. How daring, how daring." The two sisters looked at each other. This Su Yan was really amazing. This was not the first time their master had praised a person like this today. The two sisters had followed the island master for so long, but they hadn't encountered such a situation for a long time. At this time, Su Yan's Daybreaker sword finally took shape. In this world, everything revolved around him. It was as if he was the core of this world. Light arose because of him, and darkness existed because of him. His aura still hadn't changed, but at this time, he gave people a feeling. He had become the core of this world. On the other hand, with the support of the demon god armament, Rosen's strength had increased. This increase was obvious. In the blink of an eye, his realm had reached the 8 dragons realm. This wasn't an illusion, but a real increase in realm. Terrifying, it was actually so terrifying. In just a few days, his realm had broken through again and again, from the 5 dragons realm to the 8 dragons realm. Such a terrifying increase would probably scare people to death. No one would believe it, but unfortunately, this was the truth. And now, this fact was right in front of his eyes. At this time, he stopped all his actions and focused all his attention on Su Yan. Obviously, at this time, he had already felt the terror of Su Yan. Although Su Yan's realm hadn't increased, and he didn't even have a berserk aura. But at this time, Su Yan was really too dangerous. Now, he felt a great sense of danger. Rosen's will seemed to have become very vague. The only thing that remained was his battle instinct. His instinct told him that the current Su Yan would be more terrifying than ever. What a terrifying young man. How terrifying. At this time, a voice came from Rosen's body. It wasn't Rosen's voice. On the contrary, it was a very old voice. Su Yan. What an interesting young man. You're too terrifying. No wonder you could defeat Rosen. The voice that came out of nowhere sounded like a wild ghost. This feeling was naturally terrifying. Soul swap. It's actually a soul swap technique. How interesting. I haven't seen someone from this lineage for a long time. the island master realized. At this time, a maid beside him said, "Master, it's obviously a battle between two young men, but this shameless old man interfered. Let me make him stay. This person is really bold. He actually dares to ruin your business." Before the island master of Divine Devil Island could speak, the other woman beside him said, "Qian, I think you've taken a fancy to that kid called Su Yan. I've taken a fancy to him. So what? He's handsome and powerful. It's not easy to find someone like him." The two women started to tease. At this time, the island master said, "All right, Qian, don't interfere in this matter. That kid called Su Yan is a big trouble. It's better if you don't get involved. Moreover, it's only a soul swap and it's only a weak soul shadow. It's still uncertain if it can defeat Su Yan. Let's look forward to the power of Su Yan's sword." The island master of Divine Devil Island said. Since the island master had spoken, Qian didn't dare to say anything. It's really strange. Is this the mystery of the Divine Devil armament? It seems that Rosen is also a pitiful person, Su Yan said as he walked forward. The sudden appearance of this person had indeed given him a huge pressure. As soon as he appeared, Rosen's aura actually increased again. From this, it could be seen that this person was definitely a terrifying person. Su Yan didn't know who he was, but he wasn't interested in finding out at this time. Was he strong? That's good. If he wasn't strong, how could he test if his Daybreaker sword was strong enough? Rosen. This child is indeed not bad, so I made him my cauldron. Everything he has was given to him by me, so he's naturally mine. I wanted to wait for a while before harvesting him. Unfortunately, you forced him to this point. His Divine Devil armament evolved too quickly, so I had no choice but to harvest him. But this is good. If not, I wouldn't have found such an excellent seed like you." This dry voice was really annoying. Moreover, he seemed to want Lin Fan to be like Rosen and become his seed. Although Su Yan didn't know what kind of seed this was, it was probably something like possession or life transfer. "You want me to become your seed? Come at me if you can." "How could I, Su Yan, be someone who would be frightened by a few words from you? I'll walk towards the dawn. Everything will be destroyed by me." Daybreaker sword, kill. Su Yan's sword finally fell. At this moment, the huge meteorite under his feet had been completely enveloped by the sword aura. His power was actually so strong that it had completely surrounded everything. At this moment, darkness and light actually transformed into two dragon shadows. The two dragon shadows were constantly alternating. It was like day and night. Two extreme powers were vividly displayed at this moment. The first sword created by Su Yan had finally appeared. And his opponent was this mysterious old man who had suddenly appeared. At this moment, he had already occupied Rosen's body. Faced with such a sword, the eyes covered by the Divine Devil armament flickered continuously. "Powerful, you're really powerful. I never thought that your power could reach such a level. Powerful, really powerful. But now, let me destroy your power first. Ghost killer, evil ghost killer." It seemed like a sigh, but it also seemed like a roar. In short, that terrifying power appeared at this moment. A terrifying knight was born, and a terrifying evil ghost appeared out of thin air. That was almost the power of a venerable one. You're indeed very powerful, but the power of a venerable one seems to be about the same. Daybreaker sword. It's better for you to be destroyed. That terrifying ghostly figure roared, as though it wanted to kill Su Yan. And now, Su Yan was in the midst of the dawn. Everything around him was his sword. Such powerful power is almost on par with a venerable one. But that's fine too. I've never tried to fight a venerable one. Today, I'll use you, the evil ghost, as a sacrifice to my sword. Kill. As soon as the word kill was said, the Daybreaker sword suddenly shone brightly. The sun rose from the west. Everything would be destroyed by such a sword. Chapter 695. Female literature. The power of a venerable was indeed powerful. And it was so powerful that it was suffocating. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Because at this time, he believed in his sword. Daybreak sword, the first sword he slashed out. He was absolutely confident that he would not lose. At this moment, he was constantly moving forward. No matter how terrifying the darkness is, I will eventually walk towards dawn. This was his belief, this was his will. At this time, Su Yan was the most determined person in the world. No, not only at this time, Su Yan had always been like this no matter when and where. He would never back down, nor did he think of backing down. Because he was Su Yan. At this time, the old man's voice sounded from Rosen's body. You're actually so powerful that you won't back down in the face of my power. You're really amazing. Then come, let this old man see how brilliant your dawn is. At this time, Rosen's palm pressed down once again. That terrifying aura appeared again at this time. The terrifying brilliance directly dazzled at this time. That terrifying power seemed to want to directly suppress Su Yan at this time. He wanted to cut off Su Yan's belief, he wanted to destroy Su Yan's dawn. This power was really too terrifying. At this time, Su Yan's dawn seemed to have stopped. He smiled coldly, then said, "This is indeed an amazing power, but unfortunately, your realm is still too low. Even with Rosen's body, he has reached the realm of 8 dragons, which is 3 dragons higher than you. You have no chance." His palm pressed down again. His words were like heaven's will. If he said that Su Yan would fail, then Su Yan would fail. Su Yan said directly, Old dog, I don't care who you are, but it's definitely not that easy for you to defeat me. My daybreak sword is my belief. Perhaps darkness covers my eyes, but dawn will eventually come. My belief is immortal, and my will never stop. Su Yan shouted directly. At this moment, his power was fully ignited. All the power in his body was mobilized at this moment. All kinds of powers were burning at the same time. This was Su Yan's willpower. No matter what kind of difficulties he faced, he would not relax. At this time, the heart of the great demon dragon and the Buddha's heart began to beat wildly. Others only had 1 heart, but he had 2. At this moment, his heart was beating, and his strength had become even stronger. At this moment, he was completely reckless. This was his will, and he would never yield. It wasn't just the 2 hearts, Su Yan's other powers also began to awaken at this time. The thunderbolt in his body began to rumble at this moment. Within his body, the power of the demon god was also ignited at this moment. Although the demon god's power had increased Su Yan's strength, for Su Yan, it was also an unstable factor. If he couldn't completely burn this power, then it wouldn't be his own power. One day, once this power was released, it would bring him endless trouble. At this time, with the help of this battle, Su Yan's power began to fully erupt. For Su Yan, although this was extremely dangerous, it was also a huge opportunity. Only by fighting could he improve his strength faster. This was definitely not a lie. Not only that, but even the blood of the demonic beasts in Su Yan's body began to boil. The 4 demonic beasts were not to be underestimated. The sea-splitting demonic snake, the blood-winged dragon, and the terrifying oriole were the last to arrive. They were all extremely powerful existences. At this time, Su Yan's willpower started burning. It actually caused his blood to burn. That was the power of their blood essence. At this time, when their blood essence was directly stimulated, they naturally felt it. The sea-splitting demonic snake, who was closest to Su Yan, felt it the most clearly. After the battle began, he did not appear. Instead, he was ordered to protect Shuexingyue and Feng Yueyu. At this time, he suddenly felt the changes in this place. Master, my great master can actually activate the power of my heart's blood. As expected of the master I've chosen. He will definitely become the most powerful existence in this world. At this moment, he began to roar. At this time, he had completely forgotten that he was forced to become Su Yan's mount. However, this did not matter to the sea-splitting demonic snake. Giving their heart's blood to Su Yan was not a good thing for them. This was because their strength would be restricted by Su Yan. In other words, if Su Yan's strength was unable to break through, it would be extremely difficult for them to increase their strength. However, at this time, Su Yan actually stimulated their heart's blood. This meant that Su Yan's strength had begun to increase again. If Su Yan's strength increased faster than them, then as mounts, they would be able to reap the benefits. However, this situation was really rare. After all, they were demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines, while Su Yan was only a human. However, at this time, Su Yan's strength increased again. The burning blood in his heart had already caused his body to feel scorching hot. My great master, I can feel that you are fighting. In that case, how can I stay here so comfortably? I won't be lazy anymore. Kill. The sea-splitting demonic snake was originally wrapped around Shuexingyue's beautiful neck. However, at this time, it felt Su Yan's fighting spirit and directly burned. He immediately flew out and revealed his body. At this moment, the people from the Devil's sect immediately panicked. The sea-splitting demonic snake's aura was really terrifying. It could fight against a venerable one. No, if it was an ordinary human venerable one, it could directly tear him apart. What is this? Is this a void beast? Why? Why would a void beast suddenly appear? At this time, the people from the Devil's sect were already in a panic. They really did not expect the sea-splitting demonic snake to suddenly appear. This was really too sudden. This is the sea-splitting demonic snake. Su Yan's pet is actually such a terrifying thing. I knew this dead man was very powerful. This old lady's vision is really not bad. But little you, I admire your vision even more. You must remember, we must not let this man go. Feng Yueyu said to Shuexingyue very seriously. As she said that, her gaze fell on Mu Tianxing. Although Mu Tianxing had been wearing a veil, she could naturally see that this woman was definitely a first-class beauty. She was probably not inferior to her. Su Yan really knew how to attract bees and butterflies. However, Feng Yueyu did not mind. In her opinion, this also proved Su Yan's excellence. At this time, Shuexingyue actually nodded seriously. In the Zhuzhou continent, the blood-winged flying dragon suddenly roared. At this time, he could only feel that his aura was blazing. He could feel Su Yan's aura. At this time, Su Yan was in a great battle. He could feel it. After the previous tribulation, although Su Yan had successfully passed the tribulation, he had also paid a price. That was, his 4 demonic beasts could not gather with him directly. Otherwise, if the demonic beast's blood were to explode, Su Yan would be killed instantly. At this time, he could already feel that Su Yan's control over the blood of their hearts had become stronger. At the same time, he also knew that Su Yan had become even more powerful and terrifying. Oh, my midget, are you fighting? Why do I suddenly want to fight by your side? Well, since I have become your mount, I hope you can succeed. You can become a peerless expert. Don't die. Back then, the blood-winged flying dragon was the first to become Su Yan's mount because it was afraid of death. However, in reality, he was very unconvinced by Su Yan. However, the contract had already been set and he could do nothing about it. At this time, he could already feel Su Yan's transformation. In just a short period of time, Su Yan had become even stronger. Like the blood-winged flying dragon, the double-winged sky tiger and the huge oriole were also in the same situation. My master, since you are in a tough battle right now, let us lend you a hand. The four demonic beasts roared in unison before unleashing their powers. The blood of their hearts had a mysterious connection with them. At this time, the blood of their hearts was directly activated and transferred its power to Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan was facing a power that could kill a supremacy, but he still did not cower. His eyes were still very calm. At this time, he could feel the demonic blood in his body growing stronger. Are you temporarily transferring your powers to me? I really didn't expect the blood of the demonic beasts to have such a magical effect. Well, since you trust me so much, how can I lose just like that? In that case, let's fight together. Dawn, show yourself. Su Yan roared furiously. At this moment, his aura was completely instilled into the air. All the power condensed and Dawn was finally formed. That sword stood in front of Su Yan for a long time. It was an illusory sword. The body of the sword was exactly the same as the scorching sun sword, but the power within was completely different. This was the alternation of darkness and light. This was the awakening of dawn. This sword was not the scorching sun sword, but the dawn sword spirit. When the dawn sword spirit appears, all laws will be destroyed. His sword finally fell, and everything began to come to an end. Such a sword strike actually tore apart that terrifying ghostly shadow. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, there was no pause at all. That terrifying ghostly figure was directly destroyed just like that. As the ghostly shadow was destroyed, cracks appeared on the demon god armor. Chapter 696. Female literature. Cracks began to appear one after another. Actually, it was impossible to transmit sound here, but it felt so clear. Under the daybreak sword, the terrifying ghost-killing shadow was destroyed. Along with it, the devil god armament was also destroyed. The cracks in the devil god armament appeared, and a terrifying black aura spread out, filling the air with black smoke. That horrifying scene began to fade away. Rosen's face appeared once again. At this time, Rosen's face was filled with pain. On his face, there was an extremely strange and terrifying black pattern. This pattern did not seem to exist in the human world at all. It was almost like a living evil spirit. At this time, his eyes were filled with a dazed expression. Why is it like this? At this time, he was roaring with unwillingness. Moreover, Su Yan knew that he was not angry at losing to him, but at the actions of the old man. Why did the Great Elder treat me like this? Didn't you say that I was the hope of the ghost-killing hole? Didn't you say that I would become the strongest person in the ghost-killing hole? But why did you treat me like this? I can't accept it, I really can't accept it. At this time, he had gone completely crazy. He was also completely furious. He originally thought that the Great Elder saw him as a successor. Therefore, he wholeheartedly fought for the Great Elder, for the ghost-killing hole. But today's battle made him realize that he was just a seed nurtured by the Great Elder. It was just a seed. If it wasn't for the battle with Su Yan today, he would have been forced into a corner, causing the evolution of the Devil God armament to be ahead of schedule and forcing the Great Elder to reincarnate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about this. He fought for the ghost-killing hall, but the ghost-killing hall only treated him as a seed. Why did it have to be like this? Why did the Great Elder treat him like this? At this time, he was truly crazy. He really could not understand why the Great Elder would do this. Moreover, the reason why he was able to survive this time was because of Su Yan. If it wasn't for Su Yan's terrifying sword strike that defeated the Great Elder's reincarnated soul, then he would have really died. You can go. At this time, Su Yan was standing in front of him. Rosen was a member of the Devil's Sect. Su Yan and the Devil's Sect were like fire and water. He should have killed Rosen directly. But at this time, Su Yan couldn't do it. Because he wasn't such a person. At this moment, Rosen was as fragile as a piece of paper to him. If he really wanted to kill him, he could easily do so. But in the end, Su Yan didn't make a move. Rosen was also a pitiful person. Now, his faith had been shattered. I'm actually just a seed. Ha ha ha, Ghost Killing Hall, number 1 elder, you old thing, you actually only treated me as an elder. At this moment, Rosen was in a daze. It was as if he had gone crazy. Su Yan, kill me. I don't need your pity. I, Rosen, don't need anyone's pity. Hee, I'm just a seed. How laughable. Rosen was such a person, but now he actually let Su Yan kill him. Su Yan sighed. He directly kept the Dawn Sword spirit into his sea of consciousness and turned his head. If you want to die, then kill yourself. To think that I still treated you as my opponent. You, who are crying like a woman, what qualifications do you have to make me attack? Su Yan said directly. Hearing Su Yan's words, Rosen was speechless. At this time, Su Yan was actually too lazy to kill him. His opponent was actually too lazy to kill him. This was a great insult to Rosen. If you are a man, then don't cry endlessly. He deceived you and wanted you to become his seed. Then why didn't you choose to resist? If you hate him, then kill him. After Su Yan finished speaking, he ignored Rosen and went to the other battlefield. Because at this time, his eyebrows kept twitching. At this time, he had a bad premonition in his heart. It seemed that a greater crisis was about to arrive. The Divine Demon Island Master suddenly smiled and said, "It seems that he has a premonition of something." What a sharp intuition. What an interesting person. Perhaps he is suitable to be my successor. When he said this, the 2 beautiful maids were shocked beyond words. Be his successor. What was their great master trying to do? Su Yan left. Rosen was still sitting in the same place dispiritedly. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and took out an item. It was a skull the size of a fist. This was the Ghost Killer's beginning. Once, when he obtained the Ghost Killer's beginning, his heart was filled with joy. But at this time, it was gone. Everything was gone. At this time, he had endless anger. That damned guy, he actually dared to deceive him. At this time, a faint purple light appeared. Then, the image of an old man suddenly appeared. It's you. At this time, Rosen's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. This old man, he used to revere him so much. But now, he was so angry at this old man. Because this old man deceived him and betrayed him. The first elder's voice was heard, "Rosen, my child." To be honest, his voice was kind. It was not as gloomy as when he was fighting Su Yan. "Rosen, my child." Rosen had heard these words countless times. This sentence was almost like his spiritual power. This mysterious first elder was his teacher and also his idol. Therefore, no matter how many times he had suffered, he felt full of power when he heard this sentence. But this time, it was different. This time, it was completely different. After hearing this sentence, he did not feel any warmth. Instead, he was so angry and disappointed. "Shut up, you old thing. Shut up. I'm not your child. I'm definitely not. If I was really your child, why would you want to kill me? Old thing, you just treat me as a seed. You want to eat me? Rosen said directly. The first elder said with a smile, That's right. Now you understand, my child. Shut up. These words were the source of Rosen's pain. Unfortunately, you failed. You didn't defeat Su Yen. So you failed. Old thing, do you think I will let you succeed? I'm not a fool. There was no longer a trace of sadness in Luo Sen's eyes. Instead, there was only incomparable determination. Just as Su Yen said, how could he cry like a woman? Since this old man wanted to kill him, he might as well kill him. My child, you're always so naive. Whether I can succeed or not, it's never up to you. Your fate has been decided from the very beginning. Your life was given to you by me. Everything you have is given to you by me. You are just a seed. Now, it's time to take back this seed. Although it's barely satisfactory, since it's already come to this point, it's time to take it back. The beginning of the ghost killer suddenly bloomed with radiance, and that radiance had become incomparably intense. The dazzling radiance was simply terrifying. Rosen was soon enveloped by this radiance. At this moment, he didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. No, my power, how can it be like this? Rosen was really panicking at this time. The power that he had painstakingly cultivated since childhood was actually unable to be mobilized at this time. Even his own power had betrayed him. How painful this was for him. Damn it. His ambition was higher than the sky, but he had never thought that he would die in such a way. He was really unwilling to accept this. As I said, your fate has never belonged to you. A shadow directly emerged from the purple beginning of the ghost killer. It was also a terrifying shadow. He suddenly appeared, and as soon as he appeared, his palm had already grabbed Rosen's neck. The power of this ghostly shadow was actually not very strong. If it was the usual Rosen, he would be able to easily crush it. Unfortunately, at this time, Rosen could not even use a trace of his power. The current him was simply frighteningly weak. It was as if in the next moment, he would be killed. Rosen, my child, although you have not completely matured, but now, your life should also reach the end. Your everything is mine, the first elder's laughter was still so benevolent. However, this gave people an extremely terrifying feeling. At this moment, Rosen was not the least bit afraid. All he felt was endless anger and unwillingness. In the end, the genius of the ghost killer hall had actually ended up like this. He couldn't accept this. He really couldn't accept this. At this moment, the ghostly shadow had already opened his mouth. He wanted to directly devour Rosen. It was at this moment that a clear voice rang out. Since you have not completely matured, why don't you continue to wait? This voice was truly beautiful. Moreover, he did not appear as an idea, but as a voice. Her voice was like flowing water, but also like a cool breeze. It was incomparably beautiful, giving people a very cool feeling. What was even stranger was that after this voice appeared, the ghostly shadow's movements actually stopped. Chapter 697. Female Literature, Who's There? At this moment, the old man immediately roared. The ghostly figure stopped. However, the ghostly figure didn't stop by himself. He was stopped by someone. The old man realized that he couldn't control the ghostly figure anymore. This wasn't a good thing for him. At this moment, a beautiful woman appeared. Rosen couldn't describe the beauty of the woman in front of him because she was too hazy. He couldn't see anything about her clearly, including the color of the clothes she was wearing, or whether her hair was long or short. He couldn't see any of these clearly. However, he was sure that the woman in front of him must be a beautiful woman. At this moment, the woman's voice sounded again. Old man, you've got guts. How dare you interfere with my master's affairs? Do you really think that my divine devil island is just a decoration? The woman's laughter sounded again. At the same time, she waved her hand. A gust of wind appeared. The breeze was very weak, but at this moment, the ghostly figure roared angrily, "How dare you!" Then, the power of the ghost killer's beginning was activated. He wanted to stop the woman. Unfortunately, he failed. The power of the ghost killer's beginning was very strong. However, it couldn't stop the breeze. The breeze shattered the light of the ghost killer's beginning and defeated the ghostly figure. This was simply too fast. In just the time it took to think, the ghostly figure had already disappeared. Rosen was really surprised when he saw this. Who was this woman who suddenly appeared? She was actually so strong. Thick Waist knew that the ghostly figure's true strength wasn't strong. However, it could be seen that later on, the old thing had sent a terrifying force through the air. However, that power was defeated so easily. The woman seemed to have just waved her hand. So casually. Although he hated the first elder, the old man's strength was indeed terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have respected the old man so much since he was young. However, everything in front of him was completely out of his expectations. "Thank you for saving my life, fairy," Rosen said respectfully to the woman. He suddenly realized that when he faced this woman, he was actually a little nervous. She had never felt such tension before. His heart was beating faster, and his face was burning hot. It made him feel extremely nervous. One had to know that even when he was in a situation of certain death, he had not lost his composure like this. As expected, he must be blushing right now. "Hee, little fellow, your heartbeat seems to have sped up. However, you don't need to thank me. This is all the island master's arrangement. Moreover, your crisis has not been resolved. You are still that old thing's seed. One day, this old bastard will still make a move on you. It's just that you have more time than before. During this period of time, this old thing won't be able to sense your existence. So, you should take advantage of this period of time to work hard and become stronger. If the time is up and you still can't escape from your fate, then you can only blame yourself for being too useless." Every word that this woman said was engraved in Rosen's heart. So this was the arrangement of the Divine Demon Island's master. However, it didn't matter. As long as he was given a chance, it couldn't be better. It was better than suddenly dying like this. "Alright, Rosen, understand. Fairy, can you tell me your name? No matter what, you saved me today. I will always remember this kindness in my heart," Rosen said directly. At this moment, he was already despising himself in his heart. He, Rosen, had killed countless people and survived through life and death situations. However, at this moment, he was just asking for a person's name and it made his heart beat faster. The woman suddenly smiled and said, "You can call me Xiaoqian. However, you don't have to repay me. As I said earlier, this is the kindness of the island master. I hope to see you alive next time." She disappeared right after she finished speaking. From the beginning to the end, everything happened so quickly. Rosen didn't even see her real face. However, at this moment, Rosen was sure that he had already fallen in love with this woman called Xiaoqian. There was no reason. He just fell in love with her. Rosen originally thought that he was in despair. The first elder deceived him. Not only that, that old dog wanted to swallow him. Therefore, he was in incomparable pain at that time. However, it was different now. Everything was different. At this moment, he was filled with hope for the future. Because of this woman called Xiaoqian. She was a fairy, a beautiful fairy. She should belong to him. No, it wasn't should, it was definitely. "Old dog, do you want to swallow me?" "No, I definitely won't let you do as you wish. I won't die and I can't die because I have already found the meaning of living in this world. When Su Yan met up with Feng Yuhai and the others, the battle on this side was about to end. With the help of the Luo Hai demonic snake, the battle was almost one-sided. Moreover, Rosen had not returned for a long time. Naturally, their morale was shaken. At the end of the day, the reason why these people could unite was because of Rosen. The battle between Su Yan and Luo Xin had been witnessed by most of the spectators. They were extremely afraid of Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan appeared directly. To them, it was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying thing. In just a short while, those people dispersed. Ha ha ha, great master, I knew that you would be fine. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake turned back into a small snake and hung on Su Yan's neck. Su Yan ignored him. He originally wanted to use the sea-splitting demonic snake as a surprise attack. However, this guy actually exposed himself. However, it did not matter. Senior brother Feng, is everyone alright? Su Yan asked directly. Among this group of people, Feng Yuhai had the most difficult battle. His enemy was the successor of Yiksha. Su Yan knew how terrifying he was. However, it was obvious that Feng Yuhai had won in the end. Feng Yuhai said, yes, everyone is doing well. At least we're all alive. There's only a little more than a day left until the deadline of 15 days. As long as we can return safely, we can get what we want from the Divine Demon Island. Su Yan nodded his head, but his brows did not relax because of this. He had a feeling that things were not so simple. It was as if there was something waiting for them. Mu Tianxing was the same as him. Little Junior Su Yan, what's wrong? Are you that unhappy to see me? You're still frowning even now. Feng Yuhai was a little puzzled. Didn't this cousin of his always hate Su Yan to the core? Why was it that they still had the same tone now? However, he did not care. In his opinion, this was a good thing. Through this, he had discovered Su Yan's huge potential. He was sure that as long as Su Yan did not die, he would definitely become a strong person. He might even become a strong person like the sect leader. Su Yan was now a strong person. He was no longer the person who had just joined the Taihang sword faction and was only a Dragon Realm level 1. Currently, he was at the same level as Feng Yuhai. Feng Yuhai was confident that he could defeat Su Yan, but now, he did not have the slightest bit of confidence when facing Su Yan. It was definitely not a pleasant thing to have such an enemy. On the contrary, if Su Yan became a friend of the Feng family, it would be very different. At this time, Su Yan was a disciple of the Shui family in name. However, he was not a real member of the Shui family. If something really happened between his cousin and Su Yan, however, he quickly dismissed this thought. Looks like Su Yan is really giving me a lot of pressure. I'm actually thinking about this at this time. However, it seems like this trip to Divine Demon Island is finally over. Even Feng Yuhai began to breathe a sigh of relief at this time. After all, Divine Demon Island was not simple. If he was alone, he would not have cared. However, Feng Yueyu was also here. Therefore, he had to ensure the safety of this little princess. Su Yan, what's wrong with you? Feng Yuhai asked when he noticed that Su Yan's expression was very strange. Su Yan looked at Feng Yuhai and asked in a deep voice, Senior brother Feng, you know the most about Divine Demon Island. The Divine Demon Island has appeared so many times. Are there as many survivors as we are this time? Feng Yuhai immediately frowned when he heard Su Yan's words. He was also an extremely smart person. He immediately understood what Su Yan meant when he heard Su Yan's words. That's right, there seemed to be too many survivors this time. One had to know that after the Divine Demon Island opened, less than 10% of the people survived each time. However, what about now? This time, almost half of the people on both sides had survived. Although it was dangerous this time, it did not seem to be to the point of being in a desperate situation. If these were the only things that happened every time the Divine Devil Island was opened, then could it be that all the experts in history were so weak that they all died here? No, that was definitely not the case. There's still one more day. He blurted out. Chapter 698. Female Literature. Yes, there's still one more day. I'm afraid that the last day won't be so easy to get through, Mu Tianxing continued. It was at this moment that the huge Divine Devil Island suddenly appeared. A voice was heard from the Divine Demon Island. The fact that all of you were able to survive until today has already proven your strength. Now, it's time to truly test all of you. As soon as this voice appeared, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. When it's time to truly test us, does this mean that the real danger is coming? As expected, this matter wasn't that simple. In the next day, I'll lead you to the evil demon hunting ground. What you need to do is to kill evil demons there. That's the place where the real evil demons gather. The evil demons that can survive there aren't the same as the trash that you've encountered previously. Moreover, that place was also crucial. Whether you can leave the Divine Demon Island alive or not depends on this. As his voice fell, many people's eyes flashed with shock. The hometown of evil demons. The real evil demons. What about the evil demons that they had killed previously? Cannon fodder. The cannon fodder had already killed many of them. How terrifying would the real evil demons be? Also, what did he mean by leaving the Divine Demon Island alive? At that moment, the mysterious island master continued, I need the heart of an evil demon lord, the more the better. Of course, it'd be best if you can get the heart of a demon god. Whoever can give me a heart of an evil demon lord will be able to leave the Divine Demon Island and return to your world. Of course, if you can give me the most evil demon lord's heart, I'll give you a corresponding reward. You have to believe that the things I give you will definitely not be bad. At that moment, Su Yan said, Senior, can we choose our own rewards? You can. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to give me enough things. As soon as he finished his sentence, he disappeared. It was also at this moment that the Divine Devil Island emitted a mysterious radiance. The radiance appeared. Everyone who was alive immediately felt themselves floating towards the sky involuntarily. In just a short while, everyone had already arrived on the Divine Devil Island. Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, Rosen, and the others all arrived at the island. Furthermore, at that moment, they were unable to even move. Alright, everyone, we will be setting off now. I hope all of you will be able to survive. A beautiful voice rang out. This voice was really beautiful. After hearing this voice, everyone was moved. At this time, they were really curious about how beautiful the woman who could make such a beautiful sound was. Even women like Feng Yuhai and Xue Xinhua couldn't help but be curious, let alone these men. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was shocked to discover that the space in front of them had actually started to distort. What kind of strange power was this? No, it should be said that this power was so strong that it could directly distort space. Space was an extremely unfamiliar domain to everyone present. Only those who were extremely powerful were qualified to step into this realm. And this so-called extremely powerful person wasn't something that everyone could achieve. At the very least, it was impossible for ordinary supremacies to have such an ability. It was a domain that even supremacies couldn't reach. Unless one's cultivation had reached a certain level and was already at the level of a sacred venerate. Otherwise, absolutely no one was qualified to do so. However, this woman actually had such strength. It was evident how terrifying she was. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were emitting a bright light. He was constantly pondering in his heart. He wanted to know the motive of this big shot. If it was just for the heart of the Overlord evil demon, was it really necessary for him to do this? Su Yan didn't know what kind of terrifying existence he was, and he didn't dare to believe it either. Not to mention the Overlord evil demon's heart, a person like him could even obtain the heart of a demon god. However, he actually did so. Su Yan imagined that this person must have a motive for doing so. Perhaps Su Yan had already guessed some of it. Of course, his guess might also be wrong. But no matter what, this wasn't important. The most important thing was this time. He had to find a way to survive. Only by surviving this battle would he be able to think about many things in the future. Survive. These 3 words sounded so simple. However, Su Yan was very clear in his heart. If he truly wanted to achieve this, it would be too difficult. He would need to risk his life to do so. Fortunately, Su Yan was never afraid of anyone. But at this moment, Luo Sen's eyes shone with a strange light. At this moment, his soul was trembling. It's her, it must be her. He actually heard her voice so quickly. Her voice was so beautiful. Did he want to live? I will definitely live on, and I will live longer than anyone else. The first elder wanted his life, but so did the demon lords. But now, his life wasn't so easy to take. The moment he was rescued by the mysterious woman, he had already made up his mind. In this world, no matter who it was, no one could take his life. His life was his own, and no one could take it away from him. At this moment, an incomparably determined radiance flashed in his eyes. The method of tearing space was really terrifying. Almost in the next moment, the scene in front of everyone changed. It was as if they had just changed a piece of screen. However, everyone understood that they were no longer at their original place. They should have already arrived at the place mentioned by that person. That was the origin of the evil demons. Because the environment here had completely changed. The evil demons lived in an extremely dangerous place. 1,000 miles of barren land, no, it should be 10 million miles. As far as the eye could see, it was all barren land. Just by standing on it, one could feel a terrifying heat being transmitted from the soles of one's feet to one's body. This was also because they were Dragon Realm experts. Their bodies were already extremely strong, so they were not afraid of such power. If it was someone with a slightly lower cultivation base, they would have been burned to death by this horrifying blazing power. And these little evil demons lived and grew up here. Growing up in such a harsh environment, it was no wonder that the evil demon's strength was so terrifying. Everyone, this is the place where you will spend your last day of holiday. I hope that every one of you will like this place. Of course, I also hope that every one of you will be able to survive. After all, watching you get torn apart by the evil demons is not a fun thing to do. At this moment, he said so grandly. Hearing his words, everyone frowned. If it was just to survive today, it would not be difficult. However, this guy had already stipulated that if they wanted to survive, they had to have the heart of a big evil demon. But in such a godforsaken place, how were they going to find a big evil demon? At this moment, the mysterious divine demon island had already disappeared. Damn it, if I succeed in my cultivation one day, I will definitely dominate that despicable divine demon island. How dare they make us come to such a place? At this moment, naturally, there were experts who could not take it anymore. They were experts. If they were in their own sects, they would be the favorites of their sections. Even if they were rogue cultivators, with their cultivation, they would be respected by everyone. However, in this place, they were actually treated in such a manner. What did the Divine Demon Island Master treat them as? Toys. However, they could not say these words in front of the Island Master. After all, the Island Master was too powerful. Saying such words in front of him was just courting death. Now that he had left, they could say a few words to vent the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Su Yan ignored these people. Regardless of whether it was in this world or the original Earth, he knew that complaining was useless. It would only make him worse. Su Yan had known this since a long time ago, so no matter what, he had never complained. Damn it, when the time comes, he actually left just like that. What are we going to do? Yeah, in such a godforsaken place, how are we going to find the evil demon overlord? Damn it, really damn it. At this moment, many people began to complain. At this moment, Su Yan walked in front of Feng Yuhai and the others and said directly, "Let's take advantage of this and leave quickly." Feng Yuhai and the others did not understand what he meant, but they looked at Su Yan and trusted him very much. Since Su Yan said so, he naturally had his reasons. Even Feng Yuhai did not ask any more questions and walked away quietly. Their speed was not slow. In just a short while, they had already left everyone's line of sight. At this moment, Feng Yueyu asked, "Su Yan, aren't we going to hunt the evil demon overlord? Why are you leaving everyone now?" In an unknown environment, everyone hoped to be able to stay together with the group. This was the case even for powerful cultivators like them. This was a human instinct. At this moment, Feng Yueyu had such thoughts. Not only Feng Yueyu, but Xue Xinyue also had such thoughts. Or perhaps, Meng Yang was the same. Chapter 699. Girls' Literature. Su Yan chuckled and said, "Hunting demon lords. Ha, senior sister Feng, I think you're mistaken. It's not that we're hunting the fiend overlord, but that we've become its prey." Hearing Su Yan's words, Feng Yueyu was startled and asked, "But..." At this moment, Feng Yuhai interrupted her. "Su Yan is right. We did make a mistake. In fact, we are the real prey. Have you forgotten where we are?" he asked Feng Yueyu. Feng Yueyu was stunned for a moment before she said, This is the devil's world." At this time, Su Yan said, "That's right, this is the world of demons. Previously in the outer space, we have already experienced the terror of demons. Their numbers are the most dangerous thing for us. But there's already such a terrifying number of them in the outer realm. Senior sister Feng, how many do you think are here?" After hearing Su Yan's words, Feng Yueyu instinctively shuddered. Yes, there were already such a terrifying number of abyss devils in the extraterritorial void. What about here? Although this place seems to be barren, I'm willing to bet that it won't be long before a horde of terrifying evil demons appears. If all of us were a cooperative group, that would be fine. But these people now, it's already good enough that they don't stab each other in the back. How can they be a cooperative group? At this time, once the evil demons rush in, I'm afraid it will immediately become chaotic. At that time, we will be very passive. Therefore, we have to leave the main group and hide our auras, Su Yan said directly. After hearing Su Yan's words, they finally understood what Su Yan meant. Now, he wanted to use these people as a signal. The scent of humans would definitely attract the demons. At that time, danger would come. But at this time, they had already left the crowd and suppressed their auras. When that time came, they wouldn't have to bear the brunt of the devils. The island master of Divine Devil Island had made it very clear that the condition to return to Divine Devil Island was very simple, and that was the demon heart of a demon overlord. Su Yan's decision caused them to move from the open to the dark. At that time, the demons would start fighting with these people, and they could only fish in troubled waters. It was not impossible to kill a demon lord in a group of demons. When the evil demons begin to attack, senior brother Feng, Meng Yang, and I will go and kill the evil demon overlord first, then hand over the evil demon overlord's heart to you. Su Yan's plan was actually very simple, and that was to prioritize protecting the weak. The weak ones here were naturally the three women. At this time, Xue Xinyue suddenly said, "But, big brother Su Yan, if we do this, won't it be unfair to those people? Her voice was a little weak, but it was obvious that she really couldn't bear to do that. After all, it was Su Yan who was using these people. At this time, Su Yan said, "Fair. Warm moon, remember my words. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. The so-called fairness is in the hands of the strong. All I want is to live on. What's more, these people are not our friends. Half of them are our enemies. If you are kind to your enemies, then you are being cruel to yourself and your friends." Su Yan said these words very calmly. However, there was an unimaginable cruelty in this calmness. Xue Xingyue had never heard Su Yan speak to her like this. At this time, she felt a little wronged. At this time, Mu Tianqing said, "Miss Xue, Su Yan is right. This world is a man-eat-man world. Moreover, we didn't mean to frame them." At this time, Su Yan said directly, "Okay, this topic ends here. This matter has been decided. When we get the Overlord's heart later, the first will be given to Xue Xingyue, the second will be given to Feng Yueyu, and the third will be given to Big Sister Mu. I think no one has any objections, right?" At this time, Feng Yueyu pouted. Clearly, she was very unhappy that Su Yan put her after Xue Xingyue. However, she quickly suppressed her unhappiness. She understood that this was not the time to throw a tantrum. Moreover, Su Yan didn't do this out of selfishness. Xue Xingyue's cultivation base was actually similar to hers, but Xue Xingyue was too kind. It was a good thing for a person to be kind, but if a person was too kind, it could also be a road to death. Obviously, Xue Xingyue was not suitable to survive in such an environment, so Su Yan made such a decision. Not long after Su Yan and the others made a plan, an unforeseen event happened. At this moment, a terrifying roar was transmitted directly over. It was the sound of demons. In the distance, a dense horde of demons was beginning to head towards them. So many demons gave people an unparalleled oppressive power. Number. At this time, the number of demons was really too large. The people who had been clamoring to hunt the demon lord had already quieted down. Now, they knew that at this time, the roles of the hunter and the hunted had been switched. No, it should be said that at this time, they finally realized that they should be the hunted. No, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. At this time, they no longer had the aura of the past. At this moment, they had already become stray dogs. In panic, they immediately began to flee. Since they could come here, none of them were weak. So they would not be directly killed at this time. At this time, it was Su Yan and the others' opportunity. At this time, Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, and Meng Yang directly found their target. There were countless little demons and great demons here, but the number of overlords was not many. Su Yan, I'm going. At this time, Meng Yang had already begun to get excited. His bludgeon was already thirsty. Okay, Meng Yang, take out your best means later, don't hold back. Hearing Su Yan's words, Meng Yang immediately became excited. Wasn't Meng Yang's forte in sneak attacks from the back the most? Meng Yang said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, Su Yan, don't worry, leave this glorious figure to me." Hee hee, what bullshit demon overlord. In front of me, they are just a group of vegetables. At this time, Feng Yuhai suddenly said, "Meng Yang, don't be careless. Demon overlords are much stronger than great demons in terms of defense and attack. Although your martial arts are powerful, you can't fail because of this. After all, generally speaking, the power of a demon overlord was equivalent to a powerhouse of 9 dragons. How terrifying was this kind of strength? In this place, other than Luo Xin, the highest realm that everyone had reached was only the 5 dragons realm. As for Rosen, his strength would only reach 8 dragons after he put on the demon god armament. Moreover, Rosen was obviously not on the same side as them. It was impossible for him to cooperate with them. Therefore, it was very important to make the first move at this time. Rosen nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, Su Yan, I'm actually very reliable." He patted his chest and said. For some reason, when the word reliable came out of Meng Yang's mouth, it felt a little weird. At this time, a demon overlord suddenly attacked. This time, his target was a powerhouse in front of him. This human powerhouse had already killed an unknown number of demons. However, it was a pity that while he killed quickly, the devils behind him were even faster. That terrifying demon was simply boundless. At this time, he was actually far from exhausted. But under such circumstances, he only felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier. This was an extremely bad feeling. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. He was now looking for a demon overlord. Because he knew very well that no matter how many little demons and great demons he killed in front of him, what was the use? In this place, there was no lack of demons. If he wanted to leave this place, the last way was to directly kill the demon overlord. Only by killing the demon overlord could he directly return to Fiend Island. While he was looking for the demon overlord, he didn't expect that a demon overlord had already targeted him. It was at this moment that a terrifying cry rang out. That terrifying roar shook him so much that his entire body began to tremble. Damn it, it's the demon overlord. At this time, he immediately realized what had happened. But unfortunately, the demon overlord was really too powerful. This person's ability was already not bad. His realm was already equivalent to 4 dragons. But in the face of a devil overlord that was almost in the 9 dragons realm, he couldn't do anything at all. No. He only had time to let out a painful roar, as if this was his best farewell to this world. 15 days of time. He had already endured so many days in front of him, but was he going to fall on the best day of the month? He was really unwilling to accept this. At this time, suddenly, an arrogant voice sounded, "Big reptile, eat this Lord Meng Yang's staff." At this time, Meng Yang directly appeared and fiercely swung his staff. Boom! This strike was one that Meng Yang used all his strength. Naturally, one could imagine how terrifying the power was. Chapter 700. Female Literature, Ong. At this moment, the painful roar of the demon lord came directly. Meng Yang immediately laughed, "Big reptile, accept the punishment of Master Meng Yang's stick, you damn thing." At this time, the person who should have been killed by the demon lord immediately escaped from death. This person was originally a powerhouse in Rosen's camp. When he first fought with Su Yan, he was taught a lesson by Meng Yang's stick. At that time, he hated Meng Yang to the bone. However, at this time, when he saw Meng Yang, he felt so close. "Meng Yang, it's you, hurry up and save me." At this time, he found a life-saving straw in a desperate situation. However, Meng Yang said, "Who are you, ugly man? I don't know you. Don't talk to me, I have a phobia of ugly men." Hearing Meng Yang's words, that person almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What does he mean? Am I really ugly? No, that's impossible. I'm a pretty boy who's very accurate. This hateful Meng Yang, he actually slandered me like this. Once I get out, the first thing I will do is to severely correct this guy's aesthetics. But soon he remembered that it didn't seem to be the time to argue with Meng Yang about such a thing. After all, the most important thing for him now was to survive. "Meng Yang, save me." Meng Yang looked down and finally understood why this person made such a wailing sound. It turned out that when Meng Yang made a move, the devil child had already landed a terrifying blow. Although this blow didn't hit because of Meng Yang, it still hurt him. The demon lord's claws directly nailed into half of his arm. At this time, he had to cut off his arm, otherwise, it would be too difficult to escape. If Meng Yang wasn't here at this time, then maybe he would really have to cut off his arm. But now Meng Yang was next to him. Wishful thinking was also the bad habit of every human. If Meng Yang wasn't here, then he knew that if he didn't do this, then he would definitely die here. But now Meng Yang was next to him. If Meng Yang was willing to save him, he could walk out of here with the smallest price. Unfortunately, it seemed that Meng Yang didn't buy his words and simply ignored him. At this time, two extremely powerful sword lights suddenly appeared. The moment the sword light appeared, countless terrifying booms began to sound. It was as if endless distance began to roll. In such a place, not to mention huge waves, even a drop of water was very difficult. Therefore, such a situation could only mean one thing, and that was that someone was causing trouble. That was because Feng Yuhai's sword had arrived. On the other side, Su Yan's sword light also directly appeared. At this time, Su Yan's sword was simple and clean, without the slightest intention. It seemed to be an ordinary sword strike, but it made people feel an enormous pressure. Both of their sword chi had reached a certain level, and their power was so terrifying that it made people shudder. Even if it was just one of them, their swords were already very powerful and terrifying. Moreover, at this time, both of their swords were attacking the same target. At this moment, the Demon Lord had already felt the crisis of death. At this moment, he suddenly let out a huge roar. Under his roar, countless small demons directly swarmed over. And at this time, his surroundings also directly exploded. At this time, a terrifying aura directly rose into the sky. At this time, Su Yan seemed to have boundless majesty. And so did Feng Yuhai. Both of them knew that at this moment, the Demon Lord in front of them had to die. Although this Demon Lord had extremely powerful and terrifying power, they would never let him go because if the Demon Lord didn't die, they would be the ones to die. Two sword chi rose against the sky, and all the obstacles were crushed under such sword chi. At this time, in the entire sky, all the endless light began to fall. The demon overlord's expression was now replaced by panic. At this time, he couldn't even see the world that he was originally familiar with. "Big guy, go to hell!" Meng Yang directly roared. At this time, he was gambling everything. And also at this time, the person who was almost killed by the Demon Lord finally made his move. Under such circumstances, he had to make a move. Because he also deeply understood that this was his last chance. If he couldn't succeed this time, then only death would be left for him. In any case, he had no way out. At this time, the power of the four powerhouses all moved out. The powerful force directly stabbed into the terrifying demon's body. The fiend Overlord's body released a terrifying brilliance. What was shocking was that the black brilliance actually blocked everyone's path. At this time, everyone was stunned. For a while, their power couldn't pierce through. How terrifying was this? Previously, when they fought against the Great Demon was indeed powerful, but it could be easily killed by them. But now, this Great Demon Overlord's strength had actually reached such a level. At this time, the power of the four powerhouses was actually not enough to directly kill this Great Demon. Such strength, such defensive power, this was simply abnormal. Damn it, how can it be so powerful? Why, with so many of us, we can't kill it? Meng Yang directly shouted. At this time, Su Yan's expression was very gloomy. He had previously estimated the strength of this demon overlord to be very high, so he had formulated such a policy. But at this time, it seemed that the strength of the demon lord was much more powerful than he imagined. But this was definitely not good news. Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. Su Yan's expression was dignified. At this time, he directly used the Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. After using the Daybreaker Slash, this was already his most powerful move. However, the Daybreaker's slash was not suitable to be used in such an environment because that move consumed too much energy. If he used it now, only death would await him. At this time, two more forces came directly. Big Brother Su Yan, Senior Brother Feng, we're here to help you. It was Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyue. Originally, according to Su Yan's plan, they should be hidden and let them be backup. However, at this time, Su Yan's plan to kill the Demon Lord failed. At this time, Mu Tianxing decisively decided to let the two of them help. These two women were indeed slightly inferior among the crowd, but their strength was in the dragon realm after all. At this time, with the addition of their strength, the great demon immediately couldn't resist. Its body began to retreat bit by bit. Okay, let's kill it in one go, Su Yan shouted. At this time, they had been here for too long. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Therefore, at this time, it was already extremely crucial. If they could kill this great demon, they could directly obtain a key to leave this place. However, if they failed in the end, then they would be in an extremely passive position. At this time, the combined strength of the 6 people finally broke through the great demon lord's defense. Su Yan directly shouted, "Deity-slaying sword." This was a terrifying sword passed down from the great demon heaven lord. Such power was simply incomparably shocking. At the very beginning, the great demon lord had a terrifying armor to resist, so Su Yan's sword couldn't penetrate it at all. However, at this time, the great demon lord's armor was directly pierced. Su Yan's sword chi directly entered its body. Immeasurable demon slaying. At this time, Feng Yuhai's sword also directly pierced in. At this time, the power of the two people cooperated with each other and immediately displayed a terrifying destructive power. Even if this great demon lord was powerful, it was already at the end of its road at this time. At this time, its body directly released a dark green radiance, which was its blood. At this moment, this great demon lord finally walked towards death. Ha ha ha, dead, finally dead. You damn thing, your great demon lord's heart is mine. At this time, the devil's sect disciples suddenly burst out and directly rushed towards the great demon lord's heart. This place was really too terrifying. If he continued to stay here, he would die. However, at this time, he didn't want to die. Therefore, he had to escape. And in front of him was the best opportunity. The great demon lord was so powerful that so many people here only managed to kill one. It was simply a joke to let him kill it alone. Therefore, the first thing he had to do now was to directly plunder this great demon lord's heart and use it to immediately leave this place. He didn't want to stay in this damn place for a moment longer. I'll fight. At this moment, a very familiar voice entered his ears. Then, he only felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. At this time, he was somewhat struggling. But in the end, he still fell down powerlessly. Humph, you dare to play tricks in front of me. You really don't take me seriously. At this time, Meng Yang directly said. The devil's sect disciple was now kneeling on the ground. At this moment, his cursing of Meng Yang was simply unimaginable. This guy who ranked 4th, he actually dared to treat me like this, At this time, Su Yan had directly taken out the heart from the great demon lord's body. Act according to our plan. Xinyue, take the great demon lord's heart and leave first. Su Yan directly handed over the heart. Chapter 701. Female Literature, Su Yan, alright, XANU, don't delay anymore. We still have to hunt the next target. If you want us to return safely, don't waste our time. At this moment, Feng Yueyu stuffed the demon overlord's heart into Xue Xinyue's hand. Finally, Xue Xinyue nodded and said, everyone must return alive. No matter what, nothing must happen. No, that's mine. You can't do this. That was the key to leaving this place. It was something he longed for. He had also contributed, and in fact, he was the one who was in the most danger. But now, they actually wanted to give the demon overlord's heart to this woman. If it was any other time, he would definitely be willing to curry favor with a beautiful woman by offering her flowers to please her. But why didn't he look at the situation now? It was a matter of life and death. Are these people idiots? Why are they doing this? Give me the demon overlord's heart. I'll exchange it with you. I have countless treasures. I definitely won't let you suffer a loss. At this moment, he struggled to stand up and take the treasure. But at this moment, Meng Yang suddenly said, "You idiot. If you dare to speak again, I'll knock you out and feed you to the demons." Meng Yang was a complete villain. He wouldn't be polite to such a guy. At this moment, he didn't sneak attack him again. He was already giving him face on account of his help earlier. However, if that guy were to continue to shout, he would have no choice but to give him another hit and knock him down. This person was directly intimidated by Meng Yang's aura and didn't dare to speak again. At this moment, Shui Xinyue had already begun to teleport. "Great Master of Divine Demon Island, I've already obtained the Demon Overlord's heart. Please let me return to Divine Demon Island." After she finished speaking, a ray of light immediately appeared. As soon as the light appeared, it enveloped her. In the next moment, Shui Xinyue disappeared. As expected, he has been teleported away. When he saw Shui Xinyue leave, Su Yan immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then, he ignored the guy from the Devil's Sect and said, "All right, time is of the essence. Let's go find our next target." With this hunting experience, everyone knew how powerful a demon overlord was. Therefore, in the first attack, he had to use all of his strength. Only in this way could he achieve a one-hit kill. At this moment, the Devil's Sect disciple finally stood up. Earlier, he did not dare to act impudently. After all, the other party was too powerful. At that time, if the other party had directly killed him, then there was nothing he could do. "Taihang's sword faction, I won't let you off so easily. Are you going to hunt the demon overlord?" I miscalculated this time, but next time, your demon overlord rank will be mine." He had seen everything just now. Therefore, he already knew what Su Yan and the others were planning. They wanted to send the two women away first, then immediately kill them one by one. It had to be said that their arrangement was very reasonable. After this experience, he naturally realized the importance of a team. If he was with a team now, it would be very easy to hunt great demons. At least, he would not fall into despair like before. However, he was also very clear about the key point. That was, they were all selfish. If one of them obtained the demon overlord's heart, he would immediately choose to leave. Why would he give this heart to someone else? Therefore, under such circumstances, it was destined that they would not cooperate sincerely. To be honest, at this moment, he was already a little envious of Su Yan and the others. After all, they were able to maintain such a cooperation. His goal was naturally not to join Su Yan and the others, because he did not trust Su Yan at all. Therefore, his real goal was to plunder. When Su Yan and the others killed a demon overlord, he directly flew over and snatched the demon overlord's heart. As long as the heart was in his hands, he would immediately move and leave. So what if these guys hate me? I've already taken the demon lord's heart and left. What could they do to him? Perhaps they themselves would have died here. Taking a step back, even if they could all leave alive and return to 9 regions, so what? At most, he would have a few more enemies. In fact, this was not a big deal. Compared with the current chance of survival, this was much better. Just as he made such a plan, Meng Yang muttered at this time, "Su Yan, why don't you let me kill him directly? Otherwise, it would be good to knock him out." Meng Yang had always been very unhappy with the demon sect. Just now, he actually wanted to kill this person directly. However, it was a pity that Su Yan had actually secretly stopped him. Yes, junior brother Su Yan, I also feel that this guy is not a good person. Feng Yue said. Sending away Xue Xinyue was not only because of her fighting strength, but also because of her kindness. But Su Yan's heart actually became so soft. This was truly too rare. At this time, Su Yan said, "Hee, after all, he just helped us, so I want to give him a chance. But don't worry, I'm not a pedantic person. I've already made plans. If he doesn't follow us, then it's fine. But if he insists on following us, then he can't blame us." Su Yan's words caused their eyes to brighten. If that was the case, it meant that Su Yan had long since planned this. In that case, it's good. At this time, Su Yan gently raised the corner of his mouth and said, "This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. He actually chased us. It seems that he wants to snatch the demon's heart from us." After all, this was not difficult to guess. Moreover, this was indeed a good idea. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have set his sights on them. "Su Yan, what should we do?" he asked directly. "Aren't we lacking a bait now? I think he's not bad. Since he took the initiative to follow us, then let him lure the monster for us," Su Yan said directly. At this time, the demon sect disciple suddenly shivered unconsciously. Although he was injured now, it was only a minor injury, which was actually nothing to him. Moreover, this place was very hot to begin with. But at this time, he actually shivered for no reason, which was definitely not a good sign. But at this time, he still has something very important to do, so he doesn't care about this now. After all, he's counting on Su Yan to snatch the demon overlord's heart for him. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that Su Yan and the others had disappeared directly. At this time, his expression was extremely interesting. Disappeared. Damn it. How could they disappear for no reason? Where did they go? Where did they go? While he was puzzled, a voice was suddenly transmitted directly. To him, this voice couldn't be more familiar. Demons. At this moment, the demons actually appeared again. The appearance of the demons also meant the arrival of the demon overlord. Damn it. Where did those guys go? How could they suddenly disappear? I have to find them quickly. Otherwise, I might miss the opportunity. This was a very important matter to him. Whether he could leave this place or not depended on Su Yan and the others. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that the terrifying emotion seemed to have become even stronger. What's going on? These demons. Damn it. These demons are actually coming for me. But I've clearly concealed my aura, and I'm only one person. Why are these demons coming for me? If it were just these demons in front of him, he would definitely rush forward without hesitation and kill them directly. Unfortunately, after this incident, he was already confident in his heart. He deeply understood that he would have to face the endless demons here if he fell into the encirclement of the demons. Kill them all. Hee, that's just a dream. There are too many demons here. Even in his dreams, it was hard to imagine that there would be so many demons here. So, at this moment, the only thing he could do was to escape. But the moment he turned around, he suddenly realized that there was actually a consciousness directly locking onto him. It was the consciousness of the demon overlord. Damn it. I was just casually thinking about it. Why did the demon overlord actually appear? No, I don't want to die. At this moment, he directly urged his strength with all his strength and directly fled into the distance. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to escape. After all, although he was fast, the demon overlord was even faster. At this moment, the huge beetle-like demon Overlord pounced directly at him. A huge shadow directly shrouded him. At this moment, he was really in a panic. Previously, the 6 of them had worked together to kill a demon Overlord. But now, he was only one person. How could he be a match for the demon Overlord? He would die. He would be killed by the demon Overlord. At this moment, he was completely terrified. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. The demon Overlord's roar had already descended. Then, countless small demons directly rushed forward. 1 or 2 small demons naturally weren't that powerful and could be casually killed by him. But the problem was that this place was filled with small demons. Chapter 702. Female literature. Moreover, it was a group of demons with a demon Overlord behind them. Although he was very confident about his own strength, he didn't think that he could leave safely. Damned bastards, you think you can kill me with just the likes of you? Ha ha ha, if you want to kill me, then come, I will cut your disgusting body directly. At this time, he also knew that he had no way out. He couldn't beg these demons. Demons were not a kind and benevolent race. If he fell into their hands, he could only become food. Since that was the case, then let's fight. He directly took out his weapon, and then his inventory immediately fell on the body of the demon Overlord. This demon Overlord seemed to be more powerful than the fellow Daoist killed by Su Yan. His strength was really too terrifying. He stepped forward lightly, and the devil's sect disciple felt his soul trembling. At this time, he was really afraid. A.O. The great demon stared at the devil's sect disciple. He seemed to have a monstrous hatred for this devil's sect disciple, and wanted to kill him directly. Kill. Under the cold gaze of the great demon, the devil's sect disciple felt that the pressure on him became incomparably strong. Therefore, at this time, he immediately began to clean up the surrounding great demons and little demons. He didn't dare to look at the demon Overlord's eyes again, because it was too terrifying. If this continued, he was afraid that he would lose the courage to fight back. But he really couldn't understand why he was found in an instant when he clearly hid his aura. Su Yan, did you do something to him? I found that you are really too sinister. Ha ha ha, I am not your enemy, otherwise, I really wouldn't know how I died. At this time, Meng Yang directly said. Su Yan didn't pay attention to this fool at all. Because he knew very well that if he talked to this fool, he was afraid that he would be angered to death. After all, this fool was really too powerful, and ordinary people couldn't understand his world at all. Okay, no more nonsense, we are ready to attack. Su Yan directly said. Speaking of taking action, Meng Yang immediately shut his mouth. This was because it was time for him to show off again. After getting Su Yan's permission, he directly flew out. His speed was extremely fast, almost incomparable. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the demon lord. It was still his signature roaring voice, "I'll fight." Then, he swung his staff down. With his previous experience, he was even more ruthless this time. Moreover, when he killed the demon lord last time, he had studied the demon lord and discovered his relatively weak points. Almost at the same time, Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, and Feng Yueyu attacked simultaneously. The 4 powerhouses went all out and didn't give the fiend Overlord any chance. A powerful force pierced into his body. After struggling for a while, the great demon finally died. At this moment, the devil's sect disciple was dumbfounded. It's them. At this moment, they actually appeared. However, the plot was different from what he expected. Logically speaking, he should have snatched the fiend Overlord's heart after Su Yan and the others fell into a bitter battle. But now, why did he become their bait? Yo, friend from the Limitless Demon Sect, long time no see. Meng Yang directly greeted the unlucky guy. Moreover, he seemed to be very cordial. At this moment, no matter how stupid Chao Juming was, he knew that he had been used by the other party. Although he did not know what sort of method those guys had used to expose him, he was certain that it was definitely their doing. What's worse was that this guy actually dared to pretend to be so friendly and familiar. He was really gnashing his teeth now. You guys tricked me," he directly questioned. Feng Yue smiled and said, "I didn't." At this time, Meng Yang also directly said, "I didn't. You see, I saved your life again. Counting it, I have saved your life twice. So, big brother, you should thank me properly," Meng Yang said with a cheeky smile. When he heard this, he almost vomited blood. He had saved him twice. He wanted to refute, but it seemed that this was indeed the case. Right now, he was incomparably furious. But at this moment, he couldn't say anything. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly spoke. "Okay, you don't have to pretend to be so angry. Everyone knows why you're here. Don't tell me that it's just a coincidence that you're here." Chao Juming directly raised his head and said, "You're Su Yan. Okay, I admit defeat." At this moment, he also knew that his scheme had been seen through long ago. Therefore, it was useless for him to continue staying here. In this case, he might as well be sensible and leave. But at this moment, Su Yan suddenly said, "What's your name?" The disciple of the limitless demon sect was stunned. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. This guy, what exactly is he trying to do? Is he trying to kill me? That's right, after all, I belong to the limitless demon sect and am naturally opposed to them. It's laughable that I overestimated myself and wanted to attack them. But at this moment, I put myself in danger. I know that you also want to obtain a fiend overlord's heart. Why don't we cooperate? Su Yan's words made him pause. Cooperate. This guy actually said to cooperate. What is he trying to do? But at this moment, he came to a stop. He wanted to see what Su Yan wanted to say. Of course I want to obtain the fiend overlord's heart. But cooperation. How are we going to cooperate? Are you going to give me the fiend overlord's heart? He looked at Su Yan, but secretly, he was vigilant. After all, Su Yan's strength was very terrifying. When Su Yan fought with Rosen, Chao Juming also saw him. Yes, I will naturally give you the fiend overlord's heart. But I can tell you clearly that the next fiend overlord's heart won't be yours. Chao Juming didn't say anything, but continued to look at Su Yan. If Su Yan said that he would immediately give the next fiend overlord's heart to him, then he would have already fled. Because he didn't believe that there was such a good person in this world. Su Yan continued, "Actually, the reason why you were targeted by the fiend overlord has nothing to do with me. We didn't do anything to you, but it was because of you. You might not know, but you were injured by the fiend overlord. Therefore, the fiend overlord's aura has been mixed into your body." Su Yan's words immediately made Chao Juming's expression change. If Su Yan was lying to him, then so be it. But what if what he said was true? If this was true, didn't it mean that he had nowhere to go at this time? No matter where he went, he would be sensed by the fiend overlords. Is what you said true? At this time, he was really a little scared. He really wanted to hear from Su Yan that this was just a lie. But at this time, Su Yan said, "I think you should know very well whether I'm lying to you or not." "Do you think I need to lie to you?" Su Yan asked directly. After hearing Su Yan's words, Chao Juming suddenly froze, and his expression became extremely gloomy. Because he knew that Su Yan was right, and there was no need for him to lie to him. What happened earlier was actually a very good proof of that. "Tell me, how do we cooperate?" After all, Chao Juming was also someone who had experienced life and death, so he calmed himself down and asked directly. "Very well, it seems that you've calmed down. Then, let's talk about our direct cooperation. Su Yan continued, I don't need to say much about your current situation. As long as you're here, you will be the target of those fiends. If you're alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive. But now, we can work together. Su Yan continued, you'll be in charge of luring the fiends, and we'll be in charge of killing them. But as I said just now, I can't give you the next fiend Overlord's heart. We'll give you the next one. But after obtaining the fiend Overlord's heart, you can't leave immediately. You have to continue helping us. Of course, if you encounter any danger, you can leave immediately. What do you think? At this time, Chao Juming's heart was also hesitating. To be honest, his heart was shaken. He had to admit that Su Yan's method was indeed good. But he also had his concerns. Cooperation was based on the status of both parties being equal. But now, compared to Su Yan and the others, the gap was too big. Their strength had completely surpassed his own. If they wanted to go back on their words and kill him, he didn't have much strength to resist. My Taihang sword faction is not your limitless demon sect. I, Feng Yuhai, guarantee that since you've already cooperated with us, as long as you don't do anything harmful to us, we'll do our best to ensure your safety. Moreover, we won't go back on our words. I think my name is enough. At this time, he couldn't help but look at Feng Yuhai. Feng Yuhai, the second strongest person in the Taihang sword faction, and the leader of the younger generation of the Feng family. His reputation had always been very resounding. Logically speaking, his guarantee was indeed enough. But this was a matter related to his life. He didn't want any accidents to happen. At this time, Su Yan suddenly said, forget it, let's go. Cooperation depends on sincerity. Since you don't trust us, we won't force you. Although there's not much time left, we should still have a chance to kill a few fiends. Chapter 703. Female Literature. After Su Yan finished speaking, he actually left without turning his head back. Chao Juming, this guy left really straightforwardly, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. He left just like that. At this moment, Chao Juming finally said, all right, I promise you that we will cooperate. However, you have to remember what you said just now. The next heart of devil will be mine. Moreover, I promise you that after I obtain the heart of devil, I will continue to stay and help you. However, I hope you remember what you said. Once you are in danger, I will leave without hesitation. Su Yan said directly. At this moment, Su Yan said, all right, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Chao Juming also smiled and nodded. At this moment, it was time to send Feng Yueyu away. Feng Yueyu was straightforward and did not say much nonsense. However, this girl was also very bold. She actually sneaked up on Su Yan in front of everyone and kissed him on the cheek before leaving. Seeing this scene, Meng Yang almost shouted, Sister Mu, look at this. The moral degeneration of the world is really not what it used to be. This Su Yan is really too outrageous. He actually deceived another girl. Sister Mu, you have to stay away from him. From the beginning, I already knew that this guy is a bastard with a human face but a beast's heart. Meng Yang was heartbroken at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's eyebrows were twitching continuously. At this moment, he wished he could directly beat up this bastard Meng Yang. Can we still be friends happily? How dare he insult me like this? Moreover, it was clearly Feng Yueyu's sneak attack. I am also a victim. At this moment, Mu Tianqing also smiled and said, Little Yan is indeed a little dissolute. Hee hee. Hearing Mu Tianqing's words, Meng Yang immediately became very happy. Ha, Su Yan, look, even Sister Mu said that you are a playboy. It can be seen that you are indeed not a good person. Su Yan. Did she say that I am a playboy? Were romantic and unfaithful the same concept? However, Mu Tianxing continued, however, the fact that Su Yan can be so popular with girls is also a reflection of his charm. Meng Yang, you can't compare to Su Yan in this aspect. When Meng Yang heard this, he immediately felt as if his HP bar had been emptied. Su Yan no longer paid any attention to Meng Yang. Now, they needed to reorganize themselves. Although he had already slain 2 demon overlords and things seemed to be going smoothly, Su Yan wouldn't let this temporary victory get to his head. He clearly knew that he was still in a dangerous situation at the moment. They still had a long way to go if they wanted to leave this place immediately. At this time, Chao Juming also got some rest. Su Yan had a way to temporarily conceal his aura. After all, if a demon lord appeared at this time, it would be extremely bad for them. Su Yan had devoured a demon god's demon core in the past. Naturally, he had some ability to do so. If he didn't succeed in negotiating with Chao Juming, then according to Su Yan's plan, he would be the bait himself. On Divine Demon Island, Xue Xinyue was restless at this moment. She was pacing back and forth on Divine Demon Island. At this moment, she was the only one in this huge place. None of the others had successfully returned. From this, it could be seen. At this moment, how difficult was it to hunt down a demon overlord? If it weren't for Su Yan's countermeasure, it would be very difficult for them to hunt down a demon overlord. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed, and then another person appeared. Feng Yueyu. At this moment, she had also returned safely. The 2 women were naturally happy to reunite. At this moment, Feng Yueyu said, "Little Yu, don't worry, our family's Su Yan is very capable. 2 people have already returned." Hee, this Su Yan is a bit interesting. Divine Demon Island Master said softly. At this moment, he suddenly stood up. Hee, those idiots are here again. They always come to bother me. How annoying. Just as he was speaking, there was suddenly an endless terrifying suppression in this world. That terrifying aura appeared directly at this moment. Such a berserk power was simply frightening. That kind of berserk aura was truly incomparably terrifying. Such power was much stronger than that of a holy venerate. It reminded Su Yan of the scene when Evil Sword Icy Jade appeared. Obviously, there were peerless experts who had arrived at this moment. At this moment, terrifying thunderclouds gathered in the sky one after another. There seemed to be a few terrifying demons hidden in the thunderclouds. Such a power was simply terrifying. Whether it was those who were fighting or those who were hiding at the side. Whether it was the humans who came from Divine Demon Island this time or those terrifying demon overlords, after feeling such a huge suppression, they subconsciously knelt down. That terrifying power seemed to make all living beings kneel down. At this moment, Su Yan's knees unconsciously bent down. Under such a power, even he could not resist it and almost could not help but kneel down. However, he was very clear in his heart. No matter what, he could not kneel down. Su Yan did not have the habit of kneeling down to others. Moreover, the other party was not a human, but a demon. That was even more impossible. However, this power was simply too terrifying. Under such an aura, it seemed that the entire world could not resist. You want me, Su Yan, to kneel down? Impossible. At this moment, the heart of the great demon dragon and Buddha's heart in Su Yan's body violently beat. The power of the 2 hearts exploded at the same time. Under such a power, Su Yan's aura finally stabilized a little. Human reptile, die. As this thought fell, there was finally a terrifying lightning that began to fall from the terrifying thunderclouds. Such a terrifying power simply shook the heavens and earth. It seemed that such a power was everything in this world. However, at this moment, the voice of the Divine Demon Island's island master was heard. How annoying. It's like this every time. In front of me, do you really think you can kill people? Inside the Divine Demon Island, there was a sudden burst of light. When this light appeared, the thunderclouds that filled the sky were actually dispelled at this moment. How powerful was this power? Although everyone knew that the Divine Demon Island's Island Master was definitely very terrifying, when they saw his means at this moment, they were still terrified. With a wave of his hand, he changed the weather. Could it be that he was the legendary Tao Master? One must know that even the old antiques and their sects would not have such terrifying power. At this moment, they were really terrified. It's you again. At this moment, an extremely terrifying shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. That shadow was really indomitable. When he appeared, it seemed that he was the only one in the entire world. This was his strength, and also his strength. It was so terrifying and so frightening. Such a demonic shadow, just standing in front of him, already made people feel despair. At this moment, the Divine Demon Island reappeared. That's right. Of course, it's me again. Hee hee, I'm just bringing my little friends here to play. Saint Demon God. Hee hee, it's quite interesting. However, you're not my opponent. If you want to fight with me, I don't mind. Anyway, your place is already broken enough. I don't mind destroying this world. The Divine Demon Island's Island Master played it down, but when everyone heard this, they were extremely agitated. He said that he didn't mind destroying this world. Exactly how powerful was he to be able to say such words? However, everyone knew that he was definitely not joking. He definitely had the ability to do so. If he wanted to do so, he would definitely be able to do it. Island Master of Divine Devil Island, don't be too proud. The king of the 10 great Saint Devil gods is about to return. When that time comes, your world will definitely be destroyed. My devil race will sweep across the universe, and your world will be conquered by us sooner or later. The two great experts communicated with each other using their unique thoughts. At this moment, the Divine Demon Island Master said, I know. You have to say such nonsense every time you come. Call those old fogies back. Hee hee, moreover, you didn't succeed last time. This time, you won't succeed either. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I'm here to train my troops. If anyone above the Demon Lord level dares to appear, I'll immediately flip the table. After the Divine Demon Island Master finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the huge demon and disappeared. That huge Saint Demon God's shadow that stood between heaven and earth finally disappeared. Your world will be destroyed in the end. Moreover, this day won't be long. Finally, his huge shadow disappeared. Following the disappearance of his shadow, the terrifying pressure also dissipated. At this moment, the Divine Demon Island Master's voice sounded again, all right, everyone. I've already talked to the master of this place. He will be very happy to help you train. However, the time is almost up. If you can't get the Demon Lord's heart, I won't wait for you. This voice clearly appeared in everyone's mind. His casual words made everyone's hearts become even more anxious. Stay here. What kind of joke was this? Staying in this place would definitely result in death. And at that moment, more devils appeared on the horizon in the distance. At this moment, Su Yan exhaled. Previously, under the terrifying pressure of the Saint Demon God, he insisted on not kneeling down. This had taken a huge toll on him. If he didn't have the Buddha's heart under the great demon dragon, which made his strength far surpass others, it would be impossible for him to recover. However, his original plan was disrupted at this moment. Originally, as long as they cooperated with Chao Jiuming and continued to lure the Demon Lord, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to immediately leave this place. However, at this moment, a large group of greater demons was charging towards them from the distant horizon. Such a large number of greater demons was definitely no joke. If they weren't careful, they would all die here. Moreover, it seemed that they couldn't take any shortcuts at this moment. At this moment, we can no longer use lure to kill. Chao Juming, I will conceal your aura. Of course, if you don't want to fight alongside us, you can leave now, Su Yan said directly. Since we've already chosen to form an alliance, I'll naturally fight alongside you. He wasn't an idiot. Just because of the aura on his body. If he were to become a Lone Ranger, wouldn't he be digging his own grave? Therefore, at this moment, the wisest thing to do was to act together with Su Yan. Alright, since you have made such a choice, I hope you won't do anything that crosses the line. Of course, I also believe that you won't be so stupid. At this moment, the demon army had already charged over. The powerhouses of the human race had also started to fight. At this moment, the island master of Divine Demon Island was lying on his rocking chair with his eyes closed. However, he said in his heart, everyone, survive. If you can't even withstand such a small scene, who will be able to resist the demons when they attack the world in the future? The mysterious Divine Demon Island would appear almost every few decades and randomly take away a portion of the powerhouses. Of the experts who were taken away, only a few were able to survive and return in the end. As for the others, they simply disappeared. No one knew why the Divine Demon Island did this. However, those who came back alive were very secretive about this matter. Even if their masters asked, they wouldn't easily reveal this matter. Chapter 704. Female Literature. The reason for that was because this matter was truly of great importance. Actually, there was one thing that no one knew. Those who had successfully walked out of the Divine Demon Island, regardless of their identity or status, had all mysteriously disappeared in the end. It was also because of this reason that the Divine Demon Island was so secretive. They even felt that it was an ominous place. In fact, they didn't know that this seemingly lazy island master of the Divine Demon Island did this in order to deal with the devil race. The devil race was fully deserving of the title of locusts in the universe. Everywhere they went, everything would be destroyed. In this universe, it was unknown how many civilizations had been destroyed by them. Although the invasion of the devil race was stopped in the end. However, the vitality of the 9 prefectures world was damaged. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Although the current 9 prefectures world seemed to be thriving, compared to the ancient times, it was still too far away. If the devil race directly invaded at this time, the 9 prefectures world wouldn't have any ability to resist. At least in the current 9 prefectures world, no one could stop them. No one knew the identity of the island master of the Divine Demon Island, but he had already started to plan since a long time ago. And this was the meaning of the existence of the Divine Demon Island. At this time, the devil army had already swarmed over. Under the threat of death, no one was lucky. They knew that at this moment, if they didn't live, they would die. So at this time, they all used all their strength. And at this time, Su Yan said to everyone, form the formation. Listen to my wisdom, split up the position of your combat power, and try to kill this devil with the smallest price. Remember, our goal is not these little devils, but the devil overlord. Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, Meng Yang, Mu Tianxing, and now Chao Juming, there were exactly 5 people. And at this time, Su Yan told everyone to split up the position of their combat power, which was the position of the 5 elements. The 5 elements were the foundation of all things. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements combined into one, the power was invincible. Although a person's strength was fierce, there was a limit after all. And when they formed the 5 elements formation, they could communicate with each other and relay. This effect was far from as simple as the 5 elements being stacked together. This array was obtained by Su Yan in his previous life. It was just that there was no spiritual qi in the original world, and such a formation was only slightly more flexible. But now, it was different. In this world with spiritual energy, the magical effect of this array was immediately reflected. At this moment, the way the others looked at Su Yan had changed. They had never thought that there would be such an ingenious array formation in this world. If their sects could master such an array formation, then their strength would increase by a lot in an instant. Junior brother Su Yan is truly a genius to be able to come up with such a formation. Truly amazing. I've lived for so long, but it's only now that I know that such a miraculous technique actually exists in this world. Feng Yuhai said directly. He wasn't exaggerating at all. The Taihang sword faction was famous for their swordsmanship, and their sword chi was the best in the world. However, the swords of ordinary disciples didn't have much power. That was because their aura wasn't enough, so it was impossible for them to release powerful sword chi. However, if Su Yan could really teach them the 5-element sword technique, then it would naturally become very powerful when the aura of the 5 people was linked. Su Yan seemed to have opened a new door this time. When Su Yan heard Feng Yuhai's words, his face turned red. No matter how thick-skinned he was too embarrassed to say that he created it. However, it wasn't appropriate to say that at this moment, so he said, I've already told you some of the techniques of this array formation. Based on everyone's comprehension ability, I don't think it'll be a problem, but I still have to say that the most important thing for such a sword array is unity. At this moment, Su Yan's expression had become extremely serious. During a battle, if we can't work together, not only will we not be able to kill the enemy, but we might also be implicated by this array formation. I'm sure everyone understands what I'm trying to say. Chao Jiuming frowned. Of course, he knew that Su Yan's words were actually meant for him. After all, the 4 of them were friends, and he was the only outsider. Moreover, he was on the opposite side of them. At this moment, he nodded and said, Okay, I know what's good for me. At this time, I definitely won't be a burden to you. As he spoke, the group of evil demons from the individual division had already charged over. At this moment, the real battle had also begun. For everyone here, this was an extremely terrifying and frightening battle. If they couldn't win this battle, they would die here. Therefore, for everyone, there was no way out. In the seemingly endless evil demon sea, Meng Yang suddenly roared, Su Yan, I found the evil demon Overlord. Evil demon Overlord. The key to this battle was the evil demon Overlord. Only by killing the evil demon Overlord could they survive. Charge over, I'll open a path. Su Yan's scorching sun sword appeared directly, and then he roared, Sword Dance of the Fish Dragon. The first move of the Regal Sword Codex, Sword Dance of the Fish Dragon. The moment the sword fell, a terrifying crimson fish dragon appeared directly at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's realm had already risen to 5 dragons, and his accumulation was even more robust. When the sword slashed out, it was no longer the same as before. A terrifying shadow appeared directly on the horizon, and the violent power was simply terrifying. That terrifying power rose directly at this moment. All the evil demons in front of the fish dragon were directly devoured by the fish dragon. It was so simple, yet so violent. It was clearly just a sword chi that Su Yan had slashed out. However, at this moment, it seemed as if the sword chi had come alive. This power was simply too terrifying. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake hanging on Su Yan's neck sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of monster is this? He seems to be very powerful. At this moment, the fish dragon was just a sword chi, so it naturally could not be compared to him. However, the sea-splitter demonic snake was able to discern the bigger picture. Although he had only seen a single beam of sword energy, he was able to picture the terrifying scene of the ichthyosaur soaring through the sky and devouring everything in its path. This was simply too shocking for him. At this moment, he admired Su Yan even more. His master was really not simple, to actually have such terrifying power. Now, he was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of level his master could reach. A ray of fish dragon sword chi dissipated, and a path actually appeared in front of Su Yu and others. Although it was the first time the 5 of them had used the 5-element sword formation, the 5 of them were all very powerful and naturally stood out from the rest. At this moment, they directly displayed their power, and the lethality of the 5-element sword formation immediately manifested. The powerful sword formation rolled forward, and the terrifying power was simply like a meat grinder. Everything was directly annihilated by this terrifying power. Regardless of whether it was the great demon or the little demon, it was impossible for them to affect him in the slightest. At this moment, the demon overlord in front of them had already noticed the change at this time. Roar! Die! This thought burst out, and its huge body directly charged towards Su Yan and the others. Its speed was very fast, and such a huge body did not hinder it at all. Instead, it made its power even more powerful. This aura was very terrifying, and it was assisted by the great demon and the little demon. Its aura was even more terrifying, and Su Yan, who was at the forefront of the 5-element sword formation, was naturally the first to be affected. Such a terrifying power directly hit his face. At this moment, Su Yan's sword chi directly flashed. At this moment, the exquisiteness of the 5-element sword formation was displayed, and the aura of the other 5 people directly gathered in his body. Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. He suddenly jumped, then raised his sword and slashed down. That terrifying aura drew a long track in the sky. The terrifying radiance was about to drown everything. Right now, Su Yan was just like a deity. It was as if he was omnipotent at this moment. Such an aura was directly displayed, and even the demon overlord took a step back at this time. Obviously, at this time, it was already afraid of Su Yan's aura. What a terrifying sword! Feng Yuhai's strength was the closest to Su Yan here. However, after seeing such a sword, even Feng Yuhai's heart palpitated. Of course, he knew that the reason why Su Yan could slash out such a sword was closely related to them. However, because of this, he felt that Su Yan was even more terrifying. This was simply a power that could not be achieved by humans. Su Yan was actually so powerful. It had to be known that the sword chi could be transmitted, but there was a prerequisite, and that was that Su Yan's body could withstand such power. They were not weaklings, and the power of the other 4 people was directly concentrated on one person. For him, this was a huge pressure. If it were him, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand it. This was not belittling himself, but a fact. However, at this time, Su Yan seemed to be at ease. So the current Su Yan is already so terrifying. It seems that I am no longer his opponent now. Perhaps Wang Baichuan can only fight with Su Yan when he activates the true nirvana state. During the competition of the Taxing 10 Swords, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan fought to a draw, but only he knew that at that time, Wang Baichuan could not display his true strength at all. Chapter 705. Female literature. Therefore, at that time, although he attached great importance to Su Yan, he really didn't regard Su Yan as an opponent who could really fight with him. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to admit that Su Yan's strength had already surpassed his. This guy is really abnormal. The light of the Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash had enveloped everything. His sword directly destroyed everything, and the terrifying power was directly penetrated at this time. Even the defense of the Fiend Lord was cut down by the sword at this time. The Fiend Lord let out a roar of shock and anger. He already felt that Su Wei's threat was wrong. But he was still unwilling. He was so powerful, but at this time, he was actually so weak in front of this human. The Fiend Lord kept roaring. Just as Su Yan was about to give him another sword strike, something strange happened. At this moment, the imps beside him suddenly roared in pain. Then, their bodies dissipated. The imps seemed to have turned into gray smoke, and then went toward the Fiend Lord's body. Hundreds, or even thousands, of imps all did the same at this time. Not only the imps, but even the great fiends were the same. These imps actually self-destructed, and then went toward the Fiend Lord's body. At this time, Su Yan narrowed his eyes. He felt that this scene seemed to be very familiar. It seemed that he had seen it not long ago. Demon God Armament. Su Yan suddenly remembered where he had seen such a scene. That was when Rosen displayed the Demon God Armament. At that time, Rosen summoned countless imps, and then began to display the Demon God Armament. After he displayed the Demon God Armament, the imps around him began to move, and then gathered toward him. In the end, they finally became an extremely terrifying Demon God Armament. That armor was indeed incomparably terrifying. Even at this moment, Su Yan still remembered it vividly. That terrifying power, as well as the constant evolution, caused him to be extremely fearful. At this moment, the Devil Overlord's methods were exactly the same as Rosen's. There must be some connection between the two. Su Yan was sure of this. However, the mystery behind it was not something he could guess at the moment. After all, the Devil God Armament was not refined by Rosen himself. Its real owner should be that extremely powerful and terrifying old man. Su Yan had already experienced countless battles and had seen many extremely powerful monsters. However, this old man was definitely one of the most terrifying monsters. Although Su Yan had only fought with him for a short period of time, he had even defeated him. However, Su Yan knew that he was just lucky. That old man could only use the Devil God Armament to fight him. In such a situation, the old man's power that could be transmitted over was probably extremely weak. But even so, he had already forced himself to the point where he didn't have much strength to fight back. If he hadn't directly comprehended the Sword of Daybreak at the last moment and directly crushed the old man with an incomparably powerful aura. In that case, it was really unknown who won and who lost. Therefore, after that battle, Su Yan had already remembered this old man in his heart. He knew that the old man was from the Devil's Sect. Sooner or later, there would be a battle between him and the Devil's Sect. At this moment, the gap in strength between him and himself was really too big. If the old man attacked him, then he would definitely not be his opponent. More importantly, the old man had already said that he wanted to treat him as another seed. In that case, it meant that the old man had already targeted him. It was only a matter of time before they faced each other. At this time, since he had discovered that the Devil Overlord could display a power very similar to his, Su Yan was naturally very concerned. At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Su Yan, kill him. You must not let him finish devouring. Otherwise, he will become even more terrifying. Naturally, Su Yan also knew this point. At this moment, his sword intent had already condensed directly. But at this time, he still didn't make a move but waited. The terrifying black power continued to condense, and in the end, it had almost merged with his body. At this time, Su Yan immediately knew that it was time. If he didn't make a move at this time, then it would be time for these powers to completely merge with his body. At this time, Su Yan directly transformed into a stream of light, and the moment he attacked, the other four people directly gathered their power towards his body. Su Yan's own strength was very powerful. At this time, with the power of these four people, his aura was even more terrifying. Deity Vanquishing Sword. At this time, Su Yan's aura changed. At this moment, his aura was like that of a giant demon. At this time, the terrifying power was directly activated. Then, he slashed down with his sword. Su Yan's sword was really exquisite. He actually slashed the demon overlord's body when the terrifying aura was about to merge with it. This was the opportunity that Su Yan deliberately grasped. Because he knew that only at this time, only at the moment when the two powers merged into one, this power was the most terrifying. Because at this time, the demon overlord's body began to accept the new power. In order to be able to merge with the devoured power, he naturally wanted to reduce his defense. Su Yan's timing was so clever. If he was a little faster, the demon overlord's original armor wouldn't have relaxed. At this time, although the demon overlord's power was powerful, Su Yan couldn't guarantee that he could defeat him directly. But if his power was a little later, it would be even more dangerous. It was almost impossible for his power to hurt the demon overlord. So at this moment, it was the best opportunity. Su Yan's sword chi directly pierced the demon overlord's body and flesh. At this moment, the powerful demon overlord immediately roared in pain. Compared to before, this roar was clearly more painful. Because Su Yan's sword had already taken his life. Die! Su Yan roared. His sword finally pierced through the demon overlord's body. Then he immediately took out the demon overlord's heart. With this heart in hand, Su Yan immediately returned. Big Sister Mu, take it. Su Yan said directly. At this time, Chao Juming clearly revealed a look of desire. However, he didn't say anything because this was according to the agreement. The next demon overlord's heart was his. Big Sister Mu, leave now. Su Yan said directly. But at this time, Mu Tianqing said, no, I can't leave at this time because once I leave, the 5-element sword formation will be missing one person. Don't worry, for me, this is just a small matter. Mu Tianqing's words made Su Yan frown slightly, but he knew that this was Mu Tianqing's good intention. Moreover, he also understood that among everyone, Big Sister Mu's strength was actually the most terrifying. Since she didn't want to go back at this time, then let her be. However, he still said, okay, Big Sister Mu, in that case, you can stay here first. But you have to keep this demon overlord's heart first. If you encounter something, immediately activate it and then leave. Mu Tianqing nodded. Then Su Yan's gaze fell on Chao Juming. Mr. Chao, don't worry, the next demon overlord's heart is yours. We will keep our word. Among the group, this person was the real unstable factor. His willpower was very important to everyone. After all, just as Mu Tianqing said, the 5-element sword formation needed 5 people. Moreover, the 5 of them had to be of one mind. If Chao Juming had a change of heart, then the 5-element sword formation would naturally fall apart without any attack. In this case, there wasn't much meaning for Mu Tianqing to stay. Chao Juming said, okay. It was then that his brows suddenly furrowed, because he realized that the imps around him were closing in on him at an abnormal speed. And it's the demon overlord's heart. Su Yan immediately knew that it must be the demon overlord's heart that attracted them. These imps only had battle instincts and didn't have much intelligence. They instinctively sensed the demon overlord's heart and immediately came here. If they could devour the demon overlord's heart, then their lives would immediately transform and their strength would increase instantly. Su Yan was already a little impatient. If they were surrounded by these imps, then they were bound to become the target of public criticism. At that time, even more demons would be attracted to this place. So at this moment, he directly displayed his strength and suppressed the demon overlord's aura. But this was far from enough. Since those imps had gathered like flies, they wouldn't stop. Su Yan urged the aura in his body. At this moment, a powerful thunderbolt aura was released. After sensing this aura, Feng Yuhai and the others were even more surprised. Su Yan actually has a thunderbolt aura. Is he a monster? His sword aura was already so powerful, but at this moment, there was still a thunderbolt aura in his body. He must be a monster. Otherwise, how could a person have so much power? At this moment, electric arcs were released from Su Yan's body. The electric arcs were like electric snakes. Chapter 706. Female Literature, under the impact of such a terrifying and secret technique's electric arc, the little demon died like a blade of grass. Meng Yang, have you found the next fiend overlord? Su Yan asked directly. In the northeast. Meng Yang said directly. With the aura of the next fiend overlord, they didn't stop and directly charged towards it. There was no need to doubt the power of a fiend overlord. But Su Yan and the others now had enough strength to kill these fiend overlords. Since that was the case, they naturally didn't need to be polite. Under the 5-element sword formation, Su Yan's full power could almost compete with a venerable. Although the fiend overlord's strength was terrifying, it wasn't a demon god. Soon, on the 3rd day, the fiend overlord was also killed by Su Yan. The fiend overlord's heart fell into Su Yan's hands. Su Yan didn't hesitate and directly threw the fiend overlord's heart towards Chao Juming. Chao Juming looked at the fiend lord's heart coming towards him. At this moment, he couldn't help but get excited. This fiend's heart was the key to life. In fact, when he agreed to cooperate with Su Yan, he wasn't sure if Su Yan would keep his promise. He was just taking a gamble. After all, his situation at that time was really bad. He had an unconcealable aura that could be sensed by many fiends, so he was afraid that only death awaited him. So at that time, he could only act as a dead horse. But now, Su Yan actually gave it to him so straightforwardly. He simply didn't dare to believe it. When he held the fiend overlord's heart in his hand, he truly felt that his life was once again under his control. At this time, Su Yan directly said, "Mr. Chao, now that you have the fiend overlord's heart in your hand, I wonder what Mr. Chao plans to do." This was a very important decision for everyone present. Although at the very beginning, Su Yan said that he wanted Chao Juming to help them until everyone obtained a fiend's heart, or leave when they encountered an unmanageable danger. But after all, the initiative was now in his hands. If he chose to leave now, then everyone would be helpless. At this time, Chao Juming was indeed very excited. In his opinion, the sooner he left, the better. After all, this place was really too dangerous. Although they seemed to be fighting fiercely all the way, who could guarantee that they could continue like this? If they encountered a powerful fiend at this time, then all of their lives would be lost. Although the fiend overlord's heart could allow him to leave immediately, what if it was too late? There were always too many unknowns in such a terrifying place. So for his own safety, the most important thing he should do was to directly teleport and leave immediately. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. Leave immediately. Of course, he wanted to, but he finally said, "Mr. Su Yan, and everyone, please don't worry. Since I, Chao Juming, have promised you before, I won't go back on my words. But let me say the ugly words first. If I encounter any danger that I can't resolve, I will still leave." Upon hearing his words, Su Yan said, "Okay, that's what you should do." And also at this moment, Meng Yang directly slapped him on the shoulder. "Good, old Chao. I knew you were a reliable brother and comrade. From the first time I saw you, I knew that you were different from the other fiends." Meng Yang's appearance made people think that he and Chao Juming were long-lost brothers. But he forgot that when he hit Chao Juming with the stick, he didn't hold back at all. That solid hit caused Chao Juming great pain. At that time, Chao Juming had made up his mind to kill Meng Yang. "Okay, there's no time to lose. Now we still lack 3 devil overlords. Let's go." As long as the 5-element sword formation could be maintained, Su Yan and the others would have a great advantage. It had to be said that the battle this time was very dangerous. Who knew how many of the people who came here had died? After a few hours, Su Yan and the others had obtained 2 more devil overlord hearts. At this moment, except for Su Yan, everyone had one in their hands. Damn it, there's not much time left. Where are the devil overlords? Where did those idiots go? Why aren't they coming out at this time? Meng Yang roared at the top of his lungs. There wasn't much time left. When the time was up, those who had the Devil Overlord hearts would be directly sent back. But those who didn't have the Devil Overlord hearts would be left in this place. No one thought that this was a joke. Because they believed that the Devil Overlord would definitely do such a thing. They were clear that at this moment, there was only one way to survive, and that was to obtain the Devil Overlord's heart. According to Su Yan and the others' methods, it wasn't difficult to hunt down the Devil Overlord. But at this moment, they encountered a problem, and that was, they couldn't find the Devil Overlord. This was an inconceivable thing. No, it should be said that this was an extremely shitty matter. But this matter happened just like that. Without the Devil Overlord's heart, it meant that one of the 5 people couldn't be taken away. No matter who it was, even Su Yan, once they were left in this place, only death awaited them. Everyone was clear about this. What should we do? Damn it, where's that trash? Where's that group of devils? Where did they go? Why didn't they appear? Meng Yang roared furiously. How could this be? Mu Tianqing said softly. And at this moment, Chao Juming began to feel uneasy. At this moment, they couldn't hunt down the Devil Overlord. If they were really lacking a Devil Overlord's heart, then wouldn't the one in his hand be their final choice? After all, he wasn't related to them in any way, and strictly speaking, they were still enemies. At the very beginning, he came here because he harbored evil intentions towards them. He knew a principle, and that was, when the birds were gone, the good bough would be put away, and the cunning rabbit would be cooked. Then, did he count as one? At this moment, he inadvertently took a step back. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly turned to him. His heart skipped a beat. Are they going to make a move? If they really made a move, then what were the chances of him escaping from their hands? No matter how he calculated, he found that his chances of escaping seemed to be very slim. Su Yan said, Mr. Chao, you've helped us a lot. You've also completed what you promised us. So, Mr. Chao, you should leave this devil battlefield first. Hearing Su Yan's words, Chao Juming was stunned. You want me to leave first? He really couldn't understand why Su Yan would say such words at this time. They should have made a move at this time. Anyway, he wasn't their friend. If they snatched his heart, then wouldn't they be able to rest easy? But now, Su Yan wanted him to leave directly. This guy really didn't want to snatch the heart in his hand, or was he acting to make him lower his guard? He couldn't tell. At this moment, Su Yan said, I know what Mr. Chao is worried about. Don't worry, we will never attack our friends. Although Mr. Chao and we can't be considered friends, this time, no matter what the purpose is, Mr. Chao is still our comrade in arms. So, we won't attack you. Since we've promised you, then this heart is yours. Yes, old Chao, I'm an upright and selfless person. Since I've promised you, I won't snatch your things. At this moment, they actually turned around and left. Whether it was Su Yan or the others, they left just like that. There was no sense of nostalgia at all. He wasn't stupid. He immediately knew that Su Yan did this to avoid suspicion. He wanted to tell him that he would never covet the demon heart in his hand. Now that they were far away, he could activate the ceremony at this time and directly return to Divine Demon Island. They actually let me go just like that. This group of people. He was a little speechless. If it were him, he would naturally make a move at this time. If it were other people, even if the person next to him was his good friend, in the face of life and death, he wouldn't care and just snatch it first. He had seen this kind of thing far too many times. In the past, he never believed that there were righteous people in this world. But now, he believed it. At this time, he suddenly made a decision. At this time, he didn't activate the ceremony and leave directly. Instead, he directly followed them. He said to Su Yan, "Mr. Su Yan, please wait a moment." Mr. Chow, is there anything else?" Su Yan asked. At this time, Chow Juming said, "Everyone is a righteous person. No matter what your standpoint is, you're right. We're comrades now. Since we're comrades, I naturally won't leave my comrades. Anyway, it doesn't seem like there's much to do if I leave now." Meng Yang laughed, "Ha ha ha. Old Chow, I knew you were a good person. Don't worry, the next time I hit you, I'll be gentler." Chow Juming unnoticeably distanced himself from Meng Yang. He was afraid that his idiocy might be contagious. Chapter 707. Female Literature. Su Yan, no matter what, we can't find the fiend overlords now. What do you plan to do? This was what he was very puzzled about. Logically speaking, Su Yan should be very anxious at this time. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not show any signs of panic. Su Yan said, "It's not that there aren't any fiend overlords. I think, if I'm not wrong, these fiend overlords should have been driven away by someone." Hearing Su Yan's words, Chow Juming was taken aback. Driving away fiends. Someone could do such a thing. Could it be that the mysterious island master made a move? But there was no need for him to do so. Su Yan said with a smile, "I know, such a thing seems very inconceivable, but there is indeed someone in our group who can do it." After Su Yan's words fell, Feng Yuhai suddenly said, "You're talking about Rosen of the Ghost-Killing Hall." Everyone was startled at the mention of this name. This Rosen was definitely not simple. There was naturally no need to say how powerful he was. If he really wanted to do so, then he might indeed have the ability. After all, last time in the Outer Realm, he directly summoned an imp. Although the difference in strength between an imp and a fiend overlord was too great. But according to Su Yan's words, it seemed that it was possible. Whether it was him or not, we'll know when we go and take a look. I can already feel his aura. After Su Yan finished speaking, he turned to Chow Juming and said, "So, Mr. Chow, I think it's better if you don't follow us." Su Yan's meaning was very clear. Chow Juming was born in the Devil's Sect, and Rosen was also a member of the Devil's Sect. If he continued to follow them, he would be in an awkward position no matter what. However, at this time, Chow Juming said, "Su Yan, you don't have to worry about me. Although I am also a member of the Devil's Sect, I am not from his ghost-killing hall. Not to mention that his ghost-killing hall has already declined, even if it has not declined, so what? I, Chow Juming, am not afraid of him." Those who came from the Devil's Sect were all proud and arrogant. This was something that Su Yan had witnessed today. However, since this person didn't mind, Su Yan naturally wouldn't say anything. "Alright, then let's go together." Su Yan's guess was not wrong. This was indeed Rosen's doing. At this moment, Rosen's entire body was covered by the Devil God armament. It had to be said that the Devil God armament was really powerful. Inside the beginning of the ghost killing, the aura belonging to the First Elder had already been sealed. So in a short period of time, Rosen no longer had to worry about that old thing appearing again. The mission on Divine Demon Island this time might be extremely difficult for others. But to him, it was a little easy. And the key to this was the Devil God armament. When he first obtained the Devil God armament, he knew that it must be a very powerful treasure. Later on, in the battle between him and Su Yan, this item had even displayed its terrifying ability. He almost directly defeated Su Yan. This thing was really too terrifying. And this time, he once again witnessed the terror of this thing. At this time, the Devil God armament was actually able to affect the Devil clan. And it wasn't an ordinary little devil, but a Devil Lord. Of course, he couldn't control the Devil Lord at this time. But he could affect the Devil Lord's thoughts. If he was alone, he would not be able to do this. However, he just so happened to have a treasure. It was the existence of this treasure that allowed him to do this. This thing was the beginning of the ghost killing. With such conditions, he naturally obtained the Devil Lord's heart very easily. And that wasn't all. Rosen's ambition was very big. In the past, he wanted to take control of the ghost-killing hall, then become the son of the devil, and directly become the master of the devil's sect. But now, because of that mysterious old man, taking control of the ghost-killing hall seemed to be impossible. However, although he was unable to take control of the ghost-killing hall, he could still do many things. The first thing he did now was to make these guys listen to him. Normally, it wouldn't be easy to do this, but now, this was an opportunity given to him by the heavens. At this time, he was enough to control the Devil Lord. Although it only affected their thoughts to a certain extent, it was enough. He made these Devil Lords stop coming. Just this point alone was enough to control everything. Without the demon overlords, it was naturally impossible for these powerhouses to hunt the demon overlords. And without the Devil Lord's heart, whether they could survive or not was a problem. This move could be said to be ruthless. How is it? Haven't you thought about it yet? Will you submit to me? If you submit to me as your master, then I will let the Devil Lord come over. Otherwise, you won't be able to obtain these Devil Lords. He said with a sneer. At this moment, everyone was gnashing their teeth in hatred towards him. This damn thing, he really deserved to die. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do to him at this time. After all, the current Rosen was really powerful. That strange armor was simply too terrifying. His strength was shocking. The aura within was simply incomparable. Lawson's strength was already very strong, but after he put on this armor, he became even stronger. His strength could almost reach the level of 8 dragons. To everyone, this was already very terrifying. Rosen was so cunning, and his speed was so fast. So now, they had no initiative at all. Damn it, Rosen, you're too ruthless. Aren't you afraid that we'll kill you in the future? One of them said directly. At this moment, the perverted dwarf spoke faintly. Ha ha ha, is your brain rusty? In the future. Do you still have a future? You only have 2 choices now, either submit to young master or die here. Tell me, if that's the case, what do we have to worry about? In the future. The perverted dwarf had long submitted to Rosen. At this moment, the person who spoke earlier had an extremely unpleasant expression. Although they were unwilling to admit it, what that fellow said made sense. They no longer had a future. They would either die here today or be used by Rosen today. At this moment, they were already hesitant because there was not much time left. At this moment, a voice was suddenly heard. You said that they don't have a future. I don't think so. At that moment, everyone turned their gazes over. At this moment, someone actually dared to challenge Rosen's dignity. They wanted to know who had the courage to do so. Su Yen, it's Su Yen. That's Su Yen who fought with Rosen earlier, as well as Feng Yuhai and the others. Rosen naturally saw Su Yen too, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Towards Su Yen, he was simply furious to the extreme. If he was not afraid of Su Yen's strength, he would have attacked Su Yen directly. However, he did not dare to do so in the end. The reason for that was because he still clearly remembered the battle that day. Even though it was the first elder who appeared and directly took control of his body, he still remembered the battle that day. He could not forget how terrifying Su Yen was. Even now, he still couldn't forget that terrifying daybreak sword. Such a terrifying sword that directly erupted and cut through everything. How terrifying was that? Su Yan's terror had already made him extremely fearful. Therefore, he did not dare to fight Su Yen at this time. Su Yen, you actually came here. Humph, I understand, you can't capture the fiend Overlord, so you came here. He immediately became complacent. So what if Su Yan was powerful? In the end, he still couldn't capture the fiend Overlord. Since that was the case, he would be limited by himself. At this moment, Su Yan did not say anything else. Humph, fiend Overlord, I want to see what you're capable of. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly cut his own palm. Then, his blood actually went against the heavens and flew towards the sky. At this time, he suddenly had a bad premonition. This guy, what is he trying to do? Rosen knew Su Yan too well. He deeply understood that Su Yan would never do anything meaningless. Since he was doing this at this time, he must have a purpose. But, what is this guy trying to do? Does he think that his blood can attract those fiend overlords? Fiends do like to eat humans, but at this time, he directly simulated the aura of the demon god with the demon god armament, making them not dare to approach. He did not believe that these fiend overlords would come here for such blood. But at this time, a strange thing suddenly happened. After Su Yan's blood flew to the sky, it began to burn. Almost at the same time, the fiends in the distance suddenly began to riot. All the fiends gathered at this place at this time. Everyone, prepare to fight, your enemy is here. Su Yan said directly. Hearing Su Yan's words, everyone was excited. It was not that they were not strong enough, but that they had no fiends to kill. They did not know what method Rosen used to make these fiends not dare to come over. But at this time, Su Yan actually attracted these fiends again. Impossible, Su Yan, what method did you use? Rosen was really angry. The situation he set up was actually so easily broken by Su Yan. Could it be that Su Yan was really destined to be his jinx? Why is it like this every time? He was clearly going to succeed. But Su Yan suddenly appeared at this time. Su Yan said directly, I used a method. I just broke your method. Speaking of which, Rosen, you are really vicious. You actually want us to die here. The Devil Sect is really ambitious. After Su Yan finished speaking, he ignored Rosen and walked directly into the distance. Chapter 708. Female Literature. Su Yan, of course, wanted to kill Rosen. But he also knew that at this time, the most important person wasn't Rosen, but the Great Devil. After all, there wasn't much time left. If he continued to fight with Rosen, it was hard to guarantee that something unexpected would happen. After all, this Rosen wasn't a weakling. That was why he left directly. At this time, Rosen's face became even uglier. At this time, Su Yan left directly. However, he could feel that everyone's eyes were on him from behind. When Su Yan left, his last sentence seemed to be inadvertent. But in reality, he had a malicious heart. Everyone was already very angry with him. And Su Yan's words directly ignited everyone's anger. In fact, even if Su Yan didn't say it, this enmity had already been formed. But many times, many things were only separated by a fine line. At this time, Su Yan's words made the resentment in everyone's heart even greater. At this time, in his mind, Su Yan had become a sinister and cunning villain. Of course, in his heart, Su Yan's image had never been good. But at this time, it was even more abhorrent. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't pay attention to him. At this time, he directly killed the Great Devil Overlord. For them at this time, beheading the Great Devil Overlord didn't take too much time. This time, the battle ended so easily. I finally got it. Since I've got it, I'll leave now. In that case, I should also take my leave. At this time, Chao Jiuming left directly. And then, Mu Tianqing also left directly. But at this time, Su Yan didn't leave. Su Yan, why haven't you left yet? Meng Yang said. However, Su Yan said, "There's still some time. You can go first." Now that Su Yan was no longer under any pressure, he wanted to stay because he wanted to continue strengthening himself. And these demon lords here were the final sparring partners. With the help of the 5-element sword array, he could indeed display extremely powerful strength and directly kill the fiend Overlord. But this was still not enough. After all, the 5-elemental sword array was not his own strength. He knew very well that if he wanted to achieve better things in this world, he would be able to do better. The only person he could rely on was himself. Feng Yuhai glanced at Su Yan and said, "I finally understand why your strength has risen so quickly. I'm indeed inferior to you in this aspect." At this moment, he deeply understood a principle. That is, in this world, there is no such thing as luck. From the first time he saw Su Yan until now, Su Yan's strength had increased too much. At this moment, when he saw how desperately Su Yan was cultivating, he finally understood this point. For him, Feng Yuhai, to be able to reach this point, he naturally cultivated very hard. But was this really enough? No, it was far from enough. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to cultivate even harder. Soon, those who had the ability had already left, and those who did not have the ability left their corpses here. After everyone left, Su Yan directly released his aura. His aura was rolling like the sea, and that violent aura immediately rejoiced at the arrival of the demons. At this moment, on the Divine Demon Island, the maid named Xiao Qian was looking at a scene. And in the scene, Su Yan was there. This is really a strange person. No, I should say that this is an interesting person. At this time, he's still not leaving. Another woman walked over. TSK, why, Xiao Qian, are you tempted? But this guy is really perverted. He's actually so competitive that he won't even let go of this little bit of time. Xiao Qian said, "Yes, this is the kind of man I admire." At this moment, Su Yan had already displayed his swordsmanship. Without the presence of others, he displayed his swordsmanship even more unscrupulously. Daybreak Sword appeared again at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was even more terrifying than before. The last time he displayed Daybreak Sword, he had not completely mastered it. And this time, it was obviously much better than the last time. As soon as Daybreak Sword appeared, the demon Overlord also felt threatened. At this moment, there were actually 3 demon overlords directly charging towards him. Those were 3 demon overlords. But at this moment, Su Yan not only did not shrink back, but instead stimulated all the power in his body and directly faced them. At this moment, his power was really forcefully stimulated to the limit. His speed was so terrifying. At this moment, the boundless brilliance devoured everything. Under the continuous stimulation of his power, his body had already begun to riot. Perhaps it was the stimulation of the demon overlord's aura, or perhaps Su Yan's qi and blood power was going berserk. At this moment, he only felt that the power in his body was scattered everywhere. Well, not good, I'm actually going to summon the power of the demon overlord. At this moment, Su Yan was fighting to his heart's content, but he forgot one thing. This was the homeland of the demon overlord. His continuous fighting here actually caused the power of the demon overlord's blood in his body to begin to go berserk. This was something he had never thought of. For him at this moment, this was definitely not a good thing. If he could not suppress this power, then it was very likely that he would be directly devoured by this power. At that time, he would become a demon overlord. How powerful was Su Yan's strength? Once he became a demon overlord, he would definitely be an extremely powerful and terrifying demon overlord. I'm finally back. My homeland, I'm finally back here, ha ha ha. At this moment, such a voice actually appeared in Su Yan's body. After Su Yan heard this voice, his expression immediately changed. At this moment, how could he not know the person in his body? That was the demon overlord. However, back then in the ruins, the demon overlord had clearly died. Su Yan had refined his demon core for such a long time, but he did not have any reaction at all. Unexpectedly, he actually woke up at this moment. At this moment, that terrifying consciousness was constantly descending. Such a powerful power was constantly increasing, causing Su Yan's aura to become more and more terrifying. However, at this moment, Su Yan was not happy at all. Now, he was only terrified. Because this was not his own power, it was the demon overlord's. Human, become a great demon overlord. The great demon overlord will conquer the entire world, and everything will be shattered under our power. That consciousness appeared directly. This consciousness wanted to directly invade Su Yan's body. He wanted to demonize Su Yan directly. Oh, no, Xiao Qian, there seems to be something wrong with this kid. Why is there a demon overlord's consciousness in his body? At this moment, Xiao Qian also looked over anxiously. The demon overlord's consciousness was very powerful. Of course, this demon overlord's consciousness was nothing to them, but for Su Yan, it was too unbearable. If this went on, Su Yan would probably be demonized by this terrifying consciousness. No, I have to help him. At this moment, Xiao Qian suddenly said. Another maid looked at Xiao Qian in confusion and said, Xiao Qian, do you really like him? She originally thought that Xiao Qian was just joking. However, Xiao Qian said, you don't understand. This person is favored by the island master. In the future battle, he may play a huge role, so he must not be demonized. After saying that, Xiao Qian's body disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that really it? Xiao Qian, it seems that you are really moved. The two of them had been together for countless years, so how could she not know Xiao Qian? What Xiao Qian said just now was indeed very reasonable, but she could find that Xiao Qian's heart was really a little chaotic. Of course, it was only a little chaotic. But then again, this kid was really attractive. At this moment, Su Yan's aura became even more terrifying. As his aura increased, he actually felt like he was about to break through the realm. It was extremely rare to break through the realm. If it was a normal time, Su Yan would probably be too happy to do so. However, Su Yan was not like that now. At this moment, he was not unhappy, but suppressed his own realm. I understand. It's not your divine soul, but an obsession. Sure enough, the stronger it is, the more troublesome it is. At this moment, Su Yan directly understood the situation at this moment. This was not his divine brilliance, but a thought causing mischief. It was an obsession left behind after death. At this time, when he arrived at the devil's homeland, he directly killed the devil lord and then refined their hearts, which actually triggered this obsession. Obsession. Yes, I'm already dead, but the devil clan is immortal. Is it just an obsession? That's enough. As long as there's an obsession, I can be resurrected. Now, your body is mine. At this time, this obsession actually began to grow. The devil god of the devil clan was really terrifying. Only an obsession was left, but it could directly grow, and there was a tendency to directly resurrect. At this time, Su Yan had completely calmed down. Looking at this divine soul, he said directly, want to occupy my body. Dream on. Bright moon, green lotus, suppress. At this time, Su Yan directly mobilized the power in his divine consciousness. The current Su Yan was no longer the ignorant person of the past. He had experienced countless battles in the sea of consciousness. At this time, there were divine objects like the green lotus and the bright moon in his sea of consciousness. This kind of power was so terrifying. It should be known that even if a terrifying thing like the Godslayer sword entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness, it still lost in the end, let alone an obsession. Chapter 709. Female Literature, Soul-Suppressing Seal, Evil Spirit Extermination. At this moment, Su Yan's power erupted. His aura was raised to the extreme at this moment. At this moment, the soul-subduing seal was released from his body. At this moment, his power was so terrifying. The surging power immediately suppressed his power. What? This is the power of the Buddha. At this moment, he was really shocked. It was the power of the Buddha. In the previous war, the Buddha sect was so strong. Who knew how many troops of the devil race were killed by the power of the Buddha? At this time, his obsession was released directly, and the violent power slowly swept over. This obsession of his had already started to grow. This was the homeland of the devil race. As long as his obsession could be transmitted, then there would be countless devil race flocking here. At that time, Su Yan would be dead. But at this time, the soul-suppressing seal of the Buddha sect appeared. As soon as the seal appeared, his body was immediately frozen. What a terrifying power, such a terrifying light constantly entrenched. At this moment, he began to tremble all over. How can this be? How can this be? He did not want to accept this reality no matter what. He finally had the chance to be resurrected, but he met someone who had the soul-suppressing seal. He could not accept this. No, I will not admit defeat. So what if you have the soul-suppressing seal? You want to suppress me? Absolutely impossible. At this time, he seemed to have made the final decision, and directly burst out with the last of his strength and began to roar. This was his belief, and also all his strength. So what if you have the soul-suppressing seal? Break for me, I am immortal, I am invincible. At this moment, he continued to roar and roar. It was at this moment that Su Yan's eyes burst out with a cold light. This guy was really restless. But since he was so restless, Su Yan would not be polite. Do you really think that I only have one soul-suppressing seal left? You're wrong. If I want to suppress you, I can do it with just a raise of my hand. How can someone like you be my opponent? Now, I'll let you know how strong I am. Four Direction Seal, appear. Su Yan roared again. The powerful Four Direction Seal immediately appeared at this time. Such a powerful force rolled up, it was simply incomparable. Soul beasts began to emerge from the Four Direction Seal. As soon as these soul beasts appeared, they immediately suppressed everything. That extremely terrifying power immediately suppressed his aura by a lot. But this was not the end. Green Lotus, Bright Moon, suppress, refine. At this moment, Su Yan directly mobilized the Green Lotus and Bright Moon in his sea of consciousness. Those were the anomalies condensed in his sea of consciousness, and they contained terrifying power. At that time, the God-Slayer sword was wreaking havoc in his sea of consciousness, but it was suppressed by this phenomenon. From this, it could be seen how terrifying and powerful this phenomenon was. So what if the demon god's obsession was strong? In the face of such power, it could only end up dead. Under such power, his obsession was slowly ground to pieces. In the end, not a trace of it was left. Phew, I've turned danger into safety. This time, I will directly refine his will, and the power of my sea of consciousness will increase again. Moreover, refining him at this time is better than leaving him alone. If he appears at a critical time in the future, it will be very disadvantageous for me. At this moment, Su Yan let out a long sigh of relief. Although it was only an obsession, it still belonged to the demon god after all. The psychological pressure it brought to Su Yan was naturally not small. At this moment, although Su Yan had already won, he was still covered in cold sweat. But fortunately, the crisis was over, and it seemed that it was about time. He immediately opened his eyes and found that there was a woman in front of him. The woman was wearing a white veil and was indescribably beautiful. Su Yan was stunned at first. He did not understand why such a beautiful woman would appear here. He even thought that it was just his imagination. But soon, he was sure that it was definitely not. The woman stood in the void. Although she did not release her aura, Su Yan felt extremely pressured. At this moment, he immediately took a step back. You can actually see me clearly. Your spiritual energy is truly powerful. No wonder you were able to directly refine that strand of obsession on your own. Clearly, Su Yan being able to refine that strand of obsession on his own had greatly exceeded her expectations. Su Yan greet Senior, Su Yan said respectfully. Hearing Su Yan's greeting, Xiao Qian's face immediately froze. However, there was a layer of white sand on her face. It was dreamy and illusory, so Su Yan could not see it. Senior. You actually called me Senior. Am I very old? Xiao Qian questioned directly. Su Yan immediately froze. He immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. It was equivalent to calling her old. Fortunately, Su Yan was very quick-witted. He immediately said, Fairy, you've misunderstood. You can't just use senior to describe your age. In my hometown, there's a saying that goes the one who reaches the top first. Fairy's strength is far above mine, so naturally, you should address me as senior. Hearing this, Xiao Qian's face looked much better. That's more like it. I thought you would be demonized by this obsession, but I didn't expect you to refine it directly. You're impressive. Since you're fine, I should leave. I think we'll meet again in the future, but you must remember to live well. After she finished speaking, her body had already disappeared. Su Yan was stunned. This woman was really mysterious. When she left earlier, she did not make a sound at all and there were no spatial fluctuations. It was as if she was just a light effect. At this moment, the woman's voice was heard again. I know you're Su Yan, but you must remember my name. I'm Xiao Qian. If you don't die, I think we'll meet again. This voice allowed Su Yan to confirm that everything that happened before was not an illusion. That woman really did exist. Xiao Qian. This voice sounds familiar. At this moment, Su Yan's body was suddenly surrounded by white light. Su Yan was stunned at first, but then he immediately recalled that it was time for him to return to Divine Devil Island. On Divine Devil Island, Feng Yueyu asked Meng Yang and the rest, why isn't Su Yan back yet? Are you really not lying to us? Did something happen to him? Meng Yang scratched his head fiercely. My beautiful young miss, this is already the 74th time you've asked. I've already said that there's nothing wrong with that fairy. I'm very, very sure that there's nothing wrong with her. If you keep asking like this, I'll go crazy. Meng Yang had already cursed Su Yan to death in his heart. What the hell is this guy doing? If he doesn't show up, my head will explode. Xue Xinyue, who was standing at the side, was obviously very worried. At this moment, those who should have returned to Divine Devil Island had already returned. At the beginning, there were at least 100 people who entered Divine Devil Island. However, at this moment, there were only a mere 20 people left. As for those who did not return, they were naturally dead. How cruel was this? Divine Devil Island was really an extremely dangerous place. At this moment, a white light flashed past. Someone's back. At this moment, someone immediately shouted. Hearing this voice, everyone immediately looked towards the white light. Su Yan, damn it, why didn't you die there? Rosen was the first to see the person clearly. It was Su Yan, it was actually Su Yan. This despicable guy, he still came back in the end. However, He also knew that with Su Yan's ability, it was impossible for him to have died there. As though he felt Rosen's gaze, Su Yan directly looked towards Rosen. Both of their gazes met directly. At this moment, an extremely powerful mental strength suddenly exploded from Rosen's eyes. When he was in the land of the evil demons, his control of the divine devil armor had improved further. The most obvious thing was that his mental strength had greatly increased. Otherwise, he would not have been able to affect the judgment of the great evil demons back then. Since he was confident in his mental strength, when he saw Su Yan, he could not help but send his mental strength over. On the other hand, Su Yan did not back down at all. Instead, he went head-to-head and released his mental power as well. In the next instant, both of their mental strengths met directly. Mental power was supposed to be formless, but when the two people's mental powers met, a silver light burst out, as if a flame was burning. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill in their hearts. These two people really had powerful mental strength. At this moment, Rosen directly took a step back. He felt a little dizzy. How could this be the result of the competition? He had clearly improved greatly, but the result was still the same. At this moment, a beautiful voice was heard. "Don't mess around on Divine Devil Island." As she spoke, a light appeared immediately. The light turned into a whip and whipped Rosen directly. Rosen immediately groaned. In the face of this light, he did not even have the ability to dodge. At this moment, he was extremely furious because he recognized the voice. It was the voice of the fairy who had saved him previously. However, because of Su Yan, he was actually punished by the fairy. This was all Su Yan's fault. He deserved to die. He really deserved to die. However, Su Yan ignored him at this moment and walked towards Feng Yuhai and the others. Chapter 710. Female Literature. Rosen was punished by the Divine Demon Island because he was the one who initiated the attack. Even though he was just testing the waters. This was the Divine Demon Island after all. It was a place where no one was allowed to provoke. Here, no matter where one came from or what kind of background one had, it was useless. The island master of the Divine Demon Island was the real ruler. He set the rule that no violence was allowed on the Divine Demon Island. Hence, no one was allowed to violate it. In the end, Lawson was too careless. As his strength increased, unknowingly, his true nature was gradually exposed. He was invincible. This was the kind of person he was. When he wasn't strong enough, everything was fine. He would be in awe. However, as his strength increased, the thoughts in his mind became more intense. In other words, his willpower was dominated by his strength. At this moment, Su Yan had vaguely grasped this point. He also had a guess as to why he was like this. Rosen's strength was not entirely based on his own cultivation. During the battle with him, the demon god armament was activated, and his strength increased by a lot. It was also because of this that he suddenly felt like he could dominate everything. Of course, the devil god armament would also have a huge impact on him. Regarding this point, Su Yan firmly believed without a doubt. However, at this moment, Su Yan could see that the sudden attack from the Divine Demon Island was not a bad thing for Rosen. To him, this was a wake-up call. It would be best if he could learn a lesson from it and wake up. Su Yan ignored Rosen and turned to leave. At this moment, Rosen was looking at Su Yan with resentment. When a person hated his enemy very much, no matter what it was, as long as it was not good, he would put his resentment on it. At this moment, Rosen was like that. At this moment, the voice of the Divine Demon Island's island master was heard again. Congratulations to all of you for surviving. At this moment, no one spoke. The reason for that was because they knew very well who was the true master of this place. After all, Rosen's plan was right in front of them once again. Everyone, I won't say any more nonsense. The Divine Devil Island's test is indeed extremely harsh, but I've already said that my Divine Devil Island's reward will absolutely not disappoint everyone. You've killed a lot of demons this time, but let me tell you clearly, this is just the beginning. At this point, he paused. At this time, everyone immediately realized that the next important thing was coming. Everyone, I'm sure you've all heard about the invasion of the demon race. I can tell you clearly that this is no longer just a legend. In the near future, the invasion of the demon race will definitely come. As soon as this sentence was said, everyone showed a heavy expression, no matter which side they belonged to. Because they knew very well that no matter which faction they belonged to, they couldn't change the fact that they were all humans. This time, they had witnessed the might of the demon race and deeply understood how terrifying it would be once the demon race's attack arrived at this time. When that time came, it wouldn't be a simple relationship of interests, but a relationship of survival of the race. The demon race definitely had the ability to annihilate all humans. If the humans in this world didn't unite, only death would await them. Originally, they didn't know the purpose of this powerful Divine Devil Island master. But now, they understood. It turned out that this was the purpose of this person. At this moment, everyone had become extremely solemn. Now, they were thinking about why this person had asked them to come here. The demon race was indeed powerful, but the problem was that they weren't capable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility. In other words, they were still far from it. Since all of you survived this trial, you'll naturally be able to receive my rewards. His gaze swept across everyone, and then he said, I know a lot of thoughts in your hearts, but it doesn't matter. I was just entrusted by someone to pass the time. The Divine Devil Island Master's voice sounded again, I'll give you the seed of power. As for whether you can become a powerhouse of a generation in the end, that's your own business. The seed of power. No one knew what it was, but everyone knew that it was definitely something very precious. This was because many people knew that those who returned from the Divine Devil Island alive had almost all become powerhouses of a generation if they didn't die midway. If they weren't wrong, this should be related to the seed of power. This was something that could directly increase one's strength, and it was precisely because of this that everyone was moved at this moment. Even Feng Yuhai was the same. The Divine Devil Island was indeed cruel. At this moment, only about 1/5 of the people who had entered were left alive, and the rest were all dead. But just as the Divine Devil Island Master said, if they could survive this event, it would definitely be everyone's luck. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Would the Devil Clan invade? If they really would, then when would they invade? No one could say for sure about these things. After all, the inheritance of the Divine Devil Island had been passed down generation after generation, but the invasion of the Devil Clan had never come. The 9 provinces continent had almost forgotten about the existence of the Devil Clan. If it weren't for the fact that there were memories of such a terrifying creature in ancient records, everyone would probably think that this was a fictional legend. Since that was the case, what did it matter? After obtaining the seed of power, their strength could indeed be guaranteed to increase. This was a good thing. Right at this moment, the island master of Divine Devil Island suddenly waved his hand. At this moment, rays of star-like light began to appear. Shining with a mysterious radiance, small stars directly flew towards the crowd. Not long after, it had already quietly floated in front of everyone. Everyone looked at this small star with burning gazes. Was this their seed of power? At this moment, this seed of power seemed to be calling out to them. Gradually, some people had already directly stretched out their hands. This was a naked temptation that almost no one could resist. Unbeknownst to them, the seed of power had already rushed into their bodies. What a strange scene. Su Yan only felt a sudden heat flow directly into his body, and immediately after, the seed of power actually started to directly attack his heart. Su Yan was suddenly shocked. This thing was actually going to rush into his heart. This heart will merge with your hearts. As long as you don't die, this will be a part of your body. The divine Devil Island Master's voice sounded. It could be seen that almost all of them were very satisfied with their gains. This was because they had already felt that when this seed of power entered their bodies, their spirit energy seemed to have started to become stronger. The stronger the spirit energy was, the more terrifying a person's strength was. This was almost common sense, and at this moment, this seed of power actually did this so easily. For everyone, this was really something that was full of surprises. However, at this moment, Su Yan's situation was different from everyone else's. This was because when this seed of power wanted to rush into his heart, there was an accident. Su Yan had two hearts in his body. One was the Buddha's heart, and the other was the demon heart of the great demonic dragon. When the seed of power entered his body, it could not get close to his heart at all. The two hearts released a force almost at the same time, but it rejected this seed of power. At this moment, Shui Xinyu happily walked to Su Yan's side. Big brother Su Yan, I feel that the seed of power has become a part of my body, as if it has become my heart. It's really, really magical. At this moment, Feng Yuhai's expression relaxed, but he suddenly realized that Su Yan's expression seemed to be a little abnormal. Su Yan, what's wrong? Is there a problem with you? Su Yan immediately shook his head and said, there's no problem. I'm just not used to this. Su Yan naturally would not reveal the situation in his body at this moment. This was because he clearly knew that this was not the right time. That seed of power could indeed make the person who obtained it stronger, but was there any hidden danger? Of course, he did not voice this question. This was not the right time. It was not that difficult to figure this out. After all, that seed of power had not merged with Su Yan's heart. At this moment, he was isolated in his body. The Buddha's heart had released a force that directly restrained him to the side. Su Yan had already made up his mind. When there was no one else around, he would begin to study it. At this moment, the Master of Divine Demon Island spoke again. The seed of power just now is your reward for surviving. Next, according to the number of demon overlords you kill, I will give you a certain reward. Think about what you want first, then tell me. I believe that this island master will not disappoint you. This sentence undoubtedly caused everyone to forget about everything that had happened. After all, just as this master had said, he had almost everything here. Elixirs, treasures of heaven and earth, and divine weapons. Chapter 7:11. Female literature, for everyone, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At their level, many of the treasures they wanted were no longer so easy to obtain. However, this island master was giving them a chance. A chance to ask for what they wanted. Everyone's eyes were blazing with passion. Under the blazing gazes of the crowd, towering fiend gods suddenly appeared on the fiend god island one after another. These gods and demons looked similar to the demon race, so much so that people felt that they were originally from the demon race. However, there was still a big gap between them and the demon race. Their auras were much deeper than the demon race's, and they did not have the terrifying blood chi of the demon race. At this moment, they came in front of everyone. Their duty was to communicate with everyone, or to fulfill everyone's wishes. Su Yan looked at the big guy standing in front of him. Tell me what you want. Su Yan thought for a moment and said, I don't want anything, but I want information. Is that okay? There were indeed many precious things here, and some of them were very precious to Su Yan. However, he did not want those things at this moment. He wanted to know a piece of information. At this moment, the huge god and demon said, Okay, tell me what you want, brave one. The Enchantress of Love, I want to know where the Enchantress of Love is. At this moment, Su Yan's voice was trembling. The Enchantress of Love. Back then, Chu Ling had been taken away by this mysterious figure. Su Yan only knew that she was in the 9 provinces continent. However, when he came to the 9 provinces continent, he did not know anything about this person. He asked the Shui family's ancestor, but even the Shui family's ancestor did not know. Then, Su Yan looked up a lot of information, but he was still disappointed. Even a powerful sect like the Taihang sword faction had very little information about this person. As for the records about her, they were only a few words. As for who this person was, what kind of deeds he had done, and where he was now, he actually had no idea. The more this was the case, the more Su Yan felt that this person was powerful. She was so powerful that even a sect like the Sublime Flow Sword sect did not dare to disrespect her in the slightest. At least for Su Yan, this was not good news, because it meant that it would be very difficult for him to bring Chu Linger back. But even so, Su Yan had never given up on this idea of his. Because Chu Linger was his wife. She was the woman that Su Yan had already set his eyes on. She, Su Yan, had never thought of abandoning her own woman. Whether it was Lu Lan or Chu Linger, she would bring them both back. Su Yan had lived 2 lives. His 2 lives made him understand many more things. There were many people and many things in this world that he had to cherish and fight for. He had to use his own hands to defend his lover. He had already lost Lin Hualu. The moment she fell into the Shura world, his heart was in so much pain. Even though she still had the thought of entering the Shura world in her heart. But his reason was telling him that perhaps Lin Hualu was already dead. Therefore, he had buried Lin Hualu deep in his heart. After all, the Shura world was still too far away from him at this time. However, Lu Lan and Chu Linger were in the Zhuzhou continent. Therefore, no matter what, he would not choose to give up. It was also because of this that he would rather give up the precious treasures at his fingertips and use this opportunity to exchange for a piece of information. Because for him, Chu Linger's information was the most precious treasure. As for Lu Lan, he knew some clues. At this moment, the tall god fiend suddenly fell silent. After a while, he suddenly said, "All right, I will tell you her information." To Su Yan, this was undoubtedly the best news he had ever received. At this moment, the huge god fiend suddenly pointed a finger at Su Yan's forehead. This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous action. However, Su Yan did not move at this moment. This was because he was sure that this huge god fiend would definitely not hurt him. Moreover, this god fiend's power was extremely terrifying. He was probably even stronger than the evil demon Overlord. If this huge guy really wanted to deal with him, it would be useless even if he wanted to resist. Moreover, everything here was under the will of the island master of Divine Demon Island. At this moment, a ray of light shot out from the huge god fiend's fingertip. That ray of light directly imprinted into Su Yan's mind. Then, an extremely powerful will appeared. That will did not want to do anything to him, but Su Yan felt reverence from it. Su Yan did not have the slightest impression of this will, but he was sure that it was the will of the goddess of love. From the beginning, Su Yan guessed that the other party was definitely an extremely terrifying figure. However, only now did he know that this person was actually this terrifying. Among all the people that Su Yan had seen, such strength was already second to none. No one he was familiar with could compare to her. Even the powerful predecessor of the Stupa sect in the cold land of the far north seemed to be slightly inferior to her. Following this, some news related to her whereabouts came. If you want to find her, go to the Silver Moon Sea. The god fiend turned and left. The god fiend disappeared just like that. At this moment, the mysterious island master smiled and said softly, "Interesting. This kid actually provoked that fellow. Ha ha ha. However, he actually gave up such an opportunity for a woman. Good, I admire him even more now." At this moment, Xiaoying, who was beside him, said, "Yes, yes. This fellow is indeed affectionate and righteous. No wonder even our Xiao Qian was moved." However, Master, that old woman hasn't appeared for many years. Why did she appear during this period of time? Xiao Qian did not say anything. She just looked at her master. The island master of Divine Demon Island said, "Why else? It's because the time is almost up. Therefore, she has started to make arrangements. In the end, if this great calamity comes, we're not confident that we can survive unscathed. Although we seem to be very powerful, we're actually nothing in such a great calamity. If we're not careful, we might even die in such a great calamity." At this moment, the two maids' expressions were very unnatural. Clearly, this topic was too heavy for them. At this moment, one of the maids said with a smile, "Master, I don't know about the others, but with your abilities, you might come out unscathed no matter what." "That's enough. Xiaoying, the two of you have experienced the last war with me. There's no need to lie about many things." The island master of Divine Demon Island interrupted the two of them. "But this kid really isn't bad. No wonder those old fellows are making arrangements for him." Xiao Qian, haven't you taken a liking to this kid? Then how about I let him be the island master of Divine Demon Island?" The island master of Divine Demon Island said as if he was joking. Hearing this, Xiao Qian was stunned. Then, she understood what the island master meant. She immediately knelt down and said, "Island master, please don't make such a joke. In Xiao Qian's heart, you're the only one. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be so nervous. I didn't say that I'm going to die now. Alright, give this kid some compensation. Otherwise, you'll feel heartache. Besides, this kid didn't just kill a demon overlord. Although the chances aren't high, what if all the demon overlords he killed become demon gods?" After the island master of Divine Demon Island finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Ying looked at Xiao Qian and said, "That's fine. Looks like the island master really values your little lover." At this moment, Feng Yueyu ran over. "Su Yan, what treasure did you get?" "I got a famed sword. You have to know that this famed sword is a pinnacle work. It's very likely to become a saint sword." At this moment, she was holding a long sword that was shining with snow-white light. There was a cold aura on the long sword. Clearly, it was an ice attribute long sword. Just as she said, although this was only a famed sword, in reality, it was already comparable to an ordinary sacred sword. In the future, this sword even had the possibility of becoming a saint sword. As long as its owner's strength continued to increase and then used his own strength to nurture the sword, it was possible to achieve this. Back then, she really wanted a good sword. However, it was a pity that Wu Ye had wanted to give the sword to Xinhua after he had forged it. Later, Su Yan gave the saint sword he obtained to Xinhua. Therefore, she was really envious of Xinhua back then. However, the sword in her hand now, strictly speaking, was stronger than Xinhua's saint sword. After all, although Xinhua's sword was a saint sword, it wasn't the best among saint swords. His sword, on the other hand, could continuously evolve. At this moment, Xinhua also walked over. Because she had the holy sword, she had obtained a silver armor. This armor could be used as she wished. When she wanted to wear this armor, she could do it with just a thought. At this moment, she, who was wearing the armor, was simply a goddess. Feng Yueyu said, "Junior Su Yan, let sister take a good look at what treasure you obtained." Chapter 712. Female Literature, Chapter 711. Searching for the true self. Feng Yueyu was not the only one who was curious. At this moment, they had obtained what they were most satisfied with, but they wanted to know what Su Yan had obtained. After fighting side by side this time, they saw Su Yan's strength. This strength was not only reflected in his battle strength, but also in his wisdom. Therefore, they wanted to know what Su Yan had obtained. At this moment, Meng Yang also walked over. He smiled like a thief and said, "Hee hee, Su Yan, Quickly take out what you obtained and let this brother take a look. Don't worry, with my knowledge, I can tell whether it is good or bad. At this moment, Su Yan shook his head and said, No, I didn't ask for any treasure, I only exchanged information with him. Everyone could see that Su Yan was not in a good mood at this moment. They did not know what Su Yan had exchanged for information, but since Su Yan did not say, they did not ask. After all, this was Su Yan's own matter. Su Yan smiled and apologized to the crowd. Then, he walked towards a corner. He needed to digest some things, and these things were passed to him by that huge demon god. He did not know why, but at this moment, he was actually very disappointed. The heavy shadow of pain almost made him sink into sorrow. Su Yan was never a sentimental person, but at this moment, he could not help but feel sad. This world was always like this. When sorrow struck, no matter how strong a person was, they would sink into sorrow and be unable to extricate themselves. What happened to Su Yan? He looks weird now. Feng Yueyu said softly. At this moment, Meng Yang said indifferently, What else? I think he was dumped by a woman. Ha ha ha, this brat also has a day like this. Meng Yang laughed heartlessly, but he suddenly realized that no one was paying attention to him. Therefore, he also laughed dryly after that. Everyone, let's rest on this divine devil island for a day. After a day, it will be time for all of you to leave this place. Cherish this day well. You can cultivate in the designated areas on the island, and you can also buy some things you like from the hands of the gods and devils. Of course, I don't need money or spiritual sense here. The only thing that flows here is the magic core. The voice gradually faded away. At this time, everyone was in high spirits. There was definitely a lot of good stuff on this divine devil island. If he could really get something, it would be a great thing. Su Yan found a place where no one would come. He leaned against a big tree and closed his eyes to take a nap. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Then, he chased away all the sadness in his heart. The surroundings were very quiet, and Su Yan had completely relaxed his mind. When he was fighting with the enemy, his heart was cold, but it was also hard. It was harder than ice and steel. But only he knew how fragile he was. How could he, Su Yan, know how to be strong? He was just stubbornly holding on. If it was any other place, he wouldn't dare to be so relaxed. However, this was Divine Devil Island. Although he was full of unknowns about this place made him feel at ease. If he had to use a word to describe it, then this place was a refuge. It was a very strange feeling. It had been a long time since he came to this world, and he had experienced too many things. And almost everything was accompanied by killing. It was also because of this reason. Su Yan was used to surrounding his heart with coldness. Because only in this way could he really calm himself down. Only in this way could he live better. At this time, he suddenly let go of this concern. This feeling didn't seem bad. Suddenly, there was a faint radiance that started to be released from his body. This radiance flickered gently, and everything around him became so peaceful. This naturally included his inner thoughts as well. When his heart calmed down, his power started to circulate again. His aura became even calmer, as if it was formed by nature. At this time, his power seemed to be a part of his body. His realm didn't break through, and his power didn't even increase. But at this time, Su Yan knew that he had become even more powerful. There was a kind of power that came from his own heart. He didn't know where Divine Devil Island was. When Su Yan raised his head, he could only see darkness. The unknown darkness always made people feel endless fear. However, Su Yan didn't feel fear or confusion at this time. At this time, he had become completely calm. He didn't know what the future would be like, and he couldn't predict it at all. However, no matter where the long river of fate flowed to, he would continue to walk and face everything with a calm heart. Since he was already here, he should take things as they came. In his original world, almost everyone had heard of this saying. However, Su Yan only truly understood it at this time. Truly amazing. Your mental state actually obtained a breakthrough. Just at this moment, a gentle voice sounded. Time turned around in surprise. Over there, a beautiful woman was standing quietly. She seemed to have been here for a while. However, Su Yan didn't notice her at all. However, Su Yan didn't care. This woman didn't intend to hurt him. At the very least, when the demon god's obsession appeared last time, this woman wanted to help him. She was a friend. At least, that was what Su Yan judged in his heart. Beautiful fairy, good evening. Su Yan said. Perhaps it was because of Su Yan's current state of mind, but when he spoke at this moment, his words were especially calm. His slightly frivolous words were actually so sincere at this moment. Xiao Qian was stunned. Clearly, she wasn't used to such a greeting. However, the effect of this opening was very good. She liked it very much. Therefore, she laughed softly. At this moment, Su Yan discovered that this beautiful woman didn't bring by Sha like last time. When she smiled, she was really beautiful. Even Su Yan was a bit dazed at this moment. However, he soon realized that he had lost his composure, so he quickly came back to his senses. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Su Yan said honestly. At this moment, Xiao Qian suddenly felt that her mood was much better. She said, it's fine, this is also a compliment to me. Instead, congratulations to you for being able to break through your state of mind and embarking on the path to finding your true self. Finding my true self? Su Yan was stunned and asked. To him, this term was simply too unfamiliar. This was the first time he had heard this term. Yes, you really don't know. Then let me ask you, what do you think a true expert needs the most? She looked at Su Yan and asked. Su Yan knew that this unknown woman was giving him pointers on his cultivation at this moment. What did an expert need? Realm? Or a divine weapon? However, before Su Yan could say anything, the woman had already revealed the answer. No matter which expert it is, what they need the most is their own mind. Whether it's realm or divine weapons, these are naturally important, but the most important thing is the heart of an expert. For those great figures, finding their true self is a necessary path. Whether it's the great demon god Lord, the great demon dragon, or the ancestor Buddha, they have all walked this path and found their true self. That's why they are so powerful. Xiao Qian continued, a true expert, even if the world is destroyed, their heart will be as comforted as a mountain. No, this is not appropriate. If you must describe it, it should be said that in their hearts, they are the only center of the world. You may think that this sentence is very easy to say, but you have to understand that when you really do this thing, you will know how difficult it is. Right now, you have already started on this path, which is very good. At this time, those who survived on Divine Devil Island are all first-class experts. They are definitely among the top of the younger generation, but I can say without hesitation that none of them are like you. Finding your true self is not so simple, and it can only be found by chance. After hearing this, Su Yan finally understood many things. So that's the case. In that case, thank you for your guidance, fairy. Su Yan also expressed his gratitude when he said those words. If she didn't give him pointers, then he would be a headless fly. This conversation was very important for him in the future. At this time, the woman said, why are you thanking me? If you can walk on this path, then you will definitely be able to discover the mysteries within. Right, are you going to find the love goddess, the enchantress? Su Yan nodded seriously and said, yes, she took my wife away. At this time, Xiao Qian's heart shook slightly, but she quickly calmed herself down. She said, I see, you are a responsible person. However, you must know that your journey this time will definitely not be smooth. The love goddess's strength is far from what you can imagine. If even this person said so, then this must be the case. However, Su Yan was already mentally prepared. He said, no matter what, I have to give it a try. Xiao Qian said with a smile, okay, in that case, I wish you success. Also, the island master asked me to give this to you. After all, you killed 4 demon overlords and made a great contribution. At this time, Xiao Qian directly handed something to Su Yan. When Su Yan saw it, he was immediately stunned. Chapter 713. Eternal Sword Emperor requesting subscriptions. Requesting votes. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 714. Girls' Literature, Heart. This was a small heart, and Su Yan knew that this heart belonged to a demon. There were mysterious runes on his heart. This was a kind of seal, and Su Yan could sense an extremely powerful power from it. There was no need to explain, and he understood that this heart was definitely not to be underestimated. You have the heart of the great demonic dragon in your body, and your own heart has become a Buddha's heart. To anyone, this is a huge advantage. However, the island lord said that this is not a perfect state for you. At this time, Su Yan was even more shocked. The fact that he had 2 hearts in his body was his top secret. No one knew about it. But now, this woman actually said it out loud. He knew, he really knew. Although he had long known that this mysterious island master was definitely very powerful, he was still very confident. However, in just a moment, he had already revealed his biggest secret, which still made Su Yan feel extremely shocked. However, he soon calmed down. After all, this matter had little to do with the mysterious island master. So what if he knew? They wouldn't make things difficult for him just because of this. Moreover, there must be a reason why he gave this heart to him. You don't have to worry. The island master will not harm you. However, there is one thing you must understand. The current you is not perfect. I don't know if you've noticed, but when you enter a difficult battle, the power of the 2 hearts will sometimes conflict. Su Yan's expression changed once again. Obviously, what she said was right. Although this phenomenon wasn't obvious, it did exist. However, up until now, this situation was not obvious. Xiao Qian said, it seems that the island master is right. Perhaps this is only a small problem at this time. But believe me, as time goes by, this conflict will become more and more obvious. At that time, it will be a disaster for you. If you can't solve it, then you will very likely die because of this power. And this is what the island master gave you. Of course, when the 3 hearts enter your body at the same time, it will indeed make you stronger. However, this has an extremely great risk. Whether or not you want to use the power of this heart is up to you. Su Yan took the heart from his hand. Even now, he was still in a daze. After all, this was too unexpected for him. Su Yan, no matter what, you have to live on. Remember, don't let anyone else know about this. Xiao Qian directly disappeared, and Su Yan's eyes were incomparably heavy. In the end, he sighed. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Finally, he retracted the power of the heart. Of course, he wouldn't use this heart so rashly. When the great demonic dragon's heart entered his body, he felt that he would be controlled by the great demonic dragon's power, and that he would transform into a demonic dragon at any time. Only when he obtained the Buddha's heart did this change. Now, the 2 hearts in his body maintained a strange balance. At this moment, the rash intrusion of the 3rd heart was most likely to directly destroy this balance. However, the island master of the Divine Devil Island was extremely mysterious. Nevertheless, what he said made sense. Since he said that, it was obvious that this matter was likely to develop in the direction that he said. Since he gave this item to Yangming, he probably had his reasons and plans. Therefore, Su Yan only kept the heart at this moment. Of course, he also knew that this power was definitely not a good thing for him. For a person to become powerful, what he needed the most was his own power. If he couldn't even reach his own power, it was obviously extremely unreliable. After a while, Su Yan calmed down from his initial shock. Today's mental state breakthrough was definitely a good thing for him. Now, he could face the challenges in the future with a calmer heart. Regardless of what the future would be like, Su Yan knew that he had to work harder. Only in this way could he truly become strong. Su Yan, where did you go? After Su Yan returned, Mu Tianxing was the first to notice his arrival. Su Yan only smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a quiet place for a person to calm down." "Oh right, Sister Mu, what did you get this time?" Mu Tianxing said, "I got some good stuff. Although it can't completely solve my body's problem, I have to say that it's very useful to me." Su Yan said, "That's good. Oh right, let's go over there and take a look. I have a lot of demon cores on hand." At this moment, in the trading area, two parties were confronting each other. Of course, they didn't want to fight. After all, this was the Divine Devil Island. The strength of the island master had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The people here weren't idiots. They deeply understood that if they fought here, the outcome wouldn't be good. "Feng Yuhai, you want this heaven-piercing bow? That will depend on whether or not you have enough magic cores," Lawson said with a smile. Compared to before, the current Rosen was already showing off his abilities. The increase in his strength brought him great confidence. Although he was still defeated by Su Yan last time, after that battle, he had further control of the Divine Devil armament. He believed that if they fought again, he would definitely not lose to Su Yan. As for Feng Yuhai, he was indeed afraid of him a long time ago. But now, that fear had long disappeared. At this moment, he was almost provoking Feng Yuhai. Feng Yuhai frowned, but he didn't flare up at this moment. This was because he knew that it was impossible for him to fight this guy in front of him at this moment. The heaven-piercing bow in front of him was an extremely powerful weapon. In terms of grade, it had reached the peak of the famous weapon. It was only a step away from becoming a sacred weapon. Among all the goods traded here, this was definitely a top-grade item. He wanted to buy this item and give it to the woman he loved. The woman he loved was not powerful, but she was extremely good at archery. If this heaven-piercing bow could be given to her, it would definitely be extremely beneficial for her. Everything was going smoothly at first. After all, with Feng Yuhai's means, he had obtained quite a number of demon cores in this hunt. However, at the last moment of the deal, Rosen actually appeared. Moreover, he took out more demon cores than he did. Rosen had the Divine Devil armament, so his efficiency in hunting evil demons was terrifying. Even Feng Yuhai couldn't compete with him. "Rosen, don't go overboard. My big brother clearly bought this item first," Feng Yueyu rebuked angrily. At this moment, Rosen laughed and said, "But he hasn't finished the deal yet, right?" At this moment, the lecherous dwarf suddenly chuckled. "Tisk, tsk. Is there a first-come, first-served rule when buying things? It's better for poor people not to cause trouble here. If you can't take out enough demon cores, this item will belong to Master Luo." At this moment, he changed the topic and continued, "Of course, if Taihang Shuangyue is willing to serve Master Luo, he might lend you some demon cores when he's in a good mood." Every word that this guy said was filled with incomparable frivolity. If it weren't for the rules of the Divine Devil Island, Feng Yueyu would have already killed this lecherous dwarf. "Lecherous dwarf, I let you escape last time, but I'll kill you next time." At this moment, a cold voice pierced through. These words immediately enraged the perverted dwarf. The other party said that directly, which showed that he didn't take him seriously at all. At this moment, he was infuriated. Just as he was about to curse back, he realized that Su Yan's cold gaze was on him. At this moment, he didn't continue to speak and only looked at Su Yan with resentment. Last time, he almost died in the hands of Su Yan. With regards to Su Yan, he was simply too fearful. Rosen sneered, "Humph, Su Yan, talk about it if you can survive." The two sides immediately became contradictory. Su Yan was expressionless and said, "Loser." These words filled Rosen with boundless anger. Unfortunately, this was the truth. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, he had lost to Su Yan a few times. This was his humiliation, but before he defeated Su Yan, he couldn't argue with anything. In the end, he could only say helplessly, "Humph, you don't have to be proud. A victory or defeat doesn't mean anything. Next time, I'll definitely take your life." Su Yan said, "Oh." It was a simple word, but it was sharper than any other words. At this time, Rosen was really angry to the extreme. But in the end, he still managed to suppress this chi. "Okay, Su Yan, if you want to interfere, take out enough demon cores. This is the rule set by Sir. Whoever has more demon cores gets to keep this thing." Rosen looked at Su Yan provocatively. "Okay." At this time, Su Yan flipped his hand and 4 huge demon cores suddenly appeared. If I'm not mistaken, a demon overlord's demon core is worth 5,000 lesser demon cores. Then, there should be around 20,000 demon cores here. With senior brother Feng's demon core, this should be enough. Su Yan asked directly. This sentence made Rosen's face become gloomy again. He did have a lot of demon cores, a total of 30,000 demon cores. Feng Yuhai only had a little more than 10,000 demon cores. But at this time, Su Yan gave his 4 demon cores to Feng Yuhai, so he couldn't compare. In the end, he could only leave. Chapter 7:15. Female Literature. "Su Yan, I really have to thank you this time," Feng Yuhai said sincerely. Without Su Yan's help, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the sky-piercing bow. Unless he could find Rosen after leaving the Divine Demon Island and snatch it from Rosen. However, it was clear that this was an impossible matter. Su Yan smiled and said, "Senior brother Feng, you don't have to take it to heart. It's nothing. The 4 demon cores are no longer useful to me." After killing the 4 demon overlords, Su Yan had already devoured the power in their bodies. As for the demon cores, they had indeed lost their greatest value to him. A day passed quickly and a ray of light immediately descended on the Divine Demon Island. The moment the light appeared, everyone was immediately enveloped. Then, they were teleported away without any explanation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, it was the sound of waves rolling. Hearing this sound, Su Yan knew that he had finally returned. When the flickering light disappeared, Su Yan, Mu Tianxing, and the sea-splitting demonic snake appeared on the sea once again. The trip to the Divine Demon Island this time was like a dream. One had to know that they were originally being chased by a few powerhouses. Although the sea-splitting demonic snake had directly dived into the sea and allowed them to escape temporarily. However, how powerful were the Venerables? Moreover, the ones chasing after them were the 3 Venerables. If the Divine Demon Island hadn't suddenly summoned them, perhaps they would have been discovered by the Venerables. However, 15 days had already passed. He believed that no matter how patient those fellows were, it was impossible for them to personally guard this area of the sea. Moreover, these 15 days were too important for Su Yan and Mu Tianxing. After the trip to the Divine Demon Island, Su Yan's strength had increased once again. Now, he had reached the strength of 6 dragons. Moreover, every time Su Yan's level increased, his combat strength would also increase tremendously. Now, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. Although they had not really fought, Su Yan was completely confident that he could fight against the Venerable One. Moreover, the sea-splitting demonic snake's strength had increased tremendously after devouring the void beast. Just these 2 points alone were enough to give the 3 venerables a pleasant surprise. At this time, Mu Tianxing was right next to Su Yan. Her beautiful eyes looked at Su Yan and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Su Yan raised his head and said, "Sister Mu, although we disappeared for no reason for 15 days, according to the Devil Sect style of doing things, they will definitely not give up so easily. Even if those few venerables are not here, I think the disciples of the Devil Sect will still patrol this place." Mu Tianxing nodded and said, "Su Yan, are you going to make a move against them?" She was referring to the 3 venerables. Su Yan said, "Yes, that's right. Sister Mu, to tell you the truth, I have an irreconcilable conflict with the Devil Sect. This time, since these guys from the Devil Sect came looking for me, I won't be polite. In the beginning, I couldn't do anything because I wasn't strong enough. But now, it's different. I think, at least, I have the ability to fight. Since that's the case, no matter what, I should play a big one." Su Yan spoke very calmly, but Mu Tianxing was a little surprised. At this time, Su Yan was obviously going to ambush the Devil Sect's venerables. This was something that even she had not thought of. Su Yan continued, "Sister Mu, don't worry. The reason why I dare to do this is not because I'm arrogant, but because I have a certain degree of confidence. Now, it's up to you whether you're willing to come with me." Mu Tianxing asked, "Feng Yuhai and the others will come to help, right?" She was a smart woman who only knew how to excel. Although she had not been with Su Yan for a long time, this adventure on the Immortal Devil Island had given her a certain understanding of Su Yan. She knew that although Su Yan was inclined to take risks, he was not a reckless madman. Su Yan said, "I can't hide it from Sister Mu. Indeed, this time, I've already talked to Senior Brother Feng Yuhai. He should be on his way here now. At the same time, he will send a message to the seniors of the Taihang Sword faction. So, since we're going to play, let's play a big one this time." Mu Tianxing said, "Su Yan, I'm really glad that you're my friend and not my enemy." Su Yan smiled gently. His guess was right. The people from the Devil Sect had not given up on searching this area of the sea. After all, Mu Tianxing was very important to them. This was related to the cooperation between them and Fan Yunlin of the Huangji sect. It didn't take long for Su Yan and Mu Tianxing to find a Devil Sect's patrol ship. "Boss, there's a situation here." At this time, there was a sudden commotion. The owner of this ship was leisurely basking in the sun at this time. At this time, when he suddenly heard the commotion, he immediately panicked. "Damn it, don't let me meet those 2 guys." He prayed in his heart. The Devil Sect had already ordered that if they could find the whereabouts of Su Yan and Mu Tianxing, they would be heavily rewarded. That reward was indeed very tempting, so his subordinates had been on alert every day for the past few days, deeply afraid that this merit would be snatched away by other ships. However, as the captain, Feng Yueshan never thought of competing for this credit. Feng Yueshan's cultivation was neither high nor low. At this time, he was already at the cultivation of the 5 mountains. If he cultivated diligently, he might be able to break through the 6 mountains soon. At that time, although he could not be compared with those real geniuses, his status in the Devil Sect would be higher. However, he did not. He even deliberately suppressed his cultivation. Because he thought very clearly. Sometimes, having a high cultivation was not necessarily a good thing. Unless he could become one of the top few people, otherwise, he would only be courting death. Just like now, quietly guarding his small warship, being a captain was not bad. As for this credit, he did not want to court death. Those two people escaped from the hands of the three venerables. How could such people be simple? After discovering them, did he still expect his small warship to be able to deal with them? Therefore, at this time, his heart was extremely bitter. At this moment, he only hoped that Su Yan did not discover him. Unfortunately, he knew that his wish was in vain. At this time, Su Yan and Mu Tianxing had already arrived above the warship. Fang Yueshan's heart collapsed at this time. At this time, one of the underlings in front immediately shouted excitedly, "Boss Fang, it's the two of them. I've seen their portraits. It's the two of them. Ha ha ha, this time we're rich, we're rich." Fang Yueshan broke out in cold sweat. At this time, he moved as fast as he could to the side of the person who was talking. Then, he immediately kicked him into the sea. Then, he raised his head and said to Su Yan and Mu Tianxing, "I'm Fang Yueshan. Is there anything I can do for you too? Don't worry, as long as I, Fang Yueshan, can do it, I'll definitely do it for you too." At this time, Su Yan asked, "Are you a disciple of the devil sect?" For the time being, for the time being." Fang Yueshan's pressure at this time was really huge. He did not know what Su Yan wanted to do at this time. You're an interesting person. We need a ship. You don't have any objections, right?" Su Yan asked. Fang Yueshan nodded repeatedly. Of course, I don't have any objections. Don't worry, this ship is yours from now on." At this time, the crew was already out of breath. Su Yan did not suppress his aura. The dragon aura released by the sixth dragon realm was extremely terrifying. How could these crew members withstand it? Only Fang Yueshan's strength was not bad, so he could still speak. At this moment, Su Yan continued, "Also, I'll have to trouble you to inform your elders that we're here now." Su Yan's words immediately stunned Fang Yueshan. This master actually wants me to go to Gao Mi. What does he want to do? What does he want to do? If I knew that today would be so unlucky, I wouldn't have gone out. Fang Yueshan knew how to protect himself. So at the beginning of the patrol, he would use various excuses to delay or not patrol at all. Now, 15 days had passed since Su Yan and the others had disappeared. In his opinion, 15 days had already passed, so no matter what, Su Yan and the others should have already left this place. So, he swaggered his crew to the sea to bask in the sun, no, it should be said to patrol. However, the first 14 days had been calm and peaceful, but today, he actually encountered such a situation. At this time, Su Yan and Mu Tianxing had already arrived. At this time, the ordinary crew members who were still clamoring all quieted down and did not even dare to make a sound. Before they met Su Yan, they thought that Su Yan was just a so-so. As long as they were lucky enough, it would not be difficult to earn this credit by relying on the strength of everyone. But now, they realized how wrong they were. These two people were really too strong. This was especially true for the man in the lead. Just by standing there, he already made their breathing become heavy. At this time, Fang Yueshan had already begun to send a voice transmission to the Devil's Sect to contact the few venerables. Now, every step he took was trembling with fear. He knew very well that whether it was Su Yan or the Devil's Sect's elders, he was just a small fish. If they fought, he would be killed directly. Chapter 7:16. Female literature. The battleship was still sailing quietly. The waves of the sea were rolling quietly. Su Yan and Mu Tianxing stood quietly on the deck. At this time, they were waiting for the arrival of the big fish. This big fish would be unprecedentedly powerful. But it was precisely because of this that it was meaningful. Su Yan knew that the Devil's Sect's venerable was already on his way. But he also believed that Meng Yang was already on his way. This fishing would be the prelude to Su Yan's counterattack against the Devil's Sect. From the beginning until now, Su Yan had been too passive. Back then, the death of the Princess Chu of the Monster Palace was also inseparable from the Devil's Sect. Lu Lan was taken away by the Devil's Sect and might directly become a victim of the Devil's Sect's plan. If Su Yan did not seize the time, it would really be too late. If the Devil's Sect's people had not been so aggressive, perhaps he would have chosen to avoid the sharp edge at this time. But now, the Devil's Sect was almost going against the tide. So Su Yan must seize this opportunity to directly launch a counterattack. And at this moment, it was time for the counterattack to begin. Old man, can you fly faster? This speed is really too slow, it's not much faster than a turtle. At this time, Meng Yang was constantly urging his master. The frenzied Blade Venerable was being shouted at by this kid. But who asked Meng Yang to be his precious disciple? But Meng Yang really talked too much nonsense, even his master, the frenzied Blade Venerable, could not stand it anymore. Shut up, Meng Yang, you idiot, don't you know that we are riding a turtle now? The frenzied Blade Venerable immediately roared. At this time, Meng Yang and the frenzied Blade Venerable were sitting on the frenzied Blade Venerable's mount. And this mount was actually a gigantic tortoise. Meng Yang was rendered speechless by frenzied Saber Venerable One's words. In the end, he could only sigh. There are so many mounts in the world. Why did you choose a tortoise? Old man, your taste. Seeing how Meng Yang was shaking his head, frenzied Saber the Venerable was infuriated. He yelled, "Damn you, if you dare to talk nonsense with me again, I'll kick you off Bashia." Meng Yang's strength had indeed improved a lot on the Divine Devil Island. However, he was still far from being a match for his master. If the frenzied Saber Venerable really wanted to do so, Meng Yang would not be able to resist. However, Meng Yang didn't panic at all. He said calmly, "Go ahead and kick me. If you dare to kick me, I will cut off our master-disciple relationship." Frenzied Saber Venerable. On the deck, Fang Yuishan carefully brought up a huge basin of caviar. As the captain of a warship, he could only sadly become a waiter at this time. What made him even more depressed was that the food was supposed to be his enjoyment. He felt really bitter. However, there was nothing he could do because Su Yan and Mu Tianqing were far stronger than him. Moreover, these two people actually dared to hunt here. Just this kind of courage alone was enough to frighten him. It was worth noting that the two of them were not hunting anyone else, but venerable ones. To target a venerable one was either a lunatic, or one had absolute confidence in their ability to do so. Nonetheless, no matter which one it wasn't good news for him. He could only pray silently that the two of them would leave as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be affected when they fought. At the spur of the moment, waves rose on the surface of the sea. In the beginning, it was just a small wave or two. However, in a short while, it had turned into a huge wave. The wave was enough to make the warship start to shake. This warship was naturally not a terrifying behemoth, but its power was already terrifying enough. Its power was strong enough to deal with ordinary waves. At the moment, the warship started to shake, so one could imagine the extent of the wave. At the same time, Su Yan's power started to increase. Fang Yuishan felt even more bitter because he knew that the thing he didn't want the most was about to happen. Almost as soon as he had this thought, a voice was heard. Mu Tianqing, you can't escape. Surrender obediently. Don't worry, I will treat you well on account of our engagement. It was Fan Xing's voice. Upon hearing his voice, Mu Tianqing was enraged. Elder Hiroshi was the closest person to him, but now, the person closest to him had died because of him. This enmity could no longer be resolved. Feeling her anger, Su Yan gently held her hand and said, "Stay rational. Don't let anger get to your head. Don't forget that this time, we are not only dealing with a few venerables, but also the powerful vice sect leader." Fang Yuishan was shocked when he heard this. Deal with the vice sect leader. Dealing with a venerable was already a crazy thing, but now their target was actually the vice sect leader. It's over, it's over. This time, I'm really done for. Why is my luck so bad? Feng Yueshan knew that after this, even if he could survive, he would not end up well. Although he was forced to do this, he was on the same boat as Su Yan at this time. More importantly, he was still safe and sound. The Devil's Sect was not a place to be reasonable. Because of his personality, he did not have anyone to rely on in the Devil's Sect. Now that the vice sect leader was involved, he would definitely not have a good ending. No, I have to think of a way. Only then can I continue to live. Whether it was Mu Tianqing or Su Yan, neither of them took his thoughts seriously. Because at this time, they were not in the mood to deal with him. A person at the Radius realm was no longer a threat to the two of them at the moment. Mu Tianqing, could it be that you ran away with that pretty boy called Su Yan? You are really an unfilial woman. Your father's life is unknown, but you still have the mood to flirt with someone else. You bitch. Fan Xing was constantly insulting Mu Tianqing. He was doing his best to humiliate her. At this time, they were still unable to find Su Yan's whereabouts. At this time, as long as Su Yan or Mu Tianqing responded, they would immediately find him. Su Yan said, "Since Fan Xing is insulting us like this, it can only mean one thing. The vice sect leader who attacked last time is not here. Otherwise, we would have been discovered long ago." Although the sea was vast, the vice sect leader's divine sense was extremely powerful. Although the warship had a shielding function that could interfere with people's vision and even divine sense detection. But the divine sense of a Saint Venerable had reached a certain level. From the Venerable realm to the Saint Venerable realm, to the Sovereign realm, and then to the Tao Venerable realm, the divine sense would change terrifyingly with each advancement. If the vice sect leader who attacked last time was here, then according to his Saint Venerable realm, the shielding array of the warship Su Yan was on would be useless. That can't be better. But since that old dog attacked last time, it means that he will do the same this time. I hope that the helpers Feng Yuhai called this time are strong enough. After a while, the sea-splitting demonic snake suddenly sent a message, "Master, someone is approaching." After a while, Su Yan's divine sense immediately detected the movement. At this time, he said directly, "Miss Mu, stay on this ship first. I'll go buy some time." Mu Tianqing said, "Su Yan, be careful." She knew that Su Yan was very powerful, but this time, the enemy he was facing was a venerable. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge for Su Yan. Su Yan said, "Don't worry. You should know that this is the sea." Indeed, this was the sea, the home of the sea-splitting demonic snake. Even if it was a venerable, so what? After the sea-splitting demonic snake evolved, its strength had increased. Even if it was a venerable, it could easily kill it now. If it could cooperate with Su Yan, it could almost achieve an instant kill. Of course, this was under the condition that the other party did not have a prerequisite. However, Su Yan was not so naive. After all, he also knew that the sea-splitting demonic snake had appeared last time. It was impossible that the other party did not have their guard up against the sea-splitting demonic snake. However, they did not expect that in just 15 days, both Su Yan and the sea-splitting demonic snake's strength had greatly increased. In the sky, the three heavenly ghosts of the Huangji sect were patrolling at this time. Although the battleship has a shielding array formation, the strength of the three of them is still very strong. After a period of time, they were able to sense the general direction of the ship. Therefore, they were now heading towards this place. However, at this time, 3 sword lights directly attacked them. At this time, the leader of the 3 heavenly ghosts immediately said, "News, there's a sneak attack." At this time, he immediately looked at the sea. 3 scarlet sword lights were defying the sky and coming towards them. "Humph, you're courting death. Even if the three of them did not use a combination technique, they were still at the peak of the dragon realm. Therefore, they did not care about Su Yan's sword chi at all. The leader of the three heavenly ghosts directly raised his palm. He actually wanted to use his bare hands to destroy Su Yan's sword chi. His strength was indeed very powerful. As his palms danced, it brought about a fierce wind. However, just as his palms were about to touch the sword chi, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 7:17. Girls' Literature. No, this sword chi is so powerful. At this moment, his expression changed. He never thought that Su Yan's sword chi would be so powerful. This seemingly ordinary sword chi, when approaching him, actually possessed such a terrifying ability in an instant. Such power made the core figure of the heavenly ghost's three heroes wary of Su Yan. He could naturally block such power, but it would not be easy. More importantly, before coming into contact with the power, he did not realize how powerful it was at all. Su Yan's power control and disguise were too ingenious. Break for me. He roared angrily, and the power in his hands suddenly increased by a lot. At this moment, the terrifying aura suddenly increased. At this moment, his power kept suppressing Su Yan's sword chi and finally shattered it. At this moment, Su Yan was not far in front of him, looking at the three of them. Good boy, this sword chi is really powerful. Now tell me where Mu Tianqing is, or you'll die here today. He spoke without holding back, and it was obvious that he really wanted to kill Yangming at this time. However, these few words were not enough to scare Su Yan. Su Yan directly said, "Humph, you three old dogs who betrayed your master. Don't be presumptuous here. If you really want to kill me, then come. I'd like to see if I'll kill you three old dogs or be bitten to death by you." After saying that, Su Yan immediately turned around and left. At this moment, the big ghost of the three heroes had a gloomy look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. It was obvious that he was really angry at Su Yan and wanted to kill Su Yan right away. Boss. This boy is here, but Mu Tianqing isn't. He gently pondered, then said, Mu Tianqing must be nearby, which is why this boy came out at this time. He wants to attract our attention and buy time for Mu Tianqing. It had to be said that this person was indeed smart. He had already guessed Su Yan's intentions in an instant. Then what do we do now? Are we just going to let him leave like this? Su Yan's provocation had clearly angered him. If he let Su Yan go just like that, he would never be willing. Boss, how about this? I'll go chase after this brat. You and third bro continue to search here. Although that brat has some strength, it won't be difficult for me to kill him. I'll finish him off as soon as possible. After you find Mu Tianqing, surround him but don't kill him. Wait for me to come. Second brother's mind was quite meticulous, so he came up with this method that could be considered appropriate. Big brother thought for a moment and finally nodded. Second brother, I'm relieved that you're meticulous. But you must remember, don't get carried away. That kid is very cunning, and his strength is somewhat strange. The three streaks of sword chi just now caused the leader of the three ghosts to have a layer of fear towards Su Yan. If it was third bro who suggested to chase after Su Yan, he would definitely not agree. After all, although third bro was strong, he was too impulsive. If that brat set up some trap, he would easily fall into it. Third bro said, Humph, boss, you think too highly of that brat. I think it's better to let me go. It won't cost much to kill such a small thing. At this moment, his eyes were flickering with cold light. Clearly, he was filled with killing intent towards Su Yan. Big brother looked at him and said, All right, don't have any more objections. Third bro, you follow me. Second bro, you know what to do. That brat has the help of a powerful sea beast. Last time, the appearance of the sea-splitting demonic snake had made him very wary. Second bro said, "Don't worry, I'm best at speed. I won't give that brat a chance to summon his sea beast. I'll go first." At this moment, he sensed that Su Yan was gradually getting further away, so he did not wait any longer and immediately went forward. At this moment, Su Yan was moving forward neither hurriedly nor slowly. Instead of saying that he was running away, it would be better to say that he was waiting for someone. Or rather, he was fishing at this moment. He was waiting for the other party to come. His spiritual sense had been paying attention to the movements of the Heavenly Ghost's 3 heroes. At this moment, he noticed that someone was chasing after him. He could not help but sneer. As expected, you've split up, haven't you? Ha, the Heavenly Ghost's 3 heroes, if the 3 of you join forces and have combat powers comparable to Venerable One's, I'll still be afraid. Since you've split up, I'll use you to practice. After flying for a distance, Su Yan stopped. He spread his demon dragon wings and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for the other party to arrive. Before long, Second Bro arrived in front of Su Yan. He looked at Su Yan with a hint of gloominess in his eyes. He said directly, "You actually stopped running. Could it be that you're waiting for me?" "Ha, looks like you've really set up an ambush." Although he spoke casually, he was already on his guard. Once there was any movement around him, he would leave immediately. The reason why he chose to come alone was because he was afraid that Third Bro would be too impulsive. Su Yan looked at him and said, "Ha, ambush. No, you're wrong. Do you think you're qualified for me to ambush you? What a joke. To tell you the truth, I've already predicted that you'd come, so I'm using you to sharpen my blade." Second Bro's expression became even more gloomy, and his sneer became even more sinister. "Using me to sharpen your blade? Ha, you've got guts. If I'm not wrong, you're Dragon Realm level 5, right? To be able to reach this level at such a young age, you're also a first-rate genius. You're almost comparable to the most outstanding genius in the Huangji sect. Unfortunately, you're going to die here today." A Dragon Realm level 9 against a Dragon Realm level 5, there was no doubt about the outcome. If that sea beast really did not exist, Second Bro could not think of any reason why he would lose. However, this time, he was determined to kill Su Yan. He was extremely wary of Su Yan. Just as he had said, if a young genius like Su Yan was not killed early, he would definitely be a problem in the future. Therefore, he wanted to kill Su Yan immediately. Otherwise, if Su Yan was allowed to continue growing, he would be a disaster sooner or later. Su Yan said directly, "Ha, no matter what, you've got sharp eyes. You're right, I'm at 5 Dragons Realm now. However, do you really think that the realm is everything?" At this moment, Su Yan's fighting power increased abruptly. On the Divine Demon Island, his realm increased again and he was now at 5 Dragons Realm. Su Yan's accumulation was much more terrifying than an ordinary person's. The last time he increased his realm to 4 Dragons Realm, he had already attracted the arrival of the Thunder Trial. In the black hole in the extraterritorial void, he had forcefully broken through again and it was the same. After being tempered by the Thunder Trial twice, his body was unimaginably strong. At this moment, his strength could only be described with the word terrifying. Su Yan knew that his opponent was much stronger than he had imagined. It was also because of this that he treasured every opportunity to fight. Facing Second Bro, who was at 9 Dragons Realm, he was even more passionate. At this moment, he attacked his opponent directly. "Good, you've got guts. You actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Looks like I've underestimated you. Kill." At this moment, Second Bro was enraged. After all, no one would be happy to be looked down upon by a junior whose strength was far inferior to his. At this moment, there was a ruthless aura in his heart. One had to admit that Su Yan was really good at infuriating his opponent. Just like now. The reason second bro was here was because compared to third bro, his character was much more stable. However, unknowingly, he was already enraged. Seeing Su Yan flying towards him, his anger reached its peak. That terrifying power burst out directly at this moment, and the intense aura formed 9 terrifying dragon shadows at this time. He was indeed a 9 dragons realm powerhouse. Back in the extraterritorial void, Rosen had used the demon god armament to raise his aura to its peak. At that time, he was only at 8 dragons realm. At that time, his strength was already very strong. However, compared to second bro, he was still slightly weaker. However, Su Yan did not feel the slightest bit of fear. His eyes seemed to be burning with a flowing golden light. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. Between the heavens and the earth, everything began to settle down at this moment. However, even in the face of such a powerful existence, Su Yan's aura did not weaken in the slightest. His sword aura came down directly from above. Die! Second bro's power and Su Yan's power clashed directly without any fanciful moves. Sky Ghost second bro's 9 dragon shadows were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. However, at this moment, Su Yan's strength did not shrink at all. His aura was constantly pushing back. At this moment, he was actually able to forcibly resist the attack. The first exchange of blows between the two sides was actually a draw. Su Yan's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Ha, I blocked it." As this blow was blocked, the arrogance in his heart became even stronger. It was a powerful arrogance that pressed forward courageously. No matter how powerful the enemy was, Su Yan would not shrink back. He would fight a vigorous battle with the other party. This was because he was Su Yan. At this moment, Sky Ghost's second bro's expression had become extremely ugly. This damned bastard, he actually managed to block his attack. Chapter 7:18. Girls' Literature. Originally, he was still on guard against the appearance of that powerful sea beast. If the situation was not right, he would immediately respond. He had never thought that Su Yan had the ability to block his sword. However, the truth was right in front of him. His attack had actually been blocked. It seems that the Heavenly Ghost 3 is only at this level. You guys, who have nothing better to do, are simply useless. If this sentence had been said by someone whose realm was much higher than his, he would have felt indignant, but he would have still been able to accept it. After all, the other party's realm was above his, so it was indeed difficult to defeat the other party. However, the other party's realm was not as high as his. Su Yan was only at the 5 dragons realm, while he was a 9 dragons realm powerhouse. There was a difference of 4 realms between the two of them, but Su Yan had blocked his attack. Furthermore, Su Yan was openly mocking him at the moment. He could not accept this. At this moment, his anger had reached its peak. You've only blocked one of my attacks. Is that really enough to make you so happy? Then, I'll kill you next. At this moment, his aura increased again. At this moment, the anger in his heart had been completely ignited. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake's voice was transmitted into Su Yan's consciousness. Master, let me devour this guy. How dare such a thing provoke you? After devouring the void behemoth, the sea-splitting demonic serpent had undergone a huge transformation. Its strength was increasing almost every day. It would probably be able to evolve directly before long. The second heavenly ghost brother was only at the 9 dragons realm, so he did not take him seriously at all. If he wanted to make a move, the second heavenly ghost brother would not be able to escape even if he was prepared. Hi, this is my prey. Don't interfere. Just protect Miss Moo. To Su Yan, this was a rare target to practice with. Of course, he would not let the sea-splitting demonic snake interfere. The other party was indeed powerful, but it was not to the extent that he could not deal with it. On the contrary, this kind of strength was actually the best for him. He could continuously force himself to improve, and his cultivation would improve further. Kill. Su Yan ignored the provocation of the second heavenly ghost. Instead, he turned around and slashed at him. At this moment, he was a complete and utter madman. At this moment, he quietly displayed his combat skills. That powerful force circulated over and over again, and the terrifying combat skill was displayed vividly at this moment. Because of this, Su Yan actually gained a slight advantage for a while. In the clash between the two of them, he was actually the one who had the upper hand. Damn it, is this brat really only at the 5 Dragons realm? How can he be so powerful? Impossible, this is impossible. In contrast to Su Yan's state, the second brother of Heavenly Ghost became more and more alarmed as he fought. Su Yan's tenacity was too strong. From the beginning until now, no matter how strong he was, Su Yan was always able to withstand his attacks. More importantly, Su Yan was actually able to seize the opportunity to counterattack. His realm was indeed above his opponent's, and there was a difference of 4 realms. However, what surprised him was that even if the two of them were to compete in strength, he could not gain much of an advantage. Moreover, the other party's combat skills were really terrifying. Every time he attacked, the power was terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, Su Yan's combat skills were simply untraceable. It seemed that he could come up with new combat skills every time. Such an opponent was absolutely terrifying. It was extremely terrifying to fight with such a person. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the rhythm of the battle was no longer in his hands. He originally thought that Su Yan was just a guy who could be easily dealt with, but at this moment, he found that he was simply wrong. Damn it, it seems to be very bad if this goes on. As a powerhouse, of course, he understood that if the rhythm of the battle fell into the hands of others, then it meant the beginning of a bad ending. If this went on, he would almost certainly lose. What a terrifying brat. At this moment, he no longer had the disdain from before, only an extremely solemn expression. It seems that I can only pretend to retreat now and meet up with Big Brother and Third Brother, then use the power of thunder to directly kill this Su Yan. At this moment, he already had a plan in mind. The 3 heroes of Heavenly Ghost were actually 3 brothers, so they had a very strange psychological connection that allowed them to directly transmit messages. At this moment, he directly transmitted his will, Big Brother, Third Brother, this Su Yan is really strange and terrifying. I will lure him here first, and the 3 of us will work together to kill him. Then, we will go look for Mu Tianxing. At this moment, both the Big Brother and Third Brother received a transmission from the second brother. At this moment, the third brother directly said, "What's going on? Why can't second brother even deal with such a brat? Big brother, what should we do now? I feel that Mu Tianxing is nearby. As long as we have a little more time, we will be able to find Mu Tianxing." They had already narrowed the search area to a certain extent. As long as they had a few more minutes, they would be able to find Mu Tianxing. At this time, the Devil's Sect's venerables were also coming. However, the second brother directly sent such a message at this time. At this moment, the big brother pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "No, don't worry about Mu Tianxing. The Devil's Sect's people will be here soon anyway. You should also know that if that woman really goes crazy, we won't be her match. So, at this time, we will go support the second brother." Previously, he had a short fight with Su Yan, so he knew very well that Su Yan was indeed unusual. The second brother's personality had always been calm. At this time, since he sent such a message, it could only mean that he was in danger. A person in the 5 Dragons realm made a person in the 9 Dragons realm to be in danger. This brat was up to something. However, when he thought of Su Yan's sea-splitting demonic snake, the doubts in his heart faded a little, but at this time, he was even more anxious. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were shining with boundless light. His strength was so strong that his aura gradually began to become stronger. As the battle continued, his condition became better and better. Why? Didn't you look down on me? Why do you want to escape at this time? Your strength is definitely more than this, but you still chose to retreat. At this time, Su Yan's cold words directly fell on the second brother's heart. The second brother frowned. He felt that his intentions seemed to have been seen through by Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan's words came again. You are a very calm person. Although it is good to be calm, sometimes it is also the root of failure. If I'm not mistaken, you have now contacted the other two people in a way that I don't know and want to join forces to kill me. When Su Yan's words fell, the shock in the second brother's heart could no longer be concealed. The thought in his heart had been directly spoken out. This was not good news at all. At this moment, the uneasiness in his heart had become even more intense. It was a kind of threat of death. He hadn't felt this kind of feeling for a long time, but every time it appeared, it made his hair stand on end. It was an indescribable discomfort. The second brother knew that he must not be trapped in such a state. Otherwise, everything would fall into Su Yan's rhythm, which was not a good thing. So he forcibly dispelled the uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that you want to kill me? This was a direct question. At this moment, the color of his surroundings suddenly changed. The sky was originally clear, but at this time, the whole world directly changed color. Su Yan said directly, yes. As soon as this simple word was spoken, countless streams of sword chi burst out. The strong sword chi turned into a gale at this time. At this time, the wind was the sword chi, and the sword chi was the storm. The terrifying power was constantly hovering, and the wind had begun to roar. Such power was like 10,000 horses in a mute. In a trance, the sun and the moon rose and the stars twinkled. At this moment, dawn came. This was Su Yan's sword, which was also Su Yan's dawn. After defeating Rosen, this sword appeared again, the dawn sword. The power of dawn was so strong that at this time, the aura of the second brother of the heavenly ghosts was directly suppressed. It was as if the 9 dragon heads were all chained up. At this moment, Su Yan's sword chi began to surge. Such power made the second brother of the heavenly ghosts completely panic. At this time, he could no longer pretend to be calm. Big brother, third brother, quickly come and save me. At this time, he once again asked his 2 brothers for help. The sword that Su Yan displayed at this time was so terrifying that it had even obliterated all of the second brother's willpower. At this time, the other 2 of the 3 heroes of the heavenly ghosts were coming. At this time, the big brother suddenly noticed the change in the situation in front. What's going on? Why did the weather suddenly change over there? Third brother asked curiously. Almost at the same time, they directly received the second brother's distress signal. Oh no, the second brother is in danger. The 3 of them were almost the same person. When the second brother was in danger, that kind of despair would directly shroud their hearts, so at this time, they could already feel the anxiety and despair of the second brother. Quickly, go and save him. They absolutely could not watch the second brother die like this. However, at this time, above the sea, a terrifying water column suddenly rose directly into the sky. In an instant, the water column had turned into a huge wave. It directly blocked the path of the 2 men. Stupid idiots, I won't let you disturb my master. Chapter 719. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Damn it, it's that sea monster. Its appearance had completely disrupted their plan. Damn it, why would that sea monster appear here? Neither the eldest brother nor the third brother could have imagined that Su Yan's sea-splitting demonic snake would appear here. They originally thought that the second brother had sent out a distress signal because he was being hunted. However, they finally realized that this was not the case. The sea-splitting demonic snake did not attack at all. However, if that was the case, why would the second brother be in such a dangerous situation? Could it be that someone was ambushing them? However, they did not have time to think about it because the sea-splitting demonic snake had already pounced on them. You two fools. Even at a time like this, you still dare to be absent-minded in front of me? You two really do have a death wish. If that's the case, I will eat you too. The demonic sea-splitter serpent's aura was much stronger than before. Correspondingly, his aura had also become much stronger. Therefore, at this time, his killing intent had become infinitely strong. At this moment, all he wanted was to kill. He was a monster to begin with. At this moment, his killing intent was at its peak. At this moment, an extremely intense aura appeared in his eyes. It was as if his huge eyes could destroy everything. Su Yan's Daybreaker sword had gradually begun to condense. The intense sword aura had already set off waves that were tens of thousands of feet high. The second brother of the heavenly demon felt that he was a lone boat with no one to rely on at this moment. At this moment, the entire sea was filled with malice toward him. He really could not imagine how Su Yan's strength could be so strong to such an extent. Such a sweeping power was simply frightening to the extreme. At this moment, his willpower was gradually being extinguished. At this moment, the only thought in the mind of the dignified Nine Dragons powerhouse was to escape. He wanted to escape. But all his paths of retreat were blocked by Zen. At this moment, he had nowhere to run or hide. Under such circumstances, his only thought was that his two brothers would come and save him. Because of this perseverance, he was still bitterly holding on even now. Damn it! Why aren't they here yet? Why aren't they here yet? At this moment, the entire world disappeared from his eyes. Everything began to condense without any limit. Are you still waiting for your two brothers? No, they won't be able to come. Why do you think my demonic sea-rending snake did not appear here? Su Yan asked softly. Hearing Su Yan's words, Overlord's face turned even more serious. That's right, why isn't the sea-splitting demonic snake here? That was because Su Yan was confident in dealing with him. Hence, there was no need for the demonic sea snake to appear here. Since he wasn't here, where did he go? In fact, there was no need to say anything more. Since he wasn't here, it was time for him to stop his two brothers. Su Yan wanted to kill him. Furthermore, he had already planned this from the very beginning. Could it be that this fellow had planned everything from the very beginning? Why? Why was he so powerful? At this moment, Overlord actually felt a little desperate. However, he was still a powerhouse of the Nine Dragons. At this moment, all his willpower was ignited once again. Die. Am I still going to face death in the end? Today, I was actually killed by someone whose cultivation base is far lower than mine. This is really surprising. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, from the very beginning, I knew that I would die one day. It's just that today is too unexpected. In the end, Overlord actually calmed down. Su Yan wouldn't have thought much of it if he had already gone berserk at this point. However, he was so calm right now. This was a problem. At this moment, the second brother continued, Su Yan, if I'm not wrong, then after you kill me, your target will be third brother, right? Ha ha ha. This move of yours is really powerful. At this point, I actually can't communicate with Overlord anymore. However, I won't let you get what you want. You are indeed powerful, but unfortunately, your cultivation base is still not enough. As he spoke, his body started to squirm. A huge amount of energy continued to gather in his body. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. You will indeed die. Unfortunately, you will also die. You will be killed by Ol, Air and Ol Air. I will just be one step ahead of you. Ha ha ha. Ol, Air was also a character. Knowing that he was about to die, he immediately made up his mind to die together with Su Yan. At the very least, he wanted to severely injure Su Yan directly. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly sneered and said, "Haha, it's good that you have such determination. Otherwise, I would be too disappointed." At this point, Su Yan actually didn't panic at all. Ol, Air's expression changed silently. Could it be that he has even calculated this step? At this moment, he was really panicking. If he had really calculated this step, then what exactly was he trying to do? Thinking about it now, Ol, Air had really given him too much time. If he wanted to kill him, he could have done it from the very beginning. However, he didn't. He didn't make a move. Instead, he waited for Ol, Air to change his mind. He was waiting for Ol, Air to self-destruct. That's right, this guy had already calculated everything about him. He was really too terrifying. At this point, he immediately hesitated. At this point, he was indeed determined to die, but he couldn't let his death be worthless. However, he didn't know what else he could do at this time. It was during this moment of hesitation that a terrifying beam of light had already descended. That was Sword Chi. This Sword Chi had already displayed the power of dawn to the extreme. He had never had such an incredible experience, nor had he ever seen such a sword. The power and terror of this sword light was really beyond his expectations. How can he be so powerful? How can he be so powerful? This sword seemed to have come into contact with time. He had encountered countless sword cultivators, but no one could do this to him. Almost in an instant, Ol, Air's heart was directly devoured. When he suddenly realized that his heart was no longer controlled by himself, it would be the time of his death. And now, it was the beginning of that moment. Su Yan said directly, "I'm not a god. How can I predict every move you make? Do you know what your weakness is? Your weakness is that you're too steady. It's because of this steadiness that you become overly cautious." At this point, Su Yan's sword light had already passed through Ol, Air's body. Ol, Air was indeed steady, but it was also because of this steadiness that he became overly suspicious. Su Yan directly expanded Ol, Air's overthinking through a series of actions. Human nature was a very strange thing. Even if it was an advantage, if it was infinitely magnified, it would become a fatal point. At this moment, Su Yan was like that. The sword radiance of dawn flashed and disappeared. Everything disappeared. Ol, Air's body directly fell. Killed one. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly fluctuating. It was as if all his pores were constantly breathing. At this moment, his entire person was already somewhat inflated. An expert of the Nine Dragons realm was directly killed by him just like that. It was not the first time Su Yan fought above his level. But this time, he still did not dare to believe the result. At this moment, the light in his eyes became even more determined. Every victory was extremely precious to him. At this moment, his aura had also risen into the sky. Endless rays of light began to fall one after another. Su Yan's aura was surging. His soul also had an indescribable breakthrough. Find oneself. Is this also one of them? At this moment, he suddenly recalled the words that the woman on Divine Demon Island said to him. Find oneself, this was the cultivation of the soul. He walked forward one step at a time. Killing a 9-dragon powerhouse made him feel extremely proud. However, this was already a thing of the past. What he needed to do now was to kill a second one. This was only the beginning. Soon, his strength would become more and more powerful. At this moment, Heavenly Ghost Leader and Noel Air were constantly exchanging blows with the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, they felt that the pressure on them was increasing. The sea-splitting demonic snake's strength was undeniable. Such a terrifying power made them extremely fearful. What made them even more uneasy was that the sea-splitting demonic snake could clearly kill them directly, but he did not do so. Instead, he was constantly toying with them. At this moment, the two Nine Dragons realm experts felt as if they were two rats. The two of them once again dodged Fiery Harm Demon God's attack. At this moment, they felt an inexplicable pain in their hearts, as if a long nail had pierced directly into their hearts. How could this be? How could this be? At this moment, the two of them muttered to themselves, their hearts trembling non-stop. This was because they had already sensed that their brother had lost all signs of life. This was unacceptable to them. Air was strong and had a very calm mind. However, he had actually died. Moreover, he had died at the hands of a 5 Dragons realm expert. Second brother is dead. Second brother is actually dead. It's that kid. It's that Su Yen. I must kill him. I must. Air was already crazy at this moment, but Air was silent. He already knew that today seemed to be the end of the 3 brothers. Do you really want to kill me? Then come. Chapter 720. Girls' Literature. At that moment, Su Yan's voice was suddenly heard. He looked provocatively at the crazy third brother and sneered. Seeing his enemy, third brother immediately lost all reason and wanted to kill Su Yan. Third brother, no. The first brother wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The sea-splitting demonic snake did not give him any chance at all. The terrifying giant beast had him completely locked down. Now, Su Yan was using them as practice. He needed to become stronger, so at that moment, he needed a sparring partner. The strength of the Heavenly Ghost 3 was that they could join forces and directly reach the combat strength of a venerable. However, this time, in order to kill Su Yan, the 3 of them were separated. This was their path to death. Now, he wanted to take them down one by one. Damn it, why aren't those idiots from the Devil's Sect here yet? Why aren't they here yet? At that moment, he was beyond angry. Where were the venerables from the Devil's Sect? Why hadn't they come out yet? Why hadn't the powerful Vice Sect leader made a move yet? Third brother, be careful. At the very beginning, he had already sent a signal for help to Fan Xing. Now, he could only hope that Fan Xing had already brought people over. The direct confrontation between Su Yan and him soon began. Su Yan felt that the battle with Old Third was even more difficult. The strength of the Heavenly Ghost 3 and the second brother were almost the same, but the difference between them was their fighting style. The second brother's fighting style determined that he would not be too aggressive when fighting. Every move and style would leave some leeway. However, third brother was different. He fought with indomitable will and no matter what, he would fight to the end. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to eat Su Yan's flesh. Therefore, at this time, he would definitely not show any mercy. His powerful aura immediately burst forth. At this moment, that terrifying power actually turned into streaks of black smoke. The smoke was like a snake, making people tremble in fear. The two of them did not fight for too long, and Su Yan was already suppressed. One had to admit that this person was indeed powerful. What's more, Su Yan was currently in an exhausted state. Su Yan was constantly going berserk, and his aura was also constantly rising. Unknowingly, his strength had already reached the peak. Although he was being suppressed right now, the battle with Old Third could be said to be a satisfying one. Under such a battle, his potential was constantly being squeezed out. At this moment, Su Yan was completely forcing himself. He knew very well that if he wanted to increase his strength quickly, he had to go to the extreme. The enemy he was about to face was unusual. Not to mention the enormous devil sect, the power of the so-called love enchantress was enough to make him dizzy. The third heavenly ghost roared like a wild beast. His powerful 9 dragons continued to emerge, making Su Yan suffer a lot. At this time, there were at least 13 wounds on Su Yan's body, and 3 of them had almost taken his life. However, Su Yan didn't care at all. The older he got, the crazier he became. At this time, his powerful physique had been fully reflected. He was fighting across realms, and in a state of exhaustion. At this time, Su Yan had become too powerful. As his sword chi increased, the power of the scorching sun sword also became more and more violent. The violent aura was constantly rolling, and everything seemed to be drowned in it. This kid. Old Third will also die. The eldest heavenly ghost saw everything clearly. Old Third still had the upper hand, and his advantage was huge. However, he knew that if this continued, Old Third would still lose. From the beginning of their fight until now, Su Yan was improving at a speed that he could see. His speed, his strength, and his spirit chi were all increasing at the same time. How could this kid be so terrifying? He was really a monster. Now he could only pray that Old Third would unexpectedly erupt and kill Su Yan directly. However, he also knew very well that the probability of this happening was too small. It was almost impossible. The 3 brothers had been together for so many years, and they knew each other very well. They were indeed very powerful. When the 3 brothers joined forces, they could erupt with an extremely powerful force that could allow them to fight against Venerables. However, only they knew that this wasn't a good thing. On the contrary, it was a bad thing. If their aptitudes were good enough, they wouldn't need to use this method. Wouldn't it be better for them to directly cultivate to become Venerables? It was precisely because they had no other choice that they could only come up with this method. The 3 of them joining forces to unleash the fighting power of Venerables wasn't a good choice. However, their aptitudes were limited, which made the 9 dragons realm the peak they could reach. A human's heart would never stop. They wanted to become stronger. This was the purpose of their trip. If they could succeed this time, then Fan Yunlin would help them. In the Huangji sect, apart from the sect master who was in seclusion, the vice sect master was the most powerful god. They had no choice but to believe the promise he made. However, he didn't expect that they would pay such a huge price for this. Although the 3 of them had the same mind, it didn't mean that they were the same person. If it was under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be particularly obvious. However, when they were separated, this danger was immediately revealed. No matter what, the 3 of them were 3 people. They couldn't be the same person. For example, now they were separated in order to chase after Su Yan. It was also because of this that they had to pay such a heavy price. Old Second was dead, and now Old Third was in great danger. Su Yan was clearly just a guy in the dragon realm, but he played them like a fiddle. Su Yan was their nightmare. At this point, he was already regretting it. This time, they shouldn't have interfered in this matter. But at this point, it was already too late. All he wanted now was to save Old Third's life. However, at this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake had already trapped him. The sea-splitting demonic snake was too powerful. He knew very well that if the sea-splitting demonic snake really wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be too difficult. However, at this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake still didn't want to kill him. There was only one possibility. The sea-splitting demonic snake deliberately didn't want to kill him. This was Su Yan's will. Su Yan was deliberately keeping him alive. Using battle to support battle. This was Su Yan's objective. He really had a good plan. Not only did he want to kill the 3 of them, he even wanted to squeeze the last bit of value out of the 3 of them. He was really unwilling, but at this time, there was nothing he could do. In the beginning, they had been too confident. It was this confidence that destroyed them, causing them to fall into the abyss of death. The sea-splitting demonic snake was like a ruler on the surface of the sea. Not to mention that he was only in the Nine Dragons realm. Even if he had become a venerable, it would be useless. Now, the only reason he was slightly relieved was that Su Yan wasn't in a good condition. Do you want to kill me? Do you really think you can kill me? You damned brat, go to hell. I want to avenge my second brother. Do you know how difficult it was for us? Do you know how deep the feelings between us were? But you damned guy, you actually dared to kill my second brother. I want you to die. The third heavenly demon had gone crazy. The three of them had grown up together. In order to become stronger, they had connected their hearts and minds. In order to be able to reach the peak, they had even forgotten their own names. However, his second brother was now dead. He had been killed by Su Yan. His power was constantly increasing, which was almost like a burst of explosive power. He knew that if this continued, he would die, but he didn't care. He had always been a crazy person, a brainless person. His fighting style was to keep moving forward and charging. He would use his strongest power to kill the enemy directly. In the past, he didn't need to worry about other things. His second brother's existence was enough. However, he was now fighting alone. Su Yan was very strong. At this point, he would no longer underestimate Su Yan. It was because he had underestimated Su Yan that his second brother died. He was already very tired. However, he knew that his opponent was even more tired than him. The huge aura of the Nine Dragons was still spreading. That powerful aura fell on the sea, causing the seawater to constantly churn. The berserk power was truly frightening. Su Yan stared at the third brother. His expression was extremely solemn. As expected of the Nine Dragons realm, none of them were to be trifled with. When he was fighting the second brother earlier, Su Yan used tricks to grasp the second brother's mind. That was why he was able to defeat his opponent. The third brother was different from the second brother. The third brother was the typical kind of person with a one-track mind. In a head-on confrontation, such people were the most powerful enemies. They were also the most terrifying enemies. It was because they were unscrupulous that they were fearless. Su Yan continued to breathe in and out his own aura. All of a sudden, his aura disappeared, as if he had stopped breathing. At this moment, the surface of his body began to glow with a very strange light. That was the light of his dragon chi. In the next moment, his entire body flew out. At this moment, his speed had reached the extreme. He was even faster than before. At this time, his body was actually very tired, but he didn't have any intention to reduce his speed. Chapter 721. Female Literature, Fatigue. Fatigue caused his body to become extremely heavy, but this was exactly what Su Yan wanted to achieve. Under such a strong pressure, Miscellany was able to make himself stronger. Su Yan firmly believed in this. He was constantly squeezing himself dry so that he could break through his limits. He needed to become stronger, and in order to achieve this goal, he did not hesitate to go to such extremes. He did not take what the third brother said to heart at all. Did they have deep feelings for each other? Of course, there was no doubt about this. But what did it matter? They were his enemies. Since they were his enemies, he had to kill them. The world had always been cruel. If he was the one who lost today, the other party would definitely not be polite. Sword and shield. Sky Dragon kill. At this moment, Su Yan pushed his dragon chi to the extreme, and at the same time, he also directly displayed his powerful sword and shield. Such a sword directly made his aura reach a new peak. He was really a complete madman. And now, it was a battle between two madmen. The so-called madmen were those who did not care about anything for their own thoughts. At such a moment, the space between the two had become a land of despair. The third brother's power was already very terrifying. He had been occupying an absolute advantage since the beginning of the battle, but he was unable to turn this into a victory. As the saying went, the momentum was like a tiger's, and the second time, the third 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 time exhausted. After attacking for so long without success, the anger in his heart had become more and more vigorous. However, at this time, Su Yan directly launched an attack, using an even more violent power to fight against him. At this point, Heavenly Ghost Third was even more enraged. Su Yan's speed became faster and faster. He was like a ghost, attacking from all directions. Now, Su Yan's thoughts were very simple, and that was, he wanted to find the other party's flaw. As long as he could find the flaw, he could directly use the last fatal blow. According to his current state, it was no longer possible to use the Daybreaker sword. But that did not matter. Because without the Daybreaker sword, he still had other powerful means. The third brother's power became deeper and deeper. Every time he made a move, he would slash through the boundless waves. However, the more this was the case, the more uneasy Boss, who was forced to watch from the side, felt. He knew that Third had completely lost his rhythm. Now, the rhythm of the battle was completely in the hands of Su Yan. What was worse was that he couldn't transmit his thoughts to Third at all. Right now, he could only be a bystander and watch as his third brother died. Dance of the Fish Dragon. Su Yan had already evaded Heavenly Ghost's third brother's powerful sword light 16 times in a row. And at this time, he grasped this opportunity. Therefore, he immediately attacked with his sword. The fish dragon sword chi immediately appeared. It was clearly a condensation of sword energy, but the dragonfish actually possessed an indescribable spirituality. The boundless waves were actually controlled by the ichthyosaur. The sword chi was originally very powerful, and with the help of the power of the huge waves, it was even more terrifying and unstoppable. The violent power had almost exceeded the limits of the dragon realm. Ah! At this moment, Heavenly Ghost's third brother let out an extremely terrifying roar in the face of such terrifying power. The aura on his body also became deeper. His entire body charged forward directly, and then he crashed into the terrifying waves. His power was constantly roaring, and his will was also soaring to the sky. Under his powerful and crazy strength, the terrifying waves were finally parted bit by bit. The dragonfish's power was also directly broken down. After all, his power was still very strong. The dragonfish was forcibly separated, and Su Yan's entire body flew backward, and then crashed directly into the sea. This time, Su Yan was still defeated in a head-on confrontation. The powerhouse of the 9 dragons, when erupting recklessly, was ultimately terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan was already very terrifying. His state was infinitely close to this level, but he was still a little lacking. However, at this moment, Su Yan didn't feel anxious at all. Because he knew very well that the rhythm of the battle was in his hands. At this moment, it was very normal for him to be repelled. It would be strange if he really killed Heavenly Ghost's third brother with this blow. At this moment, the 2 hearts in his body were constantly beating, and the power of the great demonic dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart continuously emerged from his body. Every beat of his heart was so terrifying. It was also because of this that Su Yan became extremely excited. The power of the great demonic dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart had passed through his body in a short time. Under the nourishment of this power, his body miraculously recovered. To be exact, this couldn't be said to be a recovery, but a state. This was like a stimulant in the previous world. The powerful power directly drowned his pain, making Su Yan forget everything. At this moment, his body was constantly shuttling back and forth in the sea. He had the blood essence of the sea-splitting demonic snake, although he couldn't become the master of the sea like the sea-splitting demonic snake for the time being. However, it was very easy for him to say that he was like a fish in water. He could feel that he was already next to Heavenly Ghost's third brother. Water Dragon Roar. At this moment, Su Yan directly passed through the sea. The Water Dragon Roar was a move that he had created earlier. It was a terrifying move that combined the power of the sea-splitting demonic snake's blood essence and the power of the great demonic dragon to burst out all of his power at once. The Heavenly Ghost's first brother was right about one thing. At this moment, Su Yan was treating them as his training targets, and wanted to squeeze every last bit of value out of them. Be careful, third brother. The Heavenly Ghost's first brother roared. Almost at the same time, the Heavenly Ghost's first brother also noticed the situation. He abruptly blasted downwards, and then clashed head-on with Su Yan's power once again. The power of the two sides collided fiercely again. The powerful force caused a terrifying water column to directly rush into the sky, and the huge force continued to spread to the surroundings. The two madmen once again confronted each other directly, but this time, Su Yan had the upper hand. Although the Heavenly Ghost's third brother was in the Nine Dragons realm, his body was not as strong as Su Yan's. Su Yan had such a powerful inheritance, swallowed and refined the demon god's demon core, and went through the baptism of the heavenly thunder. His power had reached an extremely terrifying level. This kind of terror was not only reflected in his power, but also in his recovery ability. It's time to end this battle. Su Yan felt the chi and blood in his body rolling, and finally decided to use a killing move. At this time, he had already felt the critical point of his power. That was the limit that his body could bear at the moment. The matter that the mysterious girl on Divine Demon Island had told him was now reflected, and that was the contradiction of power. The great demonic dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart were extremely powerful. However, when these two terrifying powers were stimulated at the same time, they would form a conflict. If he was facing an ordinary opponent, such a conflict might be insignificant. However, when the enemy was strong to a certain extent, causing the power of these two hearts to erupt to an extreme, the conflict would reach an unprecedented peak. This peak was already very dangerous for Su Yan. If this peak was increased again, it was very likely that Su Yan's body would be washed away. Therefore, Su Yan chose to suppress it at this time. He could not let his power increase anymore. Moreover, judging from the previous blow, his opponent's power had reached the limit. No, it should be said that his power had begun to decline. Such an opponent had no value in fighting with him. Sword Shield, Deity Vanquishing Sword. Deity Vanquishing Sword was the great devil god's most powerful move, and at this time, with the terrifying speed of the Sword Shield, the power of this move was even more terrifying. At this time, under the sword, a terrifying cave appeared in the terrifying waves. Under that violent power, a hole appeared on the surface of the sea. In the face of such power, Heavenly Ghost's whole body began to tremble. Just as Su Yan expected, his power had reached the limit. Su Yan was becoming more and more powerful, while he had become infinitely weak. He could not resist such power at all. His body began to disintegrate little by little. Cracks appeared on the surface of Heavenly Ghost's third brother's body. Ah! Third brother, third brother. Heavenly Ghost's eldest brother only felt that his soul was directly torn apart. His second brother was dead, and his third brother died in front of him. The three brothers were almost one. However, at this time, two of his brothers were already dead. He felt that he had lost a part of his body. This was a kind of sadness, but also a kind of anger. Su Yan panted. He had defeated another opponent. This battle was more difficult than the previous one, but this time, he was not as excited as he was the first time. A nine-dragon realm powerhouse was no longer an insurmountable wall to him. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Even the eldest brother, who was steady, could no longer control his mind at this time. At this time, Su Yan's eyes fell directly on Heavenly Ghost's eldest brother. "Do you want to kill me?" Su Yan asked directly in an extremely provocative manner. Heavenly Ghost's eldest brother did not speak, because he knew that there was no point in saying anything at this time. Only blood, only Su Yan's blood, could calm his heart and let his two brothers' souls rest in peace. Chapter 722. Female literature, you can leave, Su Yan said directly. The Heavenly Ghost boss stared at Su Yan. He did not seem to have heard Su Yan's words clearly. What? You don't want to leave? Don't you want to kill me? Then leave. If you don't want to leave, then die here. At this time, Su Yan was really exhausted. At this time, not to mention the powerful Heavenly Ghost boss, even an ordinary expert in the dragon realm could cause him a lot of trouble. Su Yan. You let me go because you think you can kill me in the future, right? However, this will be the stupidest decision you've ever made, he said angrily. Su Yan smiled and said, whether I'm stupid or not, that's my own business. If you don't want to leave now, that's fine. My demon pet wants to swallow you whole. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, the sea-splitting demonic snake's huge body began to dance. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that I, Yao Hongwei, would have such a day where I have to rely on the enemy's charity to survive. The Heavenly Ghost 3 heroes no longer have any meaning now. Su Yan, remember my name. I will definitely kill you. Even though he really wanted to make a move, he knew that he didn't have the opportunity to do so. That was because the sea-splitting demonic snake was beside Su Yan. He was no match for the sea-splitting demonic snake. Therefore, for him, the best choice at this time was to leave this place. Su Yan watched him leave and did not chase after him. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake said, Great Master, why did you let him go? At least, this guy is a troublesome fellow. After all, he was in existence in the Nine Dragons realm. He was a huge threat to Su Yan at this moment. Now was the best time to kill the other party, but Su Yan didn't do so. Instead, he let the other party leave. The demonic sea snake simply could not figure out the reason behind this. Su Yan shook his head and said, let him leave. He may be a problem, but what I need the most now is trouble. This time, their plan was to bait the fish. The Heavenly Ghost 3 heroes were indeed top-notch characters, but compared to their goal, they were only small fries. The real big fish were the powerful venerables of the Limitless Demon sect. If one wanted to catch a big fish, then one naturally had to be willing to cast out the bait. This time, Su Yan had let their leader leave. Only then would the Limitless Demon sect realize the true strength of Su Yan and the others. After all, the Heavenly Ghost 3 heroes had the combat power of a venerable one. Therefore, the next one to appear should be a venerable one. With Su Yan's current strength, if he joined forces with the sea-splitting demonic snake, he would have the ability to kill a venerable one. Of course, this paragon was definitely not one of the strongest. At most, he was a 2 essences paragon. If they encountered a 6 essences paragon, then both he and the sea-splitting demonic snake would die. After all, although the sea-splitting demonic snake had a huge opportunity, it would not have improved so quickly. However, now that Su Yan's body had become stronger, he had the ability to summon a second demonic beast. In this case, he had a stronger life-saving ability. Alright, although I don't understand, I'll listen to you. Master, where are we going now? I feel a powerful aura on the sea over there. The sea-splitting demonic snake pointed in the direction where Mu Tianqing was. It seems to have come faster than I thought. Alright, let's go. If the sea-splitting demonic snake said that the aura was powerful, then it should be at least a venerable one. Although Mu Tianqing had told him that she did not have much pressure to face ordinary venerables at this time. However, Su Yan was still not at ease because he knew very well that although Mu Tianqing had obtained something on the Divine Devil Island that could temporarily release her strength, it was only temporary. She was still far from being able to use it freely. And since it was only temporary, it meant that there must be a limit. Therefore, if he could help Mu Tianqing solve his problem, that would be the best thing that could happen. Alright, seems like there's another fun prey. The sea-splitting demonic snake was extremely excited at this time. He had no resistance to becoming Su Yan's demonic pet. Before becoming Su Yan's demonic pet, he felt that his life was so monotonous. Other than foraging, he spent most of his time sleeping. But now, his hunting activities were so interesting. At this time, he was simply full of enthusiasm. He directly dived into the sea. At this time, he did not need to worry about Su Yan at all because Su Yan's ability to control water had reached a certain level. Just like when he unleashed the water dragon roar, although he could not stir up any waves, he could move freely in the water and would not be affected by the sea at all. Limitless Demon Sex Lai Hongyang. As a venerable, he had a very high status. A venerable was the peak of combat strength. Even if he was only a one-origin venerable, it was enough to give him a very high status. Of course, status was linked to strength. Every venerable's combat strength was extremely terrifying and powerful, and this strength was reflected at this time. Previously, the 3 heavenly ghosts had also arrived here. They could only be sure that Mu Tianqing's warship was nearby, but they could not determine the specific location. However, he was different. Under his gaze, the warship had nowhere to hide. What's the point of hiding in front of this old man? Fang Yueshan, you really have guts to betray the sage sect. His tone was cold and contained a strong killing intent. Under the interference of his power, the warship's invisibility formation was directly destroyed, and the huge warship immediately appeared on the sea. At this time, Mu Tianqing stood calmly on the deck. Her beautiful eyes were focused on the boundless sea, but she did not see this powerful venerable in her eyes. For Lai Hongyang, this was the biggest provocation. He was a dignified venerable. This woman from the Huangji sect actually dared to look down on him. At this time, the most trembling person was Fang Yueshan. At this time, he really did not know what to say. He just thought that it was better to live a bad life than to die a good death. Every day, he could muddle along and live a relaxed life. This was what he wanted the most. However, he did not expect that he would encounter such a situation. What else could he say now? He could say that he did not betray her, but that he had no choice. Even if Mu Tianqing didn't do anything to him, he knew very well that Lai Hongyang wouldn't believe him, let alone the fact that Mu Tianqing wouldn't do anything to him. Elder Lai Hongyang was famous in the sect for his fiery temper and killing people without hesitation. As long as it was something that he believed, then no matter what, it was an established fact. After thinking for a while, Fang Yueshan finally swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said directly, Lai Hongyang, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. You stupid thing, isn't it just a little higher cultivation? Other than that, what else do you have to show me? Fang Yueshan immediately opened his mouth and cursed. It had to be said that his verbal skills were indeed impressive. This ability was almost on par with Meng Yang. When Lai Hongyang from the Devil's sect heard his words, his lips began to tremble. It was obvious that he was truly enraged. At this time, the corners of Mu Tianqing's mouth twitched. She did not know if it was because of Meng Yang, but she did not feel angry at this kind of clown at all. Finally, Lai Hongyang could not take it anymore. He directly waved his palm. Damn it, Fang Yueshan, I'll tear you to pieces first. He really could not take it anymore and immediately attacked with his palm. Such a palm was already unleashed in anger. One could naturally imagine how terrifying the destructive power within it was. How could Fang Yueshan's strength compare to a venerable one's? Under such a blow, he only felt that his soul began to tremble. At this moment, he felt that he was a weak and helpless ant. Perhaps he would die in the next moment. "You old man, kill me. I'll take you down with me," Fong Yuashan roared angrily. Then, he ran into the cabin as fast as he could. "Oh my God, my beautiful and powerful goddess of war, you must block it. Otherwise, old Fong, will be finished this time." Although his words were full of vigor, he was extremely scared. If the sky fell, there would be tall people to hold it up. Fong Yuashan was not tall, so how could he hold up the sky? The strong wind kept blowing against Mu Tianxing. In the wind, her dress fluttered, looking extremely beautiful. Lai Hongyang's angry palm was already in front of Mu Tianxing. Only then did Mu Tianxing raise her hand. "Humph, ignorant. Who do you think you are? You think you can block my Chui demonic palms so easily?" This was one of Lai Hongyang's best moves. He was a ruthless person and would definitely not show any mercy when he made a move. Since he had decided to attack, he must kill. However, in the next moment, his smile suddenly froze. This was because at this moment, his power was directly frozen. His Chui demonic palm wasn't neutralized, but was directly immobilized. That powerful and terrifying palm print was still floating in the air. This was definitely not an illusion. This woman is so powerful. At this moment, a strong sense of danger immediately emerged in his heart. At this moment, terrifying waves suddenly emerged from the sea. The waves roared and swept directly toward him. Chapter 723. Female Literature, the sea-splitting demonic snake attacked. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake attacked without mercy. Giant waves surged into the sky, and the sky above Lai Hongyang's head darkened in an instant. At this moment, he was shocked. Previously, he had been shocked by how easily Mu Tianxing defeated his power. For a moment, he did not even notice the sea-splitting demonic snake's arrival. The sea-splitting demonic snake's power was too terrifying. This time, Su Yan had no interest in fighting a venerable. From the moment he let Yao Hongwei, the leader of the heavenly ghosts, leave, the real battle had begun. Since he was a hunter, he had to be clear about his position. A qualified hunter would never let his guard down. Lai Hongyang was his enemy, and a venerable at that. Therefore, any opportunity to kill him was very precious. Raging Sea Wave. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake unleashed his power. Not only did the terrifying waves have a terrifying impact, but they also had their own power limits. The sea-splitting demonic snake's power was not strong enough to set up a domain. This was because it could only be set up by a sacred beast. And now, although he had evolved, he was still not a sacred beast. However, this was not a big deal. This was the sea. He could not set up a real barrier, but with the power of the sea, it was enough to set up a simulated barrier. The simulated barrier's power was not enough to fight against a real sacred venerable. However, it was enough to kill a mere one-origin venerable. Moreover, Lai Hongyang's mind was not stable at this moment. In an instant, he was swallowed by the waves. Then, the sea-splitting demonic snake wrapped around him and dragged him into the sea. This was a surging sea, full of endless dangers. As a venerable, Lai Hongyang was naturally powerful. However, he was directly dragged into the sea by the sea-splitting demonic snake, which was already a death sentence for him. Unless other experts came to his rescue, he would definitely die. The waves of the sea continued to sway. Gradually, the waves became smaller and smaller, as if the previous scene had not happened at all. In the blink of an eye, a venerable one was killed. Of course, Su Yan did not let the sea-rending demonic snake eat Lai Hongyang's body. After all, Su Yan was very disgusted with the sea-rending demonic snake eating humans. Therefore, at this time, Lai Hongyang had become the food of the seabed fish, prawns, and crabs. Su Yan was very clear that this was only the beginning. This was the first supremacy of the devil's sect that he had killed with his own hands. However, he believed that Lai Hongyang would definitely not be the last. In the past, he had been too weak, so when faced with the powerful devil's sect, he could not do anything. He could only watch as they took Lu Lan away and forced the princess of Chu to her death. However, he would never forget what had happened in the past. And now, it was time for him to start his revenge. Mu Tianqing seemed to have expected this result. She raised her head to look at Su Yan and smiled gently. Su Yan, don't worry. I will stand on your side. She did not know the true enmity between Su Yan and the limitless devil sect. However, just as she had said, it did not matter because she would definitely stand on Su Yan's side. Su Yan nodded and said, yes, don't worry. I know what to do. When the two of them were talking, Fang Yueshan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what happened in the future, at least until now, he had been right. These two young fellows were really audacious. What they wanted to do now was to scheme against the Venerable One. Moreover, they had succeeded. The insufferably arrogant Lai Hongyang was swallowed by the sea-rending demonic snake just like that. In the past, how could he have dared to imagine such a scene? But now, the reality was right in front of him. However, Fang Yueshan wasn't a fool. At this moment, he still hid under the hold of the ship. Because he knew that this was only the beginning. Previously, it was only the three heroes of Heavenly Ghosts. Although they were allies of the limitless devil sect, they were only allies. But now, it was different. The one who died was a venerable of the devil sect. This was a challenge to the dignity of the devil sect. No matter which branch of the limitless devil sect, they would not allow such a thing to happen. At this point, they would definitely do everything possible to kill Su Yan and Mu Tianqing. They would use their strongest strength to show the might and dignity of the devil sect. How dare you! Almost at the same time, Fang Yueshan, an incomparably majestic voice sounded. The rolling voice directly drowned out everything. Even the sound of the surging waves was directly covered up. It was as if this person was the will of the heavens. The true powerhouse had arrived. Su Yan and Mu Tianqing knew that now was the time for their true test. Old dog of the limitless devil sect, have you finally arrived? Su Yan said directly. Su Yan raised his head. At this time, he could not help but feel a little agitated. After all, this time, he was plotting against venerables, and there was a terrifying sacred venerable among them. Did you kill Lai Hongyang? The tyrannical aura had already reached the top of Su Yan and Mu Tianqing's heads in the blink of an eye. That valiant majesty was so intimidating. Su Yan sneered and said, that's right. I did kill Lai Hongyang. Humph. At this time, he was standing on the head of the sea-splitting demonic snake. The ferocious aura of the sea-splitting demonic snake directly burst out. Almost at the moment Su Yan's voice fell, the sea-splitting demonic snake had already rushed out. He did not want to give this guy any chance to speak or react. Evil creature, how dare you! This venerable of the devil sect was a powerful three essences venerable. His name was Leng Yushan. In the face of the sea-splitting demonic snake's powerful attack, he actually punched down. The sea-splitting demonic snake's attack was extremely powerful. Its powerful majesty was almost like the might of the heavens. Such a terrifying attack was enough to kill a three essences venerable in an instant. However, the venerable one still made a move despite facing such a powerful attack. At this time, his fist suddenly released a dark light, and an extremely powerful force immediately erupted from his fist. The power continued to surge, and immediately began to suppress everything. The terrifying power of the sea-splitting demonic snake was directly dispersed by this punch. Humph, you think you can be so presumptuous with the power of a beast? You really don't know the difference between life and death. I, the sacred venerable, am definitely not someone a little thing like you can offend. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Su Yan took a closer look and immediately discovered that this guy was actually wearing an inconspicuous boxing glove on his right hand. That terrifying attack from before had been unleashed by that gauntlet. When he did not activate his power, the power of this boxing glove did not seem to be very strong. However, when he activated his power to the extreme, the power of this boxing glove was directly activated. It was as if he had directly awakened a demon. Such a berserk power was simply terrifying. Even the sea-splitting demonic snake's power could be directly defeated by him. This thing must be an extremely powerful sacred weapon. Su Yan, be careful. The thing on his right hand is called the Devil's Tooth. It was an extremely powerful existence of the limitless demon sect who killed a powerful demon god and refined his sharpest teeth into a boxing glove. It has an incredible splitting power. Mu Tianqing's knowledge was indeed extraordinary. She explained the origin of this boxing glove almost instantly. Hearing her words, Su Yan's heart shuddered. There was no doubt about the strength of the demon god. This boxing glove actually had such a terrifying origin. It was no wonder that his power was so terrifying. Don't worry, I know what to do. Although Su Yan was wary, it did not mean that he was afraid at this time. After all, the boxing glove was indeed powerful. However, Lang Yushan might not be able to exert all of its power. The sea-splitting demonic snake's previous attack did not use all of its strength. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake directly transmitted its thoughts, "Master, let me go and tear this old thing apart. I really want that thing emitting black light." A monster like him was especially sensitive to power. That was refined from the demon god's tooth. If he could directly swallow and refine it, his strength would definitely increase again. He might even directly enter the sacred realm and become a sacred beast. However, Su Yan said, "Don't be impatient. Let's see if this old thing has any other tricks up his sleeve." Su Yan also wanted to directly kill Lang Yushan. However, he was not in a hurry to let the sea-splitting demonic snake attack. This was because this was not just a game between him and Lang Yushan, but a war between them and the demon sect. The boundless demon sect was a terrifying monster. Now that they were fishing, how could the demon sect not do the same? At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake might be able to defeat Lang Yushan if it used all of its strength. However, was this matter really that simple? No, it was definitely not that simple. At the very least, there must be someone else behind Lang Yushan. If that Saint Venerable did not appear, then he had to be careful. What Su Yan needed now was time. Su Yan had just learned from the Taihang sword faction's secret method that the experts of the Taihang sword faction were about to arrive. However, he still needed some time. If that was the case, then he would delay. When Lang Yushan saw that Su Yan actually suppressed the sea-splitting demonic snake, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he did not care at all. "Boy, you don't dare to make a move. If that's the case, then let me do it." As he spoke, he once again launched a punch. Chapter 724. Female Literature. When the punch was thrown, a terrifying wave immediately appeared. Under the influence of his power, the sea had almost turned into a living, terrifying existence. The power of the punch had reached such a level. With one punch, the sea trembled. The boundless seawater had turned into a terrifying giant beast under the terrifying power. How terrifying was this power? Su Yan was shocked, and so was Mu Tianqing. A three essences venerable was naturally terrifying. However, the power of a single punch could not reach such a level. There was only one explanation: and that was that such a violent power was due to the terrifying Saint Weapon gloves. Saint weapons were the most powerful things in the world apart from divine weapons. This saying was indeed true. No matter who it was, they would be shocked by such a terrifying power. Su Yan was silent, and his expression did not change. However, at this moment, his heart was still in turmoil. Su Yan was not ashamed of this at all. Being in awe did not mean cowardice. Moreover, this saint weapon was simply too powerful. In front of such power, he was nothing. After all, his realm was still too low. However, at this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake was infuriated. "Master, let me do it." The sea-splitting demonic snake was furious. This attack had directly provoked him. He was the king of the ocean. However, at this moment, he was being provoked in such a way. Therefore, he couldn't calm down no matter what. Su Yan did not suppress the sea-splitting demonic snake this time. He directly jumped onto the ship and said, "Go, but be careful. After all, the opponent is not alone." After receiving Su Yan's permission, the sea-splitting demonic snake immediately cheered. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased to the extreme. "Ah, great master, you underestimate me too much. What is this thing? It's just a facade." The sea-splitting demonic snake's huge tail swung fiercely, and his terrifying body fell directly. Such power was simply unparalleled, and it was like a terrifying battle axe had come crashing down. Under such power, everything began to tremble. The powerful creature formed by the punch was directly torn apart by such power. There was no luck. The sea-splitter demonic snake roared loudly, its voice causing the sea to vibrate endlessly. Then, his body suddenly left the water. At this moment, he directly boiled to the peak of the sky. Its gaze was so cold as it stared straight at the boundless surface of the water. "Humph, a human old man dares to be impudent." As he roared, he directly fell from the sky. Such power was simply indescribable. This kind of power was shocking to the extreme. Su Yan didn't know how to describe this kind of power. After the last time, the strength of the sea-splitting demonic serpent had indeed increased by a lot. Devouring void beasts was too important for the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, Leng Yushan retreated continuously. Because of the god-devil gauntlets, he already had an invincible belief in himself. He felt that under his power, there was nothing in this world that could pose a threat to him. However, at this moment, he immediately knew that he was wrong. The sea-splitter demonic snake was indeed terrifying. Its ability to stir up trouble was too terrifying. In such a torrential sea, the sea-splitter demonic snake was even more violent. Its power was simply the ruler of this world. However, he quickly composed himself. After all, he was a three-origin supremacy. Not to mention other things, his temperament had far surpassed Lai Hongyang's. Although his heart was in a mess, it only took him a short while to stabilize his mind. Lai Hongyang was indeed powerful, but he wasn't afraid. Demon Hunter Gauntlets, kill for me. His gauntlets were personally bestowed by the Vice Sect Master. How terrifying was its power! Its powerful power could tear everything apart. After all, it was refined from the teeth of a demon god. So what if it was the sea-splitter demonic snake? Even if it was a true sacred beast, it could still kill it. He punched out again. This time, the gauntlet's power was even stronger. That terrifying power directly formed an extremely terrifying black storm at this moment. Moreover, the black storm was moving horizontally. As soon as the black storm appeared, it had already occupied the entire sea surface. Its power was so strong that it seemed to be able to split the sea apart. The sea-splitter demonic snake's greatest strength lay in its ability to control the sea. If the sea was directly split apart at this moment, it would lose all its advantages. What kind of powerful and terrifying power was this? However, the Sea Splitter demonic snake didn't retreat at all. He had made an agreement with Su Yan to teach this damned old man a lesson. If he was defeated right now, where would his dignity go? Even if it was a demonic beast, it still had dignity. At this moment, he began to stir up trouble even more. That terrifying power was constantly stirring, and countless storms were constantly unfolding at this time. The terrifying power also directly rolled up a storm. However, his storm swept up the boundless sea water. Hee, you damned guy. Come on, an old man like you wants to challenge the dignity of the overlord of the sea with your dog fart teeth. Die. At this moment, the Sea Splitter demonic snake's strongest power erupted. The two powers clashed again. This time, his power had really reached its peak. Vaguely, there was even something in his body that began to emit light. That was the core origin of the void beasts. Last time, he had devoured that young void beasts, but he hadn't been able to digest the core origin. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was an established fact. The void beasts were inherently stronger than him. During this period of time, he had been slowly wearing down the power of this source of origin. However, after so many days, he still hadn't digested much of this origin power. Now that he had entered a battle, the consumption of this power accelerated. This made him wild with joy, because he was very clear that if he could absorb and digest this power a day earlier, then he would be able to take a step towards becoming a holy beast earlier. At this moment, he finally understood why Su Yan didn't choose to let him kill the 3 heavenly ghosts, but instead challenged them himself. That was because under the pressure of battle, his strength could be improved better. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan did this. At this moment, it was the same for him. Ao ao ao. He began to roar again and again. The seawater seemed to have heard his call. Suddenly, huge water snakes appeared above the sea. These water snakes were exactly the same as his body, and all of them had extremely powerful strength. Venerable One, ha, die. At this moment, these water snakes began to condense and surround Leng Yushan. The black hurricane that Leng Yushan threw out with his fist was colliding with the hurricane of the Sea Splitter demonic snake. However, at this moment, there were suddenly so many water snakes. Even if his heart was as hard as steel, a trace of panic appeared in his heart at this moment. Su Yan and Mu Tianxing were watching the battle. At this moment, Mu Tianxing said directly, Su Yan, I really don't know where you came from. You can even tame such a monster beast. Her exclamation came from the bottom of her heart, and there was also some envy. To be able to tame such a powerful monster was the dream of every expert. Even in her royal sect, there were no more than 3 people who could tame such a terrifying monster beast at such a young age. Moreover, their monster beasts were all tamed by their elders. In terms of potential, they couldn't compare to Su Yan's Sea Splitter demonic snake. Su Yan smiled faintly and said, I was just lucky. If I was just a little bit unlucky, I would have become its food. Thinking back, he was indeed scared back then. If it wasn't for the sudden return of the God-Slayer sword, he would have really died. After all, the Sea Splitter demonic snake was a monster. Back then, it wouldn't have shown any mercy to Su Yan. Not to mention, there were also powerful monsters like the Oriole and the blood-winged wyvern. Mu Tianxing didn't continue to ask. After all, she knew that in this world, everyone had their own secrets. However, if she knew that Su Yan had 3 more powerful monsters besides the Sea Splitter demonic snake, and some of them were even stronger than the Sea Splitter demonic snake, her expression would have been even more interesting. The battle between the Sea Splitter demonic snake and Leng Yushan was in full swing. At this moment, the Sea Splitter demonic snake had already displayed its ability to dominate the sea. Leng Yushan had the help of the Saint weapon, but he was still no match for the Sea Splitter demonic snake. At this moment, he started to feel nervous. Damn it. Was the information wrong? The strength of this evil beast is much stronger than I imagined. Of course, the vice sect leader's information couldn't be wrong. If it was half a month ago, he could have killed the sea-splitter demonic snake with the help of the saint weapon gloves. However, even the vice sect leader didn't expect that the mysterious divine demon island would appear all of a sudden. Moreover, a monster beast was brought to the divine demon island. Moreover, his strength had increased greatly on the divine demon island. After devouring the core of the void beast, the sea-splitter demonic snake's strength was far greater than before. While the two of them were watching the battle, Su Yan and Mu Tianqing frowned almost at the same time. Someone else is coming. The two of them sensed a powerful enemy approaching almost at the same time. Mu Tianqing had a new understanding of Su Yan's powerful consciousness. Her divine sense was able to detect him because she was a heavenly sovereign. Due to a special reason, she couldn't use her full strength and her divine sense was suppressed. However, her divine sense was still stronger than an ordinary venerable. Chapter 725. Female literature, but what about Su Yan? He was only at the Five Dragons realm. But his divine sense was so powerful that he discovered the situation at the same time as she did. Moreover, he discovered the situation of a venerable. Now, she was completely certain that if Su Yan could grow up one day, he would definitely become an earth-shattering existence. At this moment, she was somewhat glad that she had agreed to let Su Yan board the ship and formed a good relationship with him. Otherwise, she would have lost such a powerful friend for nothing. Su Yan, just be careful and protect yourself. Leave it to me this time. Su Yan's demonic sea-ripping snake was already fighting the three essences venerable Lan Yushan. Although the demonic sea-ripping snake was extremely powerful and had an incomparable advantage in the sea, its opponent had a powerful sacred weapon after all. It was impossible to win in a short period of time. Therefore, facing a powerful venerable at this time, she could only choose to take action. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly asked, "Sister Mu, how many times can you take action?" Mu Tianqing was slightly taken aback, but immediately replied, "I obtained some things on Divine Devil Island. They're enough for me to take action 3 times. 3 times. Although it wasn't a lot, and she couldn't use her full strength every time, it was enough. As long as she could kill a few venerables, the experts of the Taihang sword faction and Meng Yang's master would be able to play a role in stabilizing the situation." However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "Sister Mu, if the venerable this time still doesn't surpass the 3 essences venerable, don't act rashly." This sentence caused Mu Tianqing to be even more stunned. Since Su Yan said so, it meant that he had enough means to deal with a 3 essences venerable. But what did he have now? The demonic sea-ripping snake couldn't escape. Could it be that he wanted to rely on his own strength? She had seen the battle between Su Yan and the 3 heavenly ghosts earlier. Even she couldn't help but admire Su Yan's methods. There was a difference of 4 whole realms between them, but he was still able to fight across realms. There was no doubt about his combat ability. But this time, it was a venerable. That was a completely different concept from the dragon realm. Su Yan's battle prowess was nothing in front of the other party. Then, what could he rely on to fight the other party? However, after interacting with Su Yan, he also knew that Su Yan was not a person who spoke without thinking. Now that he had said such words, he must have his own methods. Now, she had complete trust in Su Yan. "Alright, then I won't do anything. I'll leave it to you," Mu Tianqing said. Almost at the same time, a cold voice sounded. "Miss Mu, are you not going to make a move? Hee, aren't you looking down on me too much?" At this moment, an extremely dangerous aura appeared beside Su Yan and Mu Tianqing. It was as if they were being targeted by a poisonous snake. Assassin! And it was an extremely powerful one at that. When Duan Mulonghu had just been revived, the Devil's Doctrine had sent out a powerful hydralisk. However, although the hydralisk was powerful, it was only a Dragon Realm level 3 assassin. But now, the one who made a move was a real venerable. Compared to him, the hydralisk was not even worth mentioning. At this moment, Su Yan's hair stood on end. The strong sense of danger directly threatened his life. Almost instinctively, the demonic dragon wings appeared directly, and at the same time, the sword and shield were deployed. At this moment, his speed had reached its peak. Su Yan felt that this speed was almost comparable to teleportation. Almost at the same moment his body disappeared, the shadow of a sword appeared directly. A person dressed in black looked at Su Yan and laughed, "You're quite powerful. You can actually dodge my sword." Not bad, not bad. Strictly speaking, Su Yan did not completely dodge his sword. This was because there was an extremely weak trace of blood on the tip of his sword. If Su Yan's speed or reaction had been a little slower, Su Yan would have died immediately. At this moment, Su Yan pulled away from him. This was a terrifying person, a person who made Su Yan's hair stand on end. Mu Tianqing was about to attack directly. This assassin was so powerful that even she was afraid of him. Moreover, this person was not from the Limitless Demon sect, but from the Huangji sect. The number 2 of the Huangji sect was Yin Zhongshan. This guy who did not look like a human or a ghost had actually appeared here. He had actually pledged his allegiance to Fan Yunlin. This was not a good sign. At this moment, she had already begun to think about how to protect Su Yan's safety while defeating Yin Zhongshan. After all, she had already regarded Su Yan as her friend. She did not want any accidents to happen to Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly said, "Sister Mu, you don't have to do anything. Leave this trash to me." After saying that, Su Yan directly jumped off the ship. Mu Tianqing was stunned. At this moment, Su Yan still dared to say such words. Was this guy crazy? What right did he have to say that? Did he not know how terrifying the Venerable Realm was at this moment? His actions were indeed correct. He left the warship to broaden his vision and limit the assassin's performance to the greatest extent. However, the problem was that the gap between their strength was too big. Yin Zhongshan's strength was definitely above Leng Yushan of the Limitless Demon sect. However, at this moment, she actually did not make a move. She really believed Su Yan. At this moment, Yin Zhongshan's figure faded again, and only an empty voice was transmitted in the air. What a boastful tone. "I'd like to see how you deal with me." As a Venerable Realm assassin, his speed was absolutely fast. It could even be said that his speed could be ranked in the top 10 among all the opponents Su Yan had encountered so far. There was no need to say how terrifying such a person was. At this moment, he launched an assassination, which was almost fatal to Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan was still fearless. Even when the shadow Yin Zhongshan turned into had already descended behind Su Yan did not react. In such a state, he should have died in the next moment. Mu Tianqing was finally ready to make a move. She only hoped that it was not too late for her to make a move now. At this moment, a loud and clear cry was heard. Then, a yellow shadow flew directly from the horizon. It was so fast that even Yin Zhongshan's speed could not be compared to it. In the next moment, the yellow shadow was already in front of Su Yan. Then, almost like a flash of lightning, Yin Zhongshan's killing move was directly repelled. The powerful force even made Yin Zhongshan's hand hurt. At this moment, his sharp eyes finally saw clearly the opponent who had suddenly appeared. Oriole, it was the Oriole. The legendary powerful demonic beast, the Oriole, had actually appeared at this moment. What shocked him even more was that the Oriole had directly blocked his sword in front of Su Yan. Could it be that the Oriole is also this kid's demonic beast? Where did he come from? How can he be so terrifying? Not only does he have the sea-splitting demonic snake, but even the Oriole is his demonic beast. At this moment, he simply could not believe it, but the truth was right in front of him. While he was still in shock, Su Yan directly stood on the Oriole's head. Previously, it was indeed dangerous, but he had already sensed the Oriole's arrival. He believed in the Oriole, so he calmed down instead. Therefore, even in such a crisis, he did not panic in the slightest. At this moment, he looked at Enchanting and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my other demonic beast, the Oriole." Although they had already guessed it, when Su Yan directly said this sentence, Mu Tianxing and Enchanting were both shocked. This was actually true. The powerful Oriole was actually Su Yan's demonic beast. Where did this kid come from? Why did he have such two terrifying demonic beasts? This was simply not letting people live. At this time, Su Yan was actually not relaxed. Last time, after he had subdued the 4 demonic beasts, a lightning tribulation suddenly fell from the sky. The powerful lightning tribulation directly fused the demonic beast's blood essence together. This allowed Su Yan's body to absorb the demonic beast's blood essence, making his physique even more terrifying. He could even control the demonic beast's divine abilities. But the side effects were also very obvious. That was, at this time, if several demonic beasts appeared at the same time, because of the blood essence, his body would bear an extremely huge pressure. In other words, if his strength was not strong enough, then summoning 4 at the same time, no, even if it was only 2 demonic beasts, this was courting death. However, this trip to the Divine Devil Island, his strength had increased again, and he had devoured the demon Overlord to strengthen his body further. His body's endurance naturally increased. Under such circumstances, he dared to summon 2 demonic beasts at the same time. Of course, this time, he did not summon the double-winged sky tiger and the blood-winged flying dragon. These 2 demonic beasts were extremely close to the holy beast, and their bloodlines were even more powerful. If these 2 demonic beasts appeared, it would be even more terrifying. And now, the Oriole's appearance had already caused his body to have a huge burden. But fortunately, after his body became stronger, this was still within the range that he could bear. At this time, the one with the ugliest expression was Enchanting. He was indeed terrifying and powerful, but in front of the Oriole, this was just a joke. The Oriole was naturally restrained at this moment. The Oriole's most terrifying ability was the true sight. No matter how powerful the concealment technique was, it was all a joke in front of it. One had to know that the Oriole could hunt those powerful demonic beasts that were born with invisibility, and even void monsters could do it. Chapter 726. Female literature. His invisibility ability naturally couldn't be compared to the void monster. In the eyes of the Oriole, there was nowhere to hide. Therefore, he awkwardly realized that no matter what, he couldn't gain any advantage from the Oriole. In terms of speed, he couldn't be compared to the Oriole. In terms of invisibility, it was a joke. In terms of combat power, the aura of the Oriole was very obvious. It was a supremacy-level monster. If there were no special circumstances, a supremacy fighting a supremacy-level monster one-on-one would be courting death. What's more, at this moment, he was completely restrained by the Oriole. If there was a word to describe him now, it would be pitiful. An extremely powerful supremacy of the imperial sect could only be described as pitiful. It was a kind of tragedy. But at this time, Su Yan didn't care about him. Now, in Su Yan's eyes, one thing was very clear, that this guy was his enemy. Since he was an enemy, there was no reason to let him live. Moreover, this was an extremely powerful and dangerous enemy. Su Yan had seen clearly that the Oriole was this guy's nemesis. Therefore, he had to kill him now. After all, the Oriole couldn't always be by his side. Therefore, this guy had to die now. After receiving Su Yan's will, the Oriole's eyes flickered with a cold light. He knew that his hunt was about to begin. The human in front of him was a powerhouse. When it helped Su Yan block the attack just now, it already knew. However, it was because of this that it became more interesting. Although he wasn't by Su Yan's side, he still knew a lot of things. The sea-splitting demonic snake had followed Su Yan and seemed to have made great progress in such a short period of time. At this moment, his strength seemed to be above his own. The Oriole and the sea-splitting demonic snake were originally on the same boundary. However, the sea-splitting demonic snake seemed to be approaching the level of a holy beast earlier than him. This made him realize how powerful his master was. No matter what, this was already a fact. As long as one was an intelligent creature, they would want to become stronger. This was an instinct. Therefore, at this time, he also wanted to perform well and hoped to get a huge improvement. And this guy was his first battle. Yin Zhongshan felt very uncomfortable. At this time, he already knew that he had been targeted by the Oriole. The Oriole's eyes of truth could see through all illusions. No matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Therefore, he simply gave up on the stealth mode. He raised his head and looked at the sparrow. Finally, he said, "You bastard, how dare you look down on me? Since that's the case, then I'll kill you first." After he finished speaking, he directly attacked. However, his target was not the Oriole, but Mu Tianxing, who was standing on the deck. This guy was really cunning. He knew in his heart that if he directly attacked the Oriole, he would not be able to get away with it. Moreover, his real target was not the Oriole to begin with, so in that instant, he changed his target. What a great diversion tactic. "Stop him," Su Yan said directly. Without needing Su Yan to say more, the Oriole's huge body had already moved. Standing on the Oriole's body, Su Yan understood what was called the fastest speed in the world. This speed was too terrifying. Even if he used the regal sword flight and the power of the demonic dragon wings, he would not be able to match it. However, Su Yan also knew that there was nothing he could do if his speed was not as fast as the Oriole. After all, his current realm was still too low. If he could become a venerable one, then he had absolute confidence that he could surpass the Oriole's speed. In the sky, a golden light flashed and disappeared. Yin Zhongshan's speed was already very fast, but the Oriole arrived first and directly arrived in front of the warship. The Oriole's huge eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in its sharp beak. The Oriole was born with the terrifying power to control wind and thunder. At this moment, Yin Zhongshan directly cursed in his heart. Today was simply a bad start for him. How could such a person summon such a terrifying thing among the Orioles? If it was not for the Oriole, he would have easily completed the task. However, no matter how angry he was, he still did not dare to be presumptuous in the face of this terrifying light. This bolt of lightning could seriously injure him. If things went wrong, he might have to die here today. Therefore, at this moment, he forced himself to calm down. "Damn it, don't be complacent. I'll definitely kill you today." He looked at Su Yan with resentment in his eyes. All of this was because of Su Yan. If it were not for this guy, he would not be in such a sorry state. He had made up his mind. Once he had the chance, he would definitely make Su Yan die a painful death. At this moment, Su Yan stood high in the sky. His gaze was so cold. He had already seen through this guy's thoughts. After all, it was not difficult to guess this kind of person's thoughts. Nevertheless, he did not care. After all, he already had too many enemies. Moreover, he did not expect to be able to defeat this powerful venerable one assassin today. The power of the thunderbolt kept pressing forward. This was already extremely overbearing. Yin Zhongshan could only keep retreating. Of course, although Su Yan was watching coldly at this moment, he was not doing nothing. At this moment, he was trying hard to adjust his aura. At this moment, he realized that the appearance of the two demonic beasts was indeed a huge pressure on him. However, it did not necessarily mean that there were no benefits. This kind of pressure was painful, but it was also a huge benefit. Su Yan was best at cultivating in adversity. At this moment, under the pressure of this terrifying power, his body had become stronger. He believed that in the near future, he would be able to achieve a huge improvement. At this moment, the essence and blood in his body were so hot. Although the essence and blood of the demonic beasts were attacking his body, it was also a kind of strengthening. Su Yan believed that in the near future, his strength would have a breakthrough. At this moment, the sky had become increasingly gloomy as the two powerhouses fought. Especially the Oriole and the sea-splitting demonic snake, they were both terrifying beasts that could change the weather. When they fully unleashed their power, the terrifying power was even more obvious. This kind of powerful and terrifying power simply became more obvious. The weather had begun to change, and the boundless pressure continued to spread. At this moment, the sea had begun to roll. The battleship was like a floating leaf in the sea. Fortunately, no matter how turbulent the sea was, the battleship remained motionless. This was because the battleship had been protected by a mysterious power. On the battleship, Mu Tianxing was still incomparably calm. The sea was so turbulent, but she was like a calm lake. No matter how the world was raging, she did not care at all. Fang Yueshan thoroughly admired this woman at this moment. One must know that although the current situation was good, this was only the beginning. The powerhouses of the limitless demon sect were on their way. The power of the two demonic beasts was indeed terrifying, but it was impossible for them to stop the advance of the limitless demon sect. Shen Wei was a member of the limitless demon sect, so he knew the limitless demon sect very well. In this area, whether it was the Fierce Flame sect or the Taihang Sword faction, they were all suppressed by the limitless demon sect. Even among the top 10 sects of the entire continent, the limitless demon sect was firmly ranked in the top 3. It was even possible that they were stable. This woman did not seem like a lunatic, nor did she seem like a stupid person. Therefore, it was impossible that she did not realize this. Fang Yueshan suddenly became curious. He really wanted to know what these people were relying on. The sea-splitting demonic snake had already suppressed Leng Yushan to the point where he was in great pain. Although he had the extremely destructive demon god Fished, the sea-splitting demonic snake was too cunning. He did not fight it head-on at all. After the joint venture of the sea, he was the absolute master. He took advantage of this point and kept tangling with Leng Yushan. To Leng Yushan, the current ocean had already turned into a cage that made him extremely fearful. He could not break out of the cage, nor could he escape. What kind of pain was this? He knew that if this continued, then today would be the day he would be buried. Yin Zhongshan was not much better off. The Oriole's body was huge, and its power was terrifying. But this guy's speed was so fast. He could not gain any advantage when fighting with the Oriole. No, to put it another way, he was being suppressed in every way. He could still contend with it for now, but the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Moreover, he realized that Su Yan, who was standing on the Oriole's back, seemed to be reading him. He did not understand why he had such a feeling, but he believed that his judgment was definitely not wrong. This kid really had such an ability. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. This was definitely not a good thing. As for Su Yan, he originally looked down on him. However, he met the only survivor of the outstanding 3 heavenly ghosts, Yao Hongwei. Although he did not think much of the outstanding 3 heavenly ghosts, even he had to admit that these 3 people were unique. They had experienced such a strong wind and rain, but they died in Su Yan's hands. How could such a person be simple? Therefore, he absolutely believed that Su Yan had the ability to read him. He didn't know why, but compared to the Oriole, he was actually more fearful of Su Yan.